limited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday over the Washington Nationals 1-0. O'Neal Cruz with another home run, which was the difference maker in the game. That makes the Pirates now 8-12 on the season. And their next series is going to be over the weekend here against the Cleveland Guardians. First game tonight, 6:40 at PNC Park. Also, the Pittsburgh Penguins won their final game of the regular season yesterday. They won 5-2 over the Washington Capitals. Penguins finish in the Metropolitan Division 34-36 with 12 overtime losses. They had 80 points overall and finished second to last in the division. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, begins right now.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's Friday, and a miracle just happened. Right before I went on the air, Crowley was screaming, "Hey! Hey!" And Greg Finley, over at KDK AM. You've heard him here on the Fan sometimes. They usually talk in the morning, and Finley comes in, and they'll talk while this show's going on, which is fine. But yeah, Crowley came in here and he said, "Yeah, I realized if you were on the air, that might have been distracting." And so we're making progress. It's very good. My name is Nicholas Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And it's Friday. It's a nice day. Vibes are good. It's a little warmer outside than it has been. The temperature did warm up as advertised in the forecasts. So it's supposed to rain tomorrow, which is not great, but it's supposed to be warm. So, this weekend, if the warmer it is, the more likely it is that it's going to rain. That seems like what it is, what the forecast is. And then next week, I guess we'll see. But the temperature's still looking warm going into next week as well. So that's exciting. I mean, hopefully this third winter that Pittsburgh gets, every season, it can go away quickly. Yeah, next week we're gonna have temperatures. Looks like in the greater Pittsburgh area in the mid 70s for highs. There's gonna be Tuesday's gonna be a little colder, high of 65, but then every other day there's temperatures in the mid 70s. Chances of rain across the board next week, but a few sunny days mixed in there as well. Looks like next weekend's going to have some thunderstorms, just an early forecast projection there. But yeah, so just expect some rain this weekend too. Hopefully it doesn't affect the Pirate game too much. But it does say there's a 55% chance, a 60% chance of rain tomorrow in the greater Pittsburgh area. It's getting warmer. That's good. Indeed, that is good. I've been yearning for some warm weather. It looks like we may finally be starting to get that. And we're in the middle of April, so this time is moving. I say that almost every once in a while. That just feels like almost every day. Time just keeps moving. It's going by quickly in the blink of an eye. Already in mid-April. Mid-April here, the Pirates are getting in season now. I mean, they've been in season for a few weeks. We've got a big enough sample size for all of us to get frustrated enough at the team, which is interesting. So time just keeps moving. Penguins season's over. They won 5-2 over the Washington Capitals yesterday. So good for them. But they finish second to last in the Metro. 80 points, 34 wins, 36 losses, 12 overtime losses. And they were the fourth worst team in the entire Eastern Conference, if you include those teams from the Atlantic Division. So, not a great season. That's how we like it, because that'll help them maximize their draft picks. The upcoming draft, which we like to see. Oh, the Pirates too. Pirates won 1-0, which, I mean, there's a couple different ways you could look at this. One, the pitching did really, really well. On the other hand, you could look at it and say that the offense didn't do enough. O'Neal Cruz home run, so he's homered in back-to-back days. That was his encore to the grand slam he hit. So it was instrumental in both wins. Both of these last wins for the Pirates over the Nationals, where he hit that grand slam that didn't give them the lead, but it gave them a bigger lead. So, I mean, it was helpful in making that a comfortable 6-1 win for the Pirates. And then here, this is the one that they definitely needed, just based on how the other hitters were hitting in the order. I mean, other than Brian Reynolds walking twice and McCutchen walking once, I mean, there was just one hit from 4 other players in the game. So, I mean, they had a few guys on base. Just the hits were pretty few and far between. Emmanuel Valdez got a hit, though, out of the 5 spot, so they moved him back toward the greater part of the order. So nobody in the Pirates organization is listening to me, which is fair. I mean, it's 5 a.m. and it's a talk show. They should be listening to talk shows necessarily. But I said keep Valdez down toward the bottom of the order. Keep him down there, and the Pirates said, nope, okay. So he batted cleanup, then he batted 8th. Now he's back to batting 5th. What are we doing? I don't love it. But they won. They didn't win because they were hitting, though, that's for sure. But then, Valdez got a hit, so it's like, what the bleep, as they say. That's just kind of where I'm at. Like, it's interesting, for sure, what they're doing and how they're winning. But they won, and they won 3 games in the series. That's their second won series of the season. You look at it that way. I mean, when they've lost so far this season, they've lost. When they've won, no, they're winning. So, I mean, they won the series against the Cardinals. They won the series against the Nationals. And other than that series against the Marlins, again, they did lose pretty drastically to the Rays. They won a game in the series against the Yankees, though, which you could see as a small victory. I think getting swept by the Reds, though, was not ideal. So there you go. I mean, so they lost 3 to the Reds, and then they won 3 of 4 against the Nationals. So, I mean, there's something here. 8-12 now are the Pirates. They're 3.5 games back of the first place Cubs, who are 12-9. So take it for what it's worth. But they just won a series. They got to play the Cleveland Guardians tonight. One of the reigning teams that played in the American League Championship Series lost to the Yankees in the ALCS in 2024. So they're another pretty solidly constructed team. So we'll see how that goes. And Austin Hedges is playing for them, which means they have a pretty strict advantage over the Pirates just for that reason alone. And Crowley's throwing out the first pitch tonight, by the way. I keep that in mind. So if that incentivizes you to come and see us, he's going to throw out the first pitch at the game. And I'm going to be there on the field. I'm going to be looking at him. I'm going to wave at him and see if I can distract him because he's already terrified about throwing out the first pitch. But I'll be there. I'll be watching Crowley throw out the first pitch. So, yeah, come watch if you so choose. But we'll be there. Crowley will be throwing out the first pitch. And, we're coming off the Pirates winning a series, which is cool to see. So just, keep that in mind if you got nothing going on tonight. It's supposed to be nice out too tonight. It's supposed to be pretty warm tonight. So maybe a reason to come to the ball game and see them play. Still in last though, that's not great. And they're still not winning with any pizzazz. I mean, the pizzazziest win that they had was the game on Wednesday against the Nationals, where Cruz hit that grand slam, and remind me who was pitching again here. It was Bailey Falter pitched the 7 scoreless innings. I mean, that was a solid win. That was probably their most solid win so far this season. Now again, too, the Nationals, not the best team. Neither were the Marlins though, and yet the Pirates found a way to lose that series. So to win a series, I mean, you got to give it to them. I'll hand it to them there. Guardians though are not an easy task. The Cleveland Guardians, they are a difficult team to play. So we'll see. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So go ahead. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. It's GP. How you doing, buddy?
You're on a streak. How are you?
Remember I told you, buddy, I'm good. Remember I told you I'd call you when they would win?
Yes.
Remember we talked? Okay, now I didn't get to see him last night, but I was busy at the hospital. I saw on the Bleacher Report, Cruz came through and hit that home run. That's 2 games in a row. Now, can he be consistent is the question of the year. Can he be consistent throughout the year? If he is, that's going to be a bonus. So there's a little bit of glimmer of hope. You know what I mean?
I do. I try not to be overly hopeful, but
that's one other thing real quick, and I'll let you go. Other people might want to talk. But now that the Penguin season is over, do you think that there's any chance that they look at cleaning house with Solly? Do you think they're maybe move on just to cause a spark maybe? I don't know. I just wanted to get your opinion on it. But, hey, have a good Easter, buddy. I'll talk to you next week.
Hey, you too. Thanks for the call. Always nice to hear from you, GP. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line out there as well. I wish they would get rid of Sullivan, not because he was a bad coach, not because he's a bad guy. I just think that would help them better grow toward a new future, I'll call it. Because Sullivan is really becoming the past at this point, I'd say. Like, they're just not winning enough anymore. And obviously now you see here at the bottom, they're toward the bottom of the Metro to end the season. 80 points, second to last in the Metropolitan Division. So it's, they're just not, they're not winning. And I think that if you're going to build a new team, you might want to do it with a coach that also starts by pulling them off the ground and back to relevancy. Match that, and I don't necessarily always agree with the averages, but the NHL coaches don't last very long. It's like I think 4 is the average coach lifespan for teams. Sometimes they'll go longer, if they're a winning coach. But I mean, he's way past the average, and on top of that, like, now they're just not winning. I would explore that. Now, do I think they're going to do it? You know, I always create that discrepancy. Like, there's a difference between what I think they should do and what they're actually going to do. And I don't think any changes are going to be made. I really don't. I mean, they're going to keep trying. I mean, Kyle Dubas said it, and I agree. He's been taking that approach of, like, you know, we just have to replenish here. I mean, we still want to be competitive. We still want to strive to be a playoff team, and they have that mentality as an organization. While they finished second to last in the division, and just to put it in conference perspective, they're the fourth worst team in the Eastern Conference. I mean, does that spell, overly competitive to me? No. Or does it spell even close to competitive? No. So, I mean, if it were up to me, I would this is the show where I tell the Penguins and the Steelers, break it down, try again. And then this is the very same show where that message is sent, and then both teams seem to just not care, and they'll just make these insane trades, or they'll make these insane signings, and they'll keep the same head coach forever and ever and ever, and neither the Steelers nor the Penguins will do anything to truly break down and begin again. That's just what I feel like. Now, if Kyle Dubas, I mean, despite the message that's being sent from the organization, if Kyle Dubas says, you know what, I'm going to trade this guy and this guy, or release this guy and this guy, and I'm going to draft all of these great prospects, and we're going to develop them. So, and Mike Sullivan, thanks for your time, goodbye. And if that all happens, I mean, that's great. I'll come on this show and I'll celebrate, in a sense, not gloat. I'm not saying I told you so, but just saying, like, hey, they're finally realizing, like, maybe what they're doing right now isn't good enough. Maybe what they're doing right now is not working, and they need to improve in a different way and take a different approach. Neither team seems like they're going to do that, and because of that, that's why I say, well, I think that Sullivan's gonna hang around for at least another season here. And he's probably, I don't want to say, Mike Sullivan's a little different than Mike Tomlin. It always feels like Mike Tomlin is going to have the job as long as he wants it. Sullivan, I do think there's a chance that he could get canned. It's still not likely. I think he's a good guy and a good coach, and that he can drive them through this continued competitive state that they're in. Even though I think that they should rebuild and start over with a new coach to kind of set a different scene and kind of provide that different flavor that I think this team would need as it rebuilds. But again, in order to have a successful rebuild, the Penguins have to acknowledge that they need to break it down and rebuild. It's like, that old saying, like, the first step to dealing with a problem is realizing or admitting that you have a problem, right? Penguins have not necessarily publicly admitted that they have a big problem. So somebody's got to, speak up and admit that there's a problem, and then once there's an admission that there is a problem, usually that's when you can start to work to solving that problem. 412-928-9370. Penguin season over. That's kind of what we're talking about. This GP just called in. Nice guy, calls into the show a lot. I'm just asking that question, like, will Sullivan get... you think they're going to let Sullivan go, or they're going to keep him around? I say they should let him go. However, knowing the Penguins, I think they are going to keep him around. That's what I believe. I'm talking about this, too, because the Penguins just ended the regular season. They won 5-2 over the Washington Capitals, and they finish the season with 80 points, which is good for second to last in the Metropolitan Division, and good for fourth worst in the Eastern Conference. Pirates also won against the Washington Nationals 1-0 yesterday. So they won that series 3-1, and they're going to continue the homestand by playing the Cleveland Guardians in a 3-game series over the weekend. And the first of those games is tonight. I was talking about them as well. The Pirates 8-12, last in the NL Central, but they're hanging around at 3.5 games back of the division lead, and that is the benefit of a weak division. And so I do hope the Pirates capitalize. However, the Cleveland Guardians are a pretty solid team, and so we'll see how they do against them this weekend. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line who wants to talk. So good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Nick. Good morning. It's Sean.
All right. What's up?
Hey, I have a question about Crowley throwing out the first pitch.
Okay.
Do you think that maybe he would consider throwing it out, basically before the bottom of the first, and then he would consider staying in for the bottom of the first, and maybe he could strike Sawinski and Pham out? I think it's probably a good possibility.
You want him to play for Cleveland? Well, hey.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think he could probably strike a couple of the Pirates out.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
I hear you. All right, well, thanks for the call, Sean. That's a pretty solid comment. Yeah, the Pirates aren't hitting. That's for sure. And I want to go back a week ago and smack myself and say, because I thought, 4 runs game would be okay, and then they proceeded to get swept by the Reds and hardly score at all. And that's what I identified. Right, we just talked about it. Pirates have a problem. And the first step to healing it is admitting you have a problem. I had to admit here now that the Pirates have a pretty bad offensive issue. Scored 10 runs in Game 1, got shut out in Game 2, scored 6 in Game 3, and then won the game 1-0. So they've kind of gone back and forth this series in terms of run scoring. And I guess you could even make the argument that their offense wasn't crazy good in that 6-1 win. They just got the O'Neal Cruz grand slam. And, that put them ahead, but that was one big swing. It was a crucial swing. It was a big swing, and 6 runs is a healthy amount. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. Now, my brain, this early in the morning, logically just went to, well, if Crowley had an opportunity to play for Cleveland and they let him do that, I would just have him intentionally walk all the Pirates hitters until Cleveland decided to take him out. Stephen Vogt, the manager, just decided, hey, Crowley, you're done. Go to the bullpen early. But again, that was my over-realistic, logical brain coming in. I get your joke. I get the jest there, which is, the Pirates aren't hitting, and even Crowley could probably get them all out. That's for sure. Yeah, they got guys struggling. They got guys struggling on offense. I don't like what they're doing with Valdez either, moving him up and down and then back up. Like, it doesn't make sense to me of why they're doing that. Like, the guy's not – and he got a hit yesterday, so good for him. He's not, I don't think, good enough right now. Like I said, I mean, he would have to go hot down at the bottom of the order for me to consider moving him up at any point in time. They got to put their big names in the middle of the order, and that's something that I said yesterday and that I'm going to stick to today, is that they got to keep their big hitters in the middle of the order, and they have to consistently bat those guys in the same spots in the lineup and develop that consistency. Like, Derek Shelton is still managing like this team is a developing team, and they should not be developing in year number 6. They should not be. Like, this is the time where the fruits of your development and the fruits of labor and the fruits of free agent signings and draft picks and solid trades are supposed to yield you wins, and that is not happening. And so, it's frustrating to watch that a guy like Valdez just got acquired, and he has to play first base because the guy you did acquire to play first base is dealing with a chronic wrist thing and will be out at least for another few weeks. So, and then you're moving that guy up and down and up, and no, not good. So, yeah, they got to work on their offense, that's for sure. But, starting with consistent lineup placement, where I could go into any game and I could have a pretty solid understanding of who's going to be where in the lineup. That's what I want. Derek Shelton, though, managing like this team is still developing and he wants to give certain players certain reps at certain spots to see how they're doing. And I just say, no. No need. Stop it. Approach managing with consistency and at least acting like you're experienced at this point. Like, there's experience. Your players have experience doing this. Like, put them in the same spots. Like, it's a 162-game season. Let these guys get into a routine. being in the same spots in the lineup. And I know this isn't a hitting thing, but I'm tired of this 6-man rotation thing going on too. They gotta shrink that down to 5. I think the pitchers can handle it, but that's a whole other conversation. Pitching not a problem though. I mean, pitching in that National Series was pretty solid. So, all right, I got to take a break. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Back with more next here on The Fan.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Aaron Rodgers broke his silence about his future today, sort of, telling Pat McAfee that he's open to anything and attached to nothing, and that retirement is still a possibility. Rodgers is coming off a disappointing 5-12 second season with the Jets after returning from a torn Achilles, which happened 4 plays into the 2023 season. Meanwhile, we're officially 1 week away from the start of the NFL Draft, and the Giants, who hold the 3rd overall pick, are still evaluating players. Head coach Brian Daboll was in Boulder yesterday for a private workout with quarterback Shedeur Sanders. Meanwhile, Sanders' teammate Travis Hunter receiving some high praise from Browns general manager Andrew Berry, who compared Hunter to Shohei Ohtani, the Dodgers superstar, for his ability to play both offense and defense, calling Hunter a unicorn. Browns hold the 2nd overall pick in the draft. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good Friday morning rush underway. This report brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. We had an earlier accident cleared from the outbound Parkway East near Grant Street. Watch for some possible leftover delays there. Inbound Parkway West, so you do have a lane restriction in place as crews wrap up overnight work between Ridge Road and I-79. It's expected to be done by 6 o'clock this morning. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Route 28 is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation. All rights reserved.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Arikellis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. And I'm running out of time. I have time for one more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Harry.
Hi, what's your name?
Hey, hi, Ken McCandless. I didn't know if I was on or not. Hey, I was doing other things. I just tuned in, but I heard the first thing I heard you say was about a 6-man rotation. Unless something changed overnight, they got a 5-man rotation. They got rid of the 6-man a couple weeks ago.
You sure?
Yeah, Majinski's pitching tonight, and then Skeens is tomorrow's schedule I saw last night, and that's Majinski's the 5th one. They had Harrington for a little while there, but they ended that. He got sent down.
So they actually did positive change, and I didn't notice. That's tremendous.
Yeah. Yeah, so Skeens should be tomorrow with his bobblehead night. So, and the weather looks better. So, that's positive. Yeah.
I hear you. All right, Ken, well, thanks for the call. I appreciate you calling in. I'm out of time. Okay, I missed that. There you go. Very good. Well, hopefully they can continue winning. That's what we want. 8-12 they are right now. They're going to start a series against the Cleveland Guardians again tonight. And Adam Crowley throwing out the first pitch. So get ready for that. He's extremely nervous. I'm sure he'll talk about that a lot today, about how nervous he is. And then the series will begin. My name is Nicholas Arikellis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Doran Dickerson, Jason Mackey, and other sports hosts April 22nd at PNC Park for a night of lively conversation on your favorite local sports topics. The fun-filled night includes a reception, dinner, and an MVP panel. Pittsburgh Straight Sports Talk benefits Parkinson's Foundation of Western PA. For tickets or information, go to pfwpa.org. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. The Bucks are back, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage following every game. Tune in to the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show. 15 minutes after the final out, the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show is brought to you by Pellman Electric, Smokestack, Pittsburgh and Moon Township, Guardian Protection, and Hampton Beer Outlet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. You know when the best time to lose weight is? According to everyone I know, never. Hey, Paul, I have a birthday coming up. There's golf tournaments all summer. There's cookouts, dinners out. Seriously, how about sometime in February? Trust me, I get it. When I dropped 30 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, my schedule was so loaded I could have written a book of excuses. 2 golf tournaments, 3 cookouts, dinners out. This is every weekend and every week out. But you know what? I didn't miss a meal. Why? Because Awaken 180 isn't a diet. It's practically a navigation system for real life. They gave me menus, cheat tips, even beverage suggestions so I could enjoy every moment. Seriously, weight loss with drink suggestions? Genius. That was 3 years ago. And guess what? Those 30 pounds, still gone. Not even 1 pound came back. Stop waiting for that mythical perfect moment. Losing weight can and should fit into your actual life. Call Awaken 180 because life's too short to wait it out.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Banter Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Washington County, crews have begun clearing an earlier accident from an overturned tractor trailer that has blocked the ramp from the Claysville interchange to westbound to I-70. Avoid that area if you can. Parkways east and west, inbound looking pretty good as you enter their respective tunnels. However, on the inbound Parkway east, watch for a lane restriction between Ridge Road and I-79. That's where crews are wrapping up overnight work. Route 28 is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway north. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. It's Good Friday. Easter on Sunday. Oh, yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
I'm doing great. Love a Friday. It's going to be beautiful out today.
Oh, my gosh.
It's Easter weekend, so happy Easter to everybody out there. And, Adam, you were throwing out the first pitch.
We'll get into it.
I'm excited for you.
We'll get into it.
Callis, how you doing this morning?
It's a great day.
Woo! Yeah!
Yes.
80 degrees the high today?
It's beautiful.
You kidding me?
Love it.
Summer day.
Yes.
Yesterday wound up being beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Not all that windy. The sun was shining.
Needed it.
I think we've turned the corner on the weather.
You think so?
I do.
I hope so.
Do you think pigs hate Easter as much as turkeys got to hate Thanksgiving? This is a big ham holiday, isn't it?
Big ham holiday. Yes.
Do you find it weird that we eat deviled eggs on Easter?
Yes. I never thought about that.
Just tip me right now.
Do you like deviled eggs?
I love deviled eggs.
They are so good.
So good.
You ever have them with the bacon bits in them?
Oh, my God.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That sounds wonderful.
Fantastic.
My aunt makes a good deviled egg. You know, the little paprika on the top there, but I feel like bacon bits would punch that bad boy up a smidge.
It's breakfast. It's like eggs, bacon.
Oh, man.
It's great.
And I like the ham.
Me too.
Cut it thick, baby.
Yes.
Honey baked, slap it right down there.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mashed potatoes.
Uh-huh.
Corn souffle my mom gonna make.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You having it at your house or?
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody's coming over?
Yeah. First time.
Really?
First time, yeah.
Are you guys cooking or are people bringing
No,
food?
people are bringing.
Nice. Are
We're
you
not
doing
ready.
anything? You're just hosting?
That's right.
Maybe a little punch? You
Gotta
make a little
clean.
punch?
I'm not going to make punch.
You
What
won't
is
make
this,
punch?
prom?
Hawaiian punch and ginger ale?
What is it? Am I a cult leader trying to kill everybody? Like, what do you mean punch? You make a punch?
I mean,
Who makes
I like
punch?
a good punch.
A punch?
You like punch?
Callis, you a punch guy?
Absolutely.
A
Yes.
bowl of punch? You just have a bowl of punch sitting in the middle of your dining room table.
Yes.
And what, people come by with the cups or they ladle it in?
The ladle.
Hmm.
You got to ladle it in. Punch is great. Got to punch.
412-928-9370. Sorry, Callis. Is Easter a punch holiday?
I think every holiday is a punch holiday.
What?
You see, I've never.
He goes,
Like, I would love that, but yeah, admittedly, I've never had that either for actually any holiday at all.
I'm on it. I'm tweeting it
When's
out.
the last time you had punch?
Usually I have the fruit punches from the bottles, but if we're talking like actually the last time I put punch in a cup,
like homemade punch?
later, no,
Homemade?
Yes.
Well, you just throw powder and some water and stir that bad boy up? What are you talking?
Hawaiian punch and ginger ale.
I had jungle juice. I remember the last time. I mean, does that technically count as punch? No.
Yeah.
Spiked.
But I don't think that that's going to be served at the Easter dinner.
I think there was some event at Waynesburg. It was the last time, like some whatever get together they were having there, and I went to it, and that's the last time I think I had punch.
I swear to you, right? I'm being dead serious right now. You said the word jungle juice, and I got a bubble in my throat.
Oh.
I swear, I was like, because I remember the smell. I remember the Gatorade jug that we would put it in. The orange big Gatorade jug, the ones that used to be on sidelines. We would put it in that, and then you would, press the knob down, and it would out. And last time I had it, I just everywhere, just
yacked,
hurled,
Ralph.
Me too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man,
That was the only time I ever threw up drinking. Was having
Sick.
that. I also had 4 syringe shots too, which probably had something to do with it. But I was on a heater that day.
I was
Yeah.
on a heater.
Jungle juice will get you. You just have no idea. We'd do it in a trash can.
What?
We'd put it in a trash can.
What do you mean?
Clean out a trash can.
You
fill
would
it-
clean out a trash can, not a brand new one?
Well, no.
You would clean out a trash. I'd see, like, all right.
It was new at some point.
That I can't.
It wasn't that gross.
Yes, it is very gross.
Ah,
Cleaned out a trash can and put jungle juice in? Are you crazy?
That's pretty damn gross.
No, you take 2 bottles of Ajax, you squirt it down in there.
No.
Yeah.
That's just like putting it in a tub. You might as well put it in a bathtub.
Have done that before too.
No, you haven't.
No.
Oh,
But what we would do at our parties is we would throw a whole bunch of ice in the bathtub and then put all our beer in there.
Yeah, the cans.
Yeah, the cans. Okay. But not loose. No.
Oh my gosh.
No. A man's a college dude's house, that bathtub, you can't.
Oh my gosh.
Disgusting. My mom just texted, gonna do bacon bits in the deviled eggs.
Nice.
You might have just changed my weekend and subsequently my life.
I'm telling you.
Texter Seth. Oh, Seth Davis. He of 93.7 The Fan.
He's
wonderful young man. He tweeted us.
Oh.
My family does the fruit punch ginger ale mix like Dorn was talking about every holiday.
See?
Seth, why you awake at 5:48, man? You're young. Get some
He's
beauty sleep.
working.
Get some beauty sleep.
He always pops in here early whenever he has to go to different events and stuff. He might be working.
I love that guy.
Me too.
There's a few different promotions people here I saw walking in and out.
Uh-oh, something's up.
Yeah.
Some sort of promotion going on. Texture, have any of you had deviled eggs that had ranch instead of mayo as the filling?
No.
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 I'd be up for that.
Yeah, maybe.
Texture, my daughter's baptism, we had some punch. Fire.
Punch is underrated.
I mean, I can get behind some punch.
Doesn't it sound good? It's like refreshing.
Yes. I'm off the alcohol for a little while too, by the way. So
yeah,
punch might be the thing
after Saturday.
Yeah, I think that next time I'll drink is when the Steelers are in Ireland. How about that?
Yeah, right. You will tonight because you're going to be at the Pirate
I'm
game.
not drinking tonight.
You're going to have one beer at least.
No.
It's going to be hot. You're going to throw you're going to smoke a first pitch.
Pipe it right down the middle.
Right down the middle. You're going to be feeling good. Vibes are going to be great. And you're not going to have a beer? You're lying.
Nah, you might have one beforehand to lessen your nerves.
Yes, that too.
No, I'm an athlete. I can't be drinking before the first pitch. My daughter yesterday, I said, hey, why don't you come out onto the mound with me? I don't know if you're allowed. I'm going to ask, see if you can come out with me while I throw out the first pitch. And she said, Daddy, isn't that going to be dangerous? I said, but how uncoordinated do you think I am? And she said, no, there's going to be a batter. What if the ball hits me? I said, do you think I'm the starting pitcher tonight? My 5-year-old thought I was going to take Carmen Majinski's spot in the Pirates rotation.
Valid question.
You felt good about that?
Well, I would do it for $80K. Texter, just grip it and rip it tonight, Adam. Also, you should have them play Mr. Crowley by Ozzy as your entrance music. I don't think I get to make those kind of requests, because if I did, it would absolutely be Mr. Crowley, and I would sprint like an ass out of the bullpen like John Rocker. Mr. Crowley comes on, 40,000, probably 50,000, just spilling over into the streets wanting to watch my first pitch tonight. Sprint, dead sprint from the bullpen to the man.
Are you going to wear a jersey?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I thought, is it tacky if I wear a jersey of Skeens because he's on the team?
No.
I was thinking.
You're supporting the team.
Got to support the team.
Support the team.
Support the team. Texter, pickled jalapeno on top of a deviled egg. Okay, I would definitely F with that.
Yep. I'm in there. I'm down with that.
Texter, Doran, are you going to make punch? Crowley, what am I, a cult leader? Classic banter from the AM team.
Yeah, you're hating on punch. Like it's not like it's abnormal.
Listen, we had some differences in our upbringing. I didn't understand that punch was an Easter thing, or Easter was a punch holiday.
Or
that punch is in every holiday thing for you.
I mean,
people say throw some sherbet in there. You do that?
Yeah.
Sherbet.
Yes.
Sherbet.
That's very good. Punch on New Year's for the kids with the sherbet.
For the kids.
It's good.
I feel like we do. I think we do our kids a disservice as a society by grooming them at a young age to want to drink alcohol.
Yes. Sparkling wine.
Sparkling wine, some sparkling champagne. Root beer. When I'm elected into office, nay, when Callis is elected into office, he will change this. Texter, what's the worst first pitch you've ever seen? I don't know, guys. Hold your breath. We'll see how tonight goes.
Yeah, don't jinx yourself.
50 cents was bad.
That was probably the worst.
Yeah, that wasn't good. I think Cincinnati Mayor did a really bad job. I think he threw one sideways.
Mm-hmm.
There have been some bad ones. Best one of all time, George W. Bush.
Yes.
After 9/11 for the World Series. There was a great, and I mean great, 30 for 30 on that.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God. It's awesome.
I got to watch that one.
Because he talked about they had Secret Service people all over around the top of Yankee Stadium. They were legitimately scared, or prepared, I guess, at least, for something bad to go down. He's like, I'm walking out there. I don't care. And they're like, Mr. President, would you like to stand in front of the mound? Hell no. Hell no. We taking out Al-Qaeda. I'm going to stand on the rubber, and I'm going to pipe this sumbitch right down the middle. And you know what? He did.
Yes, he did. Good on him.
Good on him. Texter, shotgun a Surfside on the mound.
Oh.
Should I point out to the Clemente patch on the wall? I might point to the sky if I throw a strike. Like Starkey?
Like Starkey?
Mm-hmm. Point to the sky. Do one of those guys.
What are the odds you think that you're going to throw? Like, are you feeling confident right now? I mean, we have...
I mean, I don't know that I'm going to throw a strike, but it'll get there on the fly.
Get there?
Yeah, it'll get there on the fly.
Are there betting odds for this?
I mean, we can place our own personal bets, sure. I hope I don't get booed. My daughter will cry. Don't make my daughter cry. And before you say you rip athletes every day on the show, which I do, I'm also anti-booing. I've said this. I mean, do whatever you want, but I don't boo. I'm not a boo guy.
Boo City.
It is Boo City. I don't do it.
If you throw a ball, I'm going to boo you.
I think that's fair.
Cows, you're going to get a video, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know he's allowed on the field.
You can get
I have a media pass.
I don't know that that's a field access pass.
It literally says on it.
It says
field access.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Really?
God. They just let anybody out there.
Does it really?
Yeah. That's not a joke, yes.
Thomas tweets, it's not a punch holiday. WTF, I'm going to punch you. Thank you, Thomas.
What?
That's mean. You like high seas?
Yes.
You like Capri Suns?
Yes.
I love a Capri Sun.
Yes. I grew up on Capri Suns. Every day.
I was raised by Capri Suns.
I was. So are my kids. My
A
kids
Capri
love
Sun would tuck me into bed every night.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's right. Didn't Callis have 16 Capri Suns
Yeah.
on Memorial Day at your house?
Drank them up.
He was
Drink 'em
all
all up.
dripping wet from the pool, walked just traipsing through your house, dripping water everywhere so that he could find his 8th high C of the day to get his sugar kick.
No, I actually made the floor wet from going to the bathroom. But
Well,
then
you peed on the
Wait,
floor?
what?
No, I was wet from the pool and I walked through the house because I had to pee. I went to the bathroom. Peed in the toilet. Jeez, but then I was saying I cleaned up all the water. I was like, hey, can I have a towel? I made a mess. And then I dried the floor. There you go. So
Texter, this is a good one. I should do the Skeen stash. He doesn't have a
He
stash.
doesn't have it
though.
anymore, right? It's going.
I would do one for Nick Gonzalez, but he's not out there anymore.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
We're done with that.
You know who's freaky? The Easter Bunny.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Yes. Sit on. Yeah. Go and see him at the mall.
It's one thing to sit on Santa's lap because at least you can see Santa.
Mm-hmm. You don't know who's behind that.
I
Easter
don't
bunny.
know what is inside that Easter Bunny.
Nope.
Got
Weird.
no clue.
You ever look at the old pictures? Like from like the 20s? Oh, that Easter bunny is freaky looking.
Buddy.
Yep.
The 1990s Easter Bunny smelling like mothballs. They just pulled it out of storage.
Mothballs and marbles.
Yes.
Yep.
It's right, dude.
He's ripping a steak on his break.
My man's out there smoking Pall Malls between 30-minute stints. I don't remember, did the Easter Bunny talk? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Like Santa, you go sit on his lap and you're, ho, 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 what do you want for Christmas? A PlayStation 3. Oh, really? That ain't happening. But the Easter Bunny, you sit on their lap. I don't know, his, her, what is that thing? No one knows. Imagine that thing prancing through your backyard, like leaving Easter eggs. And my daughter said, Daddy, don't eat the last carrot, which, by the way, no risk of that happening. Don't eat the last carrot. I got to leave it out for the Easter Bunny. I'm like, damn, we leaving stuff out for the Easter Bunny now?
Yeah, I never did that.
No.
Nah.
No, I'd go to like my grandparents' place, and they'd give us, we'd have to go find our Easter baskets, and it was cute. And I guess my parents, excuse me, the Easter Bunny would hide some eggs, but we would never leave out carrots or anything.
Easter bunny never hid in my basket. It was always just right outside my door. Never had to look for it, which was nice.
You just walk right out, bang.
Yeah, I just didn't want to.
Callis, did the Easter Bunny hide the basket for you?
yes, we used to go up to Erie though, my aunt's house, and that's where they would be.
So the Easter Bunny would just go there, be a one-stop shop. How does the Easter Bunny travel? We know Santa goes by sleigh. Easter Bunny can't be hopping its ass all over North America.
Absolutely,
all over the
What are you
world.
talking about? Those legs are strong.
Yeah, they are strong.
They're strong, but a bunny can only move so fast.
They are very fast.
They are fast though.
Very fast.
Not as fast as a sleigh being dragged along by 8 reindeer.
Where's
that
the Easter
fly.
Bunny? Where's the Easter Bunny coming from?
Another great question. We need to get to the bottom of all this.
Well, there might be like a multiverse of Easter bunnies.
And how did we get this cyborg alien bunny from Jesus? Like, Easter's about Jesus saving us. And somehow, through our capitalistic lens that we view everything through, we came up with this bunny who peddles candy. I don't understand. I'm on it.
Callis, you got something?
Yeah, the Easter Bunny origins are rooted in a combination of German folklore and pagan tradition.
It's always the Germans.
It's a figure of the goddess Eoster. how to pronounce that.
Who's believed to have a hare as her symbol.
As Christianity spread, the pagan traditions surrounding Easter were incorporated into Christian celebrations of Easter.
So just because the words sounded the same, we're like, damn it, we'll take that bunny.
Yes.
The bunny will be the mascot of Easter. Jesus opening up the gates of heaven, and a bunny is running around in your backyard, probably dropping bunny pellets.
Yes.
And hiding eggs. And by the way, bunnies don't friggin' lay eggs.
They don't.
They give birth to live young. So we go from Jesus to a bunny to eggs. The frig do we get the eggs from?
I got it. So the eggs were supposed to be, because eggs symbolize new life, it became a symbol of the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, see, now that makes sense. But the bunny, it's just weird. Also, all kind of texters, just blowing us up. 9 reindeer. My bad.
What'd you say?
8.
Forgot about Rudolph. Yeah.
Dancer, Prancer,
Donner,
Blitzen, Comet, Cupid.
Said it backwards.
We did.
You did say it. You forgot the first two.
All right, you do it. I bet you could do it.
You know Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen.
That's 8.
Don't forget.
Rudolph.
The most famous reindeer of all. But I don't think he was an OG.
It doesn't matter if he was an OG. There's a whole damn song for him.
He's a Johnny-come-lately, that Rudolph. No wonder they didn't like him. He was a...
Yeah, go ahead. Say something mean about Rudolph. Go ahead. Keep going.
I was about to say a word that starts with a P that you're not allowed to say on the radio. But I didn't. Texter, a skiing stash. How about just a bag over your head to spare your family the embarrassment when you clunk one 10 feet from the plate?
You're not going to get booed. I hope not.
It's going to be a standing O.
You think?
I don't know. No.
Maybe.
It's not going to be a standing O.
I think because you're saying that you're afraid to get booed, you're going to get booed. Or that you don't like people booing, you're going to get booed.
We're not boo. I'm not a boo person.
At the very least, I'm going to boo you. I might boo you going out there. Sure, why not?
I don't think you'll be allowed to be on the field at the time of the first pitch. I think that's too close to the first pitch of the actual game.
Well, if Bechtold was allowed on the field, I think Callis will figure out a way to be on the field.
I think Bechtold was one of Starkey's 4 people. You're allowed to have, or 3 people. You're allowed to have 3 people with you. But mine are my parents and my wife and my kid.
That's 4.
Yeah, 4.
I'll find a way.
Yeah. He's going to get tackled by security. All right, we've put off the Aaron Rodgers conversation as long as we could, Doran. And who knew what this lovely Friday would bring? Yesterday, it's just a normal day in the city of Pittsburgh, about 60 degrees, sun coming in. I'm thinking, man, we're going to slap it around on Friday. And we will. We always do. Like, not going to be much going on. We'll do some draft stuff. Something will come out about the draft. And then we find out Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show. We'll give you our reaction in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I said it all straight. I have no problem. From the jump, it's, I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41 years old. I'm in a serious relationship. I have off the field stuff going on that requires my attention. I have personal commitments I made, not knowing what my future was going to look like after last year that are important to me. And I have, a couple of people in my inner circle who are really battling some difficult stuff. So I have a lot of things that are taking my attention and have beginning in really January away from football. That's been where I've been focusing most of my attention on. To make a commitment to a team is a big thing, whether you're a first-year player or a 20-year vet.
You're right about that, Mr. Rodgers. And good Friday morning to everybody out there listening. We're going to have a lot of fun today. I know, like most of the people in the listening audience, I am fatigued because of all this Aaron Rodgers stuff. I think I can speak, Dorn, for you, that you are fatigued by all this Aaron Rodgers stuff. So we're going to tactfully jump between Aaron Rodgers' reaction and just complete and utter nonsense today. That's how this thing is going to go. So you heard from Aaron Rodgers just there, but I feel compelled to read this text at 412-928-9370. There's actually 10 reindeer, Doran. You don't want to forget about all of the
Who's
other
that?
all of the other reindeer. You like that one, Horse? Harry, you like that one? All of the other reindeer? He's giving me a thumbs down. And the boos start approximately 12 hours before my first pitch. Listen, Aaron Rodgers says at 41 he's got other things that matter to him in his life, other priorities. And I'm going to say something I don't know a lot of other people have said. I totally get it, A-Rod. Totally get it. Not mad at you at all. This isn't your fault. He's not doing anything wrong. He's got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're looking at the end of your career. Finality. Like, if you decide not to play football this year, that's it. You're probably not coming in mid-season. You're not going to come back next year. No one's taking a 43-year-old quarterback who's taken a year off. Not going to happen. So you are looking at the end. But you've also got all this other stuff on in your life that you're going to prioritize. And that's okay. These guys, all these guys you did, have lives outside of football. And as you get older, believe me, and a lot of people out there can understand, your priorities change.
Yes.
I do not blame Aaron Rodgers at all for being undecided right now. But my opinion has now changed on this quarterback situation. I said yesterday, if you really want to watch Mason Rudolph play football more than you want to watch Aaron Rodgers play football, that's ludicrous because, my God, why? For 17 games do we want to sign up for that? But I'll tell you this right now, Aaron Rodgers cannot be the Steelers quarterback. He just can't be. He sounded, and I listened to the entire 45 doggone minutes yesterday, Norton, he sounded like a guy that is leaning more towards retirement or is so torn that he really right now has no idea what he's doing. I can't have that guy be my quarterback this year because I just don't think that he's capable of giving his best anymore. I don't think his heart's going to be into it. And so, for those reasons, to quote Shark Tank and my guy Mark Cuban, I'm out.
I have no problem with Aaron Rodgers in his situation right now and having to deal with so many different things and not sure what he wants to do. I have no problem with that if that was communicated to the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, and just the Pittsburgh Steelers, because the Pittsburgh Steelers have been the sole team. There's been other teams that have been rumbled around, right? But they've been the sole team to talk to Aaron Rodgers, to see Aaron Rodgers, to bring him in, to sit down with Aaron Rodgers, having one of their players work out with Aaron Rodgers. So he's shown the most focus of any team this offseason to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So let's just focus on the Steelers. And I don't know what the case is with other teams. I really don't care because the Steelers are who we talk about. And this is our city. I'm okay with all that stuff, with what he said yesterday, if he communicated that with the Steelers. Now, if he didn't and he kind of led them along, then I'm not okay with that.
Yes.
I'm not okay with it. That's a situation where you bring up the hostage word earlier this week. That would be holding a team hostage. And I never really thought that he was. And I think that Aaron Rodgers has a lot of respect for the game. He has a lot of respect for the game. He has a lot of respect for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I think he has a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin, as we've seen over the years, and them looking at each other, going back and forth, and
little wink, wink.
Yes, and every player really has respect for Tomlin, and every team and coach has respect for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I do think that Aaron Rodgers has respect for the Steelers. So with that being said, I think that it was communicated to the Steelers. But another issue is if the Steelers are just going to wait around. Now, I know that you could do two jobs at once. Like, you're still going to proceed with your offseason and your draft and maybe wait for Aaron Rodgers. It's not going to hold anything up. But if you got the inkling that we just got yesterday, that we saw on Pat McAfee's show during that 6-hour meeting, I mean, you got to go in a different direction.
Yes, because he sounded like a man who, even if he ultimately decides to play football this year, and I don't think he will, but he sounds like a guy that if he's going to play ball this year, that he's nowhere near ready to committing to that.
No, not even close.
Not even close. And he talked about people in his inner circle that are dealing with personal things. I don't know what that means. I don't know if there are people dealing with illnesses. I don't know if he's helping friends move. We were throwing some things around before the show. I don't know what that means. But the way he said it, it sounded serious. When's that stuff going to clear up? Like, if people are sick, and you hate to speculate about these kinds of things, and he probably thought he was coming on yesterday to end the speculation. No, it's just going to fuel more speculation. If people are ill, if there are people who need his help, if there are people he cares about that are going to take his attention, is there some finite date where that's all going to get figured out? Like, just because you start playing football, just because the ball's in the air and it's September and you're ready to rock, doesn't mean that those things are going to go away. And so your attention's not going to fully be on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And people can have reasonable arguments whether or not this guy was even great at football last year, good at football last year, average in some people's eyes at football last year. Well, if his attention is going to be split, he's not going to be able to give his all. And so you can't bring him in. You just can't. And I had said, I'll be real mad at the Steelers if this is not announced by the draft next Thursday. Well, I'm mad at them now because I think they either misinterpreted what Rodgers said or Rodgers was kind of lying a little bit out of one side of his mouth yesterday. Here's what we heard from Art Rooney at the owners' meetings.
But you have a good feeling. Yeah, I mean, we keep getting, positive sort of signals about it. So, I'd say we feel pretty good about it.
We feel pretty good about it. Art Rooney II also used Aaron Rodgers' name a couple of times, something that they never do. Omar Khan didn't, because they usually don't. I can't tell you the number of times that I've talked to Kevin Colbert, one of the great people in the world, on the air, and you ask him about a free agent. Well, Adam, we're not going to comment on people who are not Pittsburgh Steelers. Art Rooney II used Aaron Rodgers' name. So either Rodgers was blowing smoke yesterday and actually did tell the Steelers, oh, yeah, like 99% I'm coming to you guys. Or the Steelers totally misinterpreted what was going on. But either way, Rodgers says he's not holding them hostage. Maybe he's not. There seems, though, to be some level of miscommunication there.
Yes.
Because the owner of the team went on record saying he felt pretty good about it and that the DK Metcalf thing was a really good sign. So there's a disconnect somewhere in here, Doran.
Yeah, unless they're all in on it. And maybe that's what they're giving him his time for. Like, they're like, maybe there's still a handshake deal. And we're going to go through every angle here.
Yes, we are.
Maybe there's a handshake deal that it's like, okay, let me deal with my personal stuff first, and then I'll be a Steeler. Like, I wouldn't say I'm still holding out hope, but like that could be a situation. I have no clue still from even Aaron Rodgers talking yesterday what the deal is. Like,
no,
I don't know.
And I had thought about that. Like, if we were in Pony's slot yesterday and Mulsey's in Nashville celebrating Easter, probably drinking a different kind of punch. I mean, he probably getting after it down there. Nashville's a hell of a town.
Yes,
You played there. Great town.
Oh, yeah. It's nice.
Underrated stadium environment, as I understand. Good home field advantage.
Yes, Nash Vegas.
Nash Vegas. Is that what they're calling it these days?
Call it, yeah.
If we were in Pony's time slot yesterday and we could hear the comments and then immediately react to them at 2 p.m., I think, seriously, and people, turn your radios down just a bit here, I think I would open the show like this yesterday. Oh, my God! Son of a... Like, because you thought you would get some concrete stuff out of A-Rod.
Right.
And we didn't. We didn't. We got nothing. Here's a text. At 412-928-9370. And we'll open up the phone lines. We would love to chat to Yins all morning long about this today.
And before the text, I do know something from that, but go ahead. I do know something from what he said yesterday.
You got a takeaway from yesterday.
I got a takeaway, yes, but go ahead. Go ahead with the text.
Well, you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's the text. I think Rodgers is playing next year. He's way too competitive to go out like that. So we have talked about this before, and maybe I put too much stock into the documentary, the 3-part series, Aaron Rodgers, Enigma. But he had said, leading into last season, I just want to prove that I can stay healthy all year, that I can play in this league, and this was before the season, and that I can walk away from the game. Not the game break me, but that I can walk away from the game. He might have done what he wanted to accomplish last year, and that might be good enough. Doran, I want your takeaway when we come back. Can we do it that way?
Yes, I actually have 2 takeaways.
What?
Yep.
If I give you 30 extra seconds, are you going to come up with a third takeaway?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, my God. So we had 1 takeaway from Doran. Now we've got 2. By the time we come back after the break, we might have a third takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what it would look like maybe if Jalen Milroe was quarterback. Just 3 takeaways.
Wow.
Why'd I have to throw him under the bus?
I don't know.
I'm trying to keep it light around all this Rodgers stuff, Doran.
Boo. You suck.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doran's 2, maybe 3 takeaways from Aaron Rodgers on the McAfee Show coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 1-0 over the Washington Nationals yesterday, and they won 3 of 4 games in that series. Pirates going to start a series against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. First game's at 6:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan, we got coverage beginning at 5:40 with Dan Zangrelli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fun lines, go to 937thefan.com.
The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Can Aaron Rodgers just retire already? Nobody cares anymore, dude. A 45-minute appearance on McAfee's show to tell us nothing? Please stop wasting our time and the Steelers' time. We all have problems in our lives. They need to know whether or not they should draft a quarterback. Either sign a contract or quit playing football. I'm Pat Boyle.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months, or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Clouds and sun today, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Overnight construction going into a bit of overtime on the inbound Parkway East. Crews have blocked the left lane in the area between Ridge Road and I-79, causing some heavy delays as you get around that restriction. Once you do get by it, you're going to be a little bit heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also a little heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. While Route 28 is up to speed, so is the inbound Parkway North Main Line, where the HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen, this entire time, I haven't felt like I owed anybody some sort of decision at any point. This is my life. Like I said, things are different now. My life is different. My personal life is different. I have stuff in the inner circle that, I'm intimately close to, that it's really important to me. And I've been upfront with them about that and said, listen, if you need to move on, if you need to do something, by all means, like nothing but love and respect, if that's a decision that needs to be made. But there's been no deadline, and yeah, I've talked to Mike T many times.
There's been no deadline. That's Aaron Rodgers, of course, with the Pat McAfee show yesterday. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The phone lines are lit up, and we will take your calls in a couple of minutes at 412-928-9370. No deadline. Getting to that, too. Doran, you said you had 2 takeaways from yesterday, 2 things you gleaned.
Absolutely. As much as we were expecting Aaron Rodgers to have some type of concrete deal going on with what the situation is, we didn't get that, but you can take away some things, and I did too. Listen, this is speculation season, right? This is speculation season. We're a little bit under a week for the start of the NFL draft, and we've seen mocks and we've seen people talk about who the Steelers might take at 21. And to me, after this discussion yesterday with Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee, it is more evident than ever that the Steelers are 95% in on taking a quarterback in the first round. That's what I took from it. Like now, if they knew this or if they are just finding out this about Aaron Rodgers, I think that all the speculation of Jackson Dart, all the speculation of Shedeur Sanders, even the speculation of Jalen Milroe is real. It's as real as it's ever been. Like, they cannot go into the season now. They could draft the quarterback in the 4th round, Will Howard or whatever, but I don't think that the Steelers want to go into the season with Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Skylar Thompson. I think that they are more than ever and more evident than ever in a position that if a guy is there with the 21st pick, that they will pick a quarterback.
Can I stop you after that one, and then we'll get to your second one? Okay. I don't disagree. I hope that his decision, though, Rodgers' decision, or indecision in this case, isn't the reason why they would take a guy.
Yeah, I think that they've always kind of wanted to.
Yeah.
But now it just come into light a little bit more of what their thought process has been around this draft. Like, they didn't know with Aaron Rodgers, but I think that they've always kind of wanted to take a quarterback. But now it's just coming to light that the speculation is real.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll draw an analogy here. We've all been in long-term relationships. We're in long-term relationships right now. But we've also been part of breakups, and then there's the rebound girl. I hope that Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart wouldn't be the rebound girl that you fall in love with because you were desperate and you were hurting, and now you're just, hey, it's a nice warm bosom, and I'm in love with it.
Well, that's what Aaron Rodgers was.
You think Rodgers was the rebound girl?
Rodgers was the rebound from Fields. And that's why Aaron Rodgers was like, no, I'm going to take my time.
I'm going to take my time.
Stuff I'm doing. I think he was the rebound.
You draft Shedeur Sanders or you draft Jackson Dart because you love that player independent of Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
And if you're taking a quarterback at 21, it just can't be freaking out of desperation because, oh my God, it can't be Rudolph for 17 games. All right, that's my thought on that. We have Anthony in Oakland. We have Rocky in Blawnox. We have others. We'll get to you. 412-928-9370. That's takeaway number 1. What's takeaway number 2?
Well, whether he was joking or not, I would use this as a negotiation tactic. I mean, you have to. And he said he'd play for $10 million. As funny as that sounds, he's like, I'd play for $10 million. It's not about the money. Oh, it's not about the money? So whatever we were going to negotiate for you, 1 year, $28 million deal, like I wouldn't use that anymore. Like, if he wants to come back to the table, if he wants to play for the Steelers, like you said that you would want to play. You said you'd play for $10 million. So now we can get TJ done. We don't have to worry about that money. And I would be like, all right, $10 to $15 million for 1 year. Because that's what you said. It's not about money. Like, whether it was he was joking or not, or not as serious as probably, a team might take it. Like, I would take it serious. Like, you said that. So now, you want to come in July? Yeah, 1 year, $10 million. Here you go.
Did you know Aaron Rodgers has made more money playing football than any player in the history of the game? I did not know that.
Yesterday.
I found that out yesterday, too.
Aditi, I think she said that, right?
Kinkhabwala.
$400 million?
I love saying Aditi's name. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, you do say it.
Aditi
well.
Kinkhabwala.
Yes.
I love that name.
Mm-hmm.
Love Aditi. She's very good at her job. Matthew Stafford, number 2. Tom Brady, 3. Russell Wilson, 4. This guy, my God, Matt Ryan, 5. All right. I don't know.
Is it $400 million?
About that, yeah.
Jeez.
Callis says we'll round up. It's at 381.
Can I play this for you real quick?
Sure. Aditi Kinkhabwala. Kinkhabwala. I don't know that I buy the $10 million thing. And it's tough because I'm picking and choosing things that I want to believe here.
He said it, though.
He did say it.
You can't just say that and expect somebody not to take you serious.
Well, because I think about when he came and visited the Steelers and some of the reported financial figures from like Mike Florio and stuff. And look we all found out that Rodgers was at the Steelers facility, and Rodgers said it didn't come from his camp. He was entering the back door. He's renting a Malibu. The guy he's trying to come in under cover of darkness. So he says that probably got leaked from the Steelers. Why would the $10 million thing not have been leaked? And if he's meeting with the Vikings and he met with the Giants and he met with the Jets, I don't know what to believe. You would think the $10 million figure would be leaked out there.
I think that there wasn't even any money discussed. I think he's just saying that.
Oh, man.
I don't think money has even been discussed up until this point. And he's just saying, like, look, it's not about money. Like, I just wanted to meet with the Steelers. I wanted to see what their, how they operated and their thought process, their offense. Like, it never even got to talking financials. Because I'd play for $10 million. Like, it's not about money for me.
I'm inclined to... Common sense leads you to believe he's telling the truth. I want to win. If he's coming someplace, I want to win, which means I'm probably going to have to take a little bit of a... They're going to have to be that hometown, quote-unquote, discount. But I just feel like we would have heard it by now. 412-928-9370. Those are Doran's 2 takeaways. We heard Aaron say that no deadline has been thrown out there. Now, my read was also that it's either retirement or Pittsburgh. Like, I think he's leaning retirement.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, I feel like the Steelers would be the front runner for his services. But there being no deadline set, I think should make smoke shoot out of Steelers fans' ears. It pisses me off. And we'll get to that coming up next. And we'll mix in some goofiness because we're talking about Rodgers for the 700th straight day. Anthony in Oakland waiting patiently on hold. Rocky and Blawnox, others as well. 412-928-9370. That's a fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won their final game of the regular season yesterday by a 5-2 final score. Penguins finished with 80 points, good for second to last in the Metropolitan Division and fourth worst in the entire Eastern Conference. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Need a garage door fixed right now? Need someone to fix the opener or repair broken door springs? Maybe you need new rollers or cables. Door panels may be damaged. Maybe you think you need a new garage door. You need someone, and now call 1-844-345-4737 for Precision Garage Door Service. One of America's largest certified professional garage door experts has trucks fully stocked and ready to roll. Call 1-844-345-4737 for 24-hour same-day service in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas to fix any garage door problem. Precision will dispatch certified professional garage door technicians. They'll repair or replace anything on your garage door economically, no waiting. And if you do need a new garage door, Precision will provide a free estimate. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com or call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Precision Garage Door Service.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavored. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-858-1199. That's 800-858-1199.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Is Easter a fruit punch holiday? You can vote at _Adam Crowley. The topic of the day, not just locally but nationally, is Aaron Rodgers' appearance on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, where he said a lot, but depending on who you ask, he also might have said nothing. One of the things he definitely said is that the Steelers haven't given him a deadline. And look, he's going through personal stuff, according to him. And if he's communicated that with the Steelers, then, you know, Tomlin and Art Rooney and Omar Khan and the decision makers within the organization, you have to have a certain amount of empathy, but you're also running a business. So there needs to be a deadline. I said my own personal deadline, not that it matters to anybody, was Thursday of the draft. We need to know. But if the Steelers had implemented a deadline of a week before OTAs, something like that, all right. But that they've given him no deadline, to me, is unacceptable. Like, you can't just say, oh, whenever you're ready. Like, halfway through training camp?
Right, yeah. When is that? Like, I mean,
that's bad business.
Yeah, you're gonna have to alter all of your plans. Like, so you're gonna ask your offensive coordinator to build a whole other offense too,
exactly,
just in case this guy comes. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You should at this point give a line in the sand where it's like, all right, you need to make a decision, man. Like you do.
You have to. I understand you got stuff going on in your personal life. Okay, but you need to make a decision at some point. 412-928-9370. Anthony in Oakland first up today. Hi, Anthony.
Thank you, fellas. Have a good holiday.
You too, buddy.
You know, watching this team for more than 60 years, this is very frustrating. It smells of an organization that's dysfunctional. This makes me long for the late, great Dan Rooney here, who was a decisive man. This thing has turned into a soap opera as the football turns. I mean, this is ridiculous. Move on. The last time I saw this team, they had far greater problems than just quarterback. For goodness sakes, they gave up 300 yards rushing to their arch rival, and it probably could have been 350, but the other team let up. So, I mean, let's move on here. Go with Mason Rudolph. Get your guy in the draft. Hopefully that quarterback from Louisville. I mean, you got Watt to deal with. You can't have all these whack-a-mole here. So move on. He's moved on. He's in another planet right now. So just move on from him. It was wrong. I knew when he came here and didn't sign a contract. When free agents come to town, meet you face to face, and leave without a contract, that means it's over. And normally this team would have figured that out too. But now with Tomlin and whatever else going on down there, please stop it for our sakes.
Thank you, Anthony. I get it.
Yeah.
And we do the sports talk radio thing. Who's to blame? Who deserves more of the blame? Is it Derek Shelton? Is it Ben Cherington? In this case, I think everybody looks bad that there's no deadline here. Like, obviously, Tomlin is the one driving the bus here. Like, we've talked about that before. Mike Tomlin wants Aaron Rodgers, and when it comes down to it, Mike Tomlin's going to have more of a say than Omar Khan, than Andy Weidel, than other people within the front office. But make no mistake, Art Rooney II looks the worst here because you're letting a 41-year-old quarterback who has no idea what his mind is going to make up and no idea when he's going to make up his mind, at this point, hold you hostage.
Yeah.
And in anything in life, you're going to have deadlines. In anything in life, you have to make a decision by a certain point. And the Steelers have said, nah, you're good. Take as long as you need. Why? It'd be one thing, dude, if he was the 4-time MVP, Aaron Rodgers. If it was 5 years ago, and you want to say, you can, buddy, you show up September 1st, damn it, and we figure you could figure it out. He ain't that guy anymore.
Only way I say, like, okay, give no deadline. If I were in the Steelers situation, and I say, no deadline, take as long as you want. One, I have a plan, and I'm very confident in that plan. Whether it's the draft, whether it's Mason Rudolph, whatever it is, I'm confident in the plan that we have in-house right now. And two, take as long as you want, but that doesn't mean that we'll take you whenever you want to come.
Yeah.
Like, take as long as you want. Go ahead. But we're not guaranteeing that whenever you're ready that we're going to give you that contract and you could sign it. That's not how it's going to work.
Yeah.
So you want to come in August, we're rolling. We got our quarterback in the draft. We're feeling good with Mason. You're like, okay, I'm ready. We're not ready anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
so
sorry.
it's on you.
Shedeur Sanders fell in our lap, and we actually think he's ready to play right now.
That's how I would say there's no deadline. And if I was in a situation where I felt comfortable and, it was July or whatever, and he was like, okay, I'm ready now. And I was like, okay, well, It's not looking good in OTAs, all right, maybe I will bring you in. But there's no guarantee that the Steelers are going to sign him whenever he's ready. So that's what I would put out there. Go ahead, take as long as you want, but that doesn't mean that we're going to sign you whenever your time is up.
You know what I'm paying attention to today, Doran, is a Jerry Dulac report. I'm waiting for a Jerry Dulac report to come out from the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. Well, the Steelers aren't comfortable waiting, ... something like that. But to your point, yeah, I mean, the Steelers could have been less than forthcoming with Aaron. They could have a line in the sand, I guess.
Yeah.
They could have their own deadline that they just haven't communicated with him.
Right. Like, why am I going to give you all the ammo?
I would hope that's the case.
I would hope that's the case. I mean, this is
because if it's not, it's a joke.
Yes, I mean, you've been negotiating and doing these things for years. So, like, okay, take your time. Doesn't mean that we're going to want you whenever you say, like, okay, let's go. But you take your time.
Mm-hmm.
You handle your business. That's fine. You're a grown person. We're going to respect your personal space. Take your time. Doesn't mean that you're going to be a Steeler.
Exactly. Texter, going with Rudolph is like punting on the season before it starts. You can't win a Super Bowl with him, so keep looking or waiting. We'll get into, at the top of the hour, what you think the Steelers should do at quarterback. And you can get in line now at 412-928-9370. But we're going to switch gears briefly next because we can't just go 4 straight hours of Rodgers.
No.
And last night, you had Crosby and Alexander Ovechkin each score a goal in the same game. The Penguins win. Their season is over. But we've stumbled upon some Sidney Crosby stats that I think are worth discussing. And we'll do that next. More Rodgers at the top of the hour. Your phone calls. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Washington Nationals 1-0 yesterday. And the difference maker was the O'Neal Cruz home run. Their first and only run that was scored in that game. Pirates now moving on to a series against the Cleveland Guardians, still at home. First game of that series is tonight at 6:40. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage starts at 5:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. It is Easter weekend, and that means, oh yeah, that's right, you need beer, so hop on over, Bunny, to Hampton Beer Outlet. They got great specials. Michelob Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Light, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Keystone Light, 30-pack cans. Oh, my gosh, just $16.99. The best prices, the best customer service. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Around 9 o'clock this morning, crews on McKnight Road will begin the process of crossing over northbound traffic on McKnight Road over Babcock Boulevard to the southbound lanes so they can work on that northbound side. In addition, the ramp from Babcock to the northbound side of McKnight Road will close. There will be a posted detour that's expected to last until mid-July. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a JunkTruck.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't, it was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2024 Jeep Wagoneer S. Payment starting at $399 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Retrieved by Tomasino, walking in. Score! Slicing through, Poulin got it. Ovechkin scores! 8:97.
I hope all you hockey fans are just drinking in all this greatness.
Oh, we're drinking it in. I'm injecting it. I'm snorting the greatness, Doran.
Was that first clip?
That was Sidney Crosby scoring a goal. You would have thought Callis would have put the part in where they're like, oh, that was Crosby. It was awesome.
Yep.
That's okay. I have a mouth. I can talk. And people
you have
know.
A mouth.
I have a mouth.
Oh.
It never stops rolling, does it, Doran? That mouth of mine. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Sidney Crosby finishes the season 91 points in 80 games for 1.15 points per game, which was the same mark he had when he was 27 years old. He's now 37 years old. So he's 10th in the league in scoring. The 10 guys ahead of him, 26 years old, 29 years old, 28 years old, 28, 28, 27, 28, 29, and then the league leader, Kucherov, hell of a season, is 31 years old. Years old.
Years old.
As Pat Bostic would say. And I stumbled upon something on Twitter last night, and good on you, Penguins fans, for giving Ovechkin the standing ovation.
Love it.
There's a respect now, and Ovechkin and Crosby obviously have a respect for each other now. And I think you can't appreciate Ovi without ripping Ovi. But the national accounts on social media and the national shows, they keep doing this thing. And so I feel the need to weigh in, Doran. The NHL tweeted this out. The NHL's official Twitter account. Alex Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby, two of the all-time greats. Whose career would you rather have? They did it. Ovi, 1 cup, 1 Conn Smythe. 9 Rocket Richard trophies for the league's leading goal scorer. 3 Hart trophies MVP, and most goals in NHL history. Or Sidney Crosby, 3 cups, 2 Conn Smythes, 2 Rocket Richards, 2 Hart trophies, 9th all-time in points. Now, neither one of these guys' careers is over. Ovi could well win the cup this year. Crosby could well finish second all-time in the league in points. He could get over 2,000 points in his career. But ask Capitals fans, honestly, would you rather your guy have more MVPs and most goals, or would you rather your guy have won 3 Stanley Cups? Like, I think you can argue who the better player is, and people are going to have different opinions. Whose career would you rather have? I don't know. If I'm a fan, I want my guy to win 3 championships.
Yeah, but the question wasn't if you're a fan. Like, if you're a fan of a guy, it's you.
Wouldn't I rather?
Which one would you rather have? Who would you rather be?
And you know what we're back on, dude? Dilfer v. Marino. An oldie but a goodie. I mean, I would absolutely rather win 3 cups. Now, Chris Kunitz won 4. I'd rather have Ovi's career than Kunitz's, because Kunitz ain't going to be thought of as an all-time great. But if I'm an all-time great,
and you have a record,
yeah, it's awesome to be the all-time leading goal scorer. I can't take that away from him, nor would I want to. He's the best goal scorer in the history of the league.
This is a tough conversation because I know, like, I can see, like, we don't want to slight Crosby here, but if you could pick to be one player, individually, you want to have your name at the top.
It's 87 because I think they're both so close. Like, I think they're both top 5-ish players of all time, and one guy's won more. So if we're both thought of as peers, 1A, 1B, depending on who you ask, I'd rather be the guy with more hardware.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather be the guy that lifts that fabled cup over my head. Now,
it'd be different if Ovi didn't do that. He experienced it, so he has that too.
I'll say this. For me, it'd be different if he wins another one.
It'll be way different.
Because now I'm one shy, and I have the all-time goal-scoring record.
That's the faux pas, I guess, in the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, as an individual, if I could see my name at the top of a record book and the record that never was thought to be broken, and it was Wayne Gretzky, the all-time great, I break that record, like, that's what you seek as an individual athlete, is to break records.
And he's going to shatter it. I mean, he said yesterday he's not going to retire. I mean, he could get 1,000 goals,
right?
Which is absurd. But Crosby could also get to 2,000 points.
Where would that leave him, though?
Oh, I mean, I think Crosby can get number 2 all time.
I don't want to be 2. I want to be 1.
Yeah, but no one was ever going to catch Gretzky's.
But what does that
total.
mean? Like, what? Like, who cares?
Who cares?
Ovechkin is 1.
Who cares?
1 and 2 is different.
Who cares?
Yeah, 1 and 2 is different. You want to be second best, or you want to be number 1?
I'd rather be the guy that amasses over 2,000 points than a guy who gets 1,000 goals and doesn't come anywhere near 2,000 points. The puck winds up in the back of the net, by hook or by crook. And I've won more championships, and I've done it for Canada.
Sidney Crosby is one of my all-time favorite athletes, by the way, so this is not a slight at Sidney Crosby, but if I was
Why you hate Sid, man?
Don't do that. If I was picking a career to have, like, I would want to be regarded as the best at one thing, and that's what Ovechkin is.
I think more people think Crosby's the better overall player, though.
I do too, overall player, but he is not.
And the NFL players is The NFL happens to think Sidney Crosby's better too, but the National Hockey League Players Association still, right now at 37, just voted Crosby the most complete player in the sport.
He definitely is, and that's why this discussion is very hard, because you would pick in a real situation, if you could pick, you'd pick both. Like you wouldn't go wrong.
And I think
that's the problem. Like it's very, very close. But as an individual, if I was going out there and I was a professional athlete, like if I have my name at the top of a record, it's kind of what you're trying to accomplish after you already got your cup.
Selfish, jeez.
Yeah.
Selfish Dickerson.
That's the point.
Texter, in the history of arguing, would you rather have Ovi or Crosby? This argument goes on every day with the NBA. Who would you rather have, LeBron or Jordan? I didn't realize Stephen A. Smith was texting us. Stephen A., good to have you. Or I guess it was PK Subban.
This is not LeBron or Jordan, because we were talking about two guys that are playing together at the same time. LeBron never played against Jordan or with Jordan in the same era.
No, it's much more Magic Bird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why that was so hard.
Right.
And
you couldn't compare.
Right. And you had Lemieux and Gretzky that overlapped.
Right.
You got these two who overlap. And both of them, and again, you're right, I don't want to take it away. I don't want to take anything away from Ovechkin, because what they're both doing
it's insane.
At their age, it's absolutely absurd. And I had one more stat on Sid that I want to get to here. Scrolling. Let us find the text now. Scrolling. Sidney Crosby now the first player ever to have 3 seasons of 90 points or more after turning 35 years old. I mean, he's not even slowing down.
No, but neither is Ovechkin.
Neither is Alexander Ovechkin. And God, please, hockey gods, grant us one final wish here.
Don't let him.
What? What do you think?
Don't let him win a cup this year. Is that it?
All right, hockey gods, I got 2 wishes for you. Number 1, yes, you're right, Dort. I forgot about that.
Don't let him win the cup.
Don't let Ovechkin win the cup this year. And number 2, can we get these guys to play in one more playoff series?
Oh, that'd be great.
Give us one more playoff series between these 2 all-time greats.
Man.
It also just hit me looking over at our YouTube stream. My arms got skinnier. They're skinnier than they were. Or maybe I haven't seen them in a long time because I have been wearing sweatshirts. Oh, my God. I look awful. All right, coming up next, we have heard now. You can weigh in on this conversation, too. We'll take calls on this to break up the Rodgers stuff at 412-928-9370. But also, there's a take floating out there in Steelers quarterback land that I think is ludicrous. And what would you do now if you're Tomlin, Rooney, and Khan at the quarterback position? 412-928-9370. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's all of a sudden going to feel like summer today with highs soaring to the 80s. Morning lows will dip to the 40s just briefly. We should be back in the 60s, though, by 8 o'clock this morning. Expect partly cloudy skies this afternoon after a cloudy start. Winds will be around 10 miles an hour coming in from the south. Hey, if north of I-80, expect to see a brief round of rain coming in after 3 o'clock. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Biondi Lincoln, introducing the 2025 Lincoln Nautilus, Motor Trend's Car of the Year. This luxurious 2025 Lincoln Nautilus combines cutting-edge technology with its market-only wraparound screen. Powerful performance with a choice of gas or hybrid engines. Biondi Lincoln Monroeville has over 90 2025 Lincoln Nautiluses in stock. Elevate your journey in the 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. BeyondiLincoln.com.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
9 o'clock this morning, crews begin crossover zone, which will move the traffic on McKnight Road heading northbound over to the southbound lanes. It'll be a single lane each direction on that side of the span over Babcock Boulevard. In addition, the ramp from Babcock to northbound McKnight Road will close. There will be a posted detour, and that's expected to last through early July. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're heavy at the Banksville merge point, while the Parkway East is also a little heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra, financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit.
Yeah, I mean, we keep getting, positive sort of signals about it. So, I'd say we feel pretty good about it.
Art Rooney II at the NFL owners' meetings. My, how the turntables. Aaron Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee's show yesterday, and I don't know how anybody in the Steelers front office could watch that and still feel good about the situation. You might be unmoved. You might know all these things already, but you can't watch that and feel good. That doesn't sound like a guy who's leaning more towards signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers than he is leaning going the Ron Cook lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I got to tell you, I didn't play football, Doran. But if I was getting hit 50 times in 20 weeks, or I could go sit on a beach and smooch with my lover, I would absolutely rather sit on the beach, read a book, and smooch with my lover.
Yes.
He's 41.
Yes, has a lot of money.
More money than any player in NFL history.
Yes.
Says he'd play for $10 million if he does play, but also said there's things going on in his personal life and things going on with people in his inner circle. But he was talking about being head over heels in love, Doran. And I'm guessing then that his significant other will have a say. And do you think said significant lover wants to sit on a beach, probably smoke some pot?
Yep.
Eat clay?
Yes.
Or move to Pittsburgh and have to sit there in the press box when there's 40-mile-an-hour winds, when you're walking to the stadium and your boogers freeze.
Right.
I'd probably rather sit on the beach. So I don't think Rodgers is going to be the Steelers quarterback. That's just my takeaway. They seem content to sit and wait. What would you do, Steelers fans? What do you want to see happen at the quarterback position now? 412-928-9370. It's Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The one thing I don't get, and I saw a ton of this yesterday, man, in a For You tab. Ton of this. All right, time to pivot to Kirk Cousins or see just how hurt Derek Carr's shoulder is. Really? So all these people who have been out on Aaron Rodgers, Now, some of them are arguing out of the other side of their mouth. All right, time to pivot to Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr? Huh? How can you be out on Rodgers and want one of those washed up pile of bones?
No.
That's absurd to me. But what would you do now at the quarterback position? 412-928-9370. While we wait for the calls to come in, the Penguins have won so much down the stretch, Dorn, that they now occupy the 9th spot in the draft order. Now, guys like Koivunen have played well, and he was good last night. Boy, he looked good on the power play. But they got too good at the end of the season, and now they're not going to pick near the top 5. There's a lottery, but they're probably not going to get the number 1 overall pick or wind up in the top 3. What do you want them to do, the Steelers, at quarterback?
Man, it was Rodgers for a long time until yesterday. I didn't know how real it was. I don't think anybody knew how real and what his feelings were and how he was looking at this upcoming season. And if it's communicated with the Steelers, okay, like I'm fine with it. If there's a handshake deal and Aaron Rodgers really has to go, not saying that he doesn't, it really has to go take care of some personal stuff, and then once he gets that taken care of, he's going to be ready to roll. Okay, fine. Like if it's been communicated back and forth with the Steelers, like I still always kind of wanted Rodgers, but at this point, like I got to go, business as usual. So if a quarterback is there at 21, I'm taking him. If it's Jackson Dart, I'm going to take him. If it is Shedeur Sanders, I will take him. Preferably Shedeur Sanders at this point, because I'm in a position where I look at the draft, and if a guy falls and has a higher evaluation, I think I'm getting a good pick rather than having to reach for a guy that was already regarded as a lower pick, and now he has slid up the draft boards. So I would draft a young quarterback if they were there, and I would start Mason, but I would give that young quarterback first-team reps, and they would split throughout training camp, throughout OTAs, and would start Mason to start the season and then see how it goes. That's what I prefer to happen at this point.
Shedeur is only falling, in my mind, because of his dad.
Same.
So many people have it the other way around, and I think they're dead-ass wrong about it. And actually, we might have time to play this later. Deion Sanders talking about the notion that the only reason his son is a first-round pick or being considered to be a first-round pick is because of his dad. No, I think he's falling because people are afraid of what he might say or that he might meddle. I think it's actually the opposite. We get texts every day, dude. Like, no joke. Why are you guys spending any time on Shedeur? The only reason why he's even being considered is because he's a Sanders. No, I think that's the reason why he could be available at 21. Because I think he's a decent enough prospect.
Yeah, there's no charity cases in the NFL. Like, nobody's just going to draft a kid first round because their dad was a Hall of Famer.
Now,
that doesn't happen.
If Dino Tomlin winds up being a Steeler,
no, that's a little bit different.
That's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Connor Hayward, I don't know. I think he might have hung around as long as he has because of his brother.
For sure.
I think he would have been drafted, if not picked up, by a bunch of teams in the NFL. All right, I don't believe that, but I like Cam, and he goes after people on social media, and so I'm scared, Doran. Scared. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, I guess I got to tell people what I would do now. I've said for a while that next year, because I think the Steelers could be picking between 15th and 20th, and they'll have a bunch of capital to move up, that next year is my year to take a quarterback. If Dart or Sanders are there at 21, I'll take them. I'll take them. I have, in the last few weeks, watched a lot more of these guys. I have always been impressed by both dudes' attitudes. I want a cocky son of a gun, and I think both guys are. Jackson Dart impresses me because he can move, and he throws a hell of a deep ball. I mean, even yesterday I was talking about the completion percentage for Dart compared to the completion percentage for Shedeur Sanders, and that's not probably the best way to go about it. Dart threw the ball downfield a ton, and Shedeur Sanders, well, he did the same thing. He also threw it sideways a lot more than Jackson Dart did. Not that you still won't throw it sideways from time to time in the NFL. I could live with either of those guys. But I would add this. If it doesn't work out in the first couple of years, you got to punt like you did with Kenny. There's no use in trying to make something work for 4 years that's clear it ain't going to work after 2. And I think the Steelers, they got there in a weird way with Kenny, but I think the Steelers did the right thing by cutting bait with the guy. Like, they could easily, we've seen other teams do it, they could easily have given him a third year.
Yeah.
It could have brought him back this year, and it could never have improved, or even if it improved, it could have improved incrementally, but still there wasn't a franchise quarterback in there. I would just have to make sure that I'm clear-minded.
Yeah.
And if I take a guy at 21, no matter who his dad is, I can't hang on to him through the end of his rookie contract just because I'm going to keep trying to make it work. It can't be the sunk cost fallacy. That would be the thing that I need to be married to.
Yeah.
412-928-9370. What would you do at the quarterback position? Now that Aaron Rodgers spoke yesterday and we kind of know where he sits, what do you want to see your favorite football team do at the most important position in sports? You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I just can't do the Rudolph thing. I can't.
Not for a whole season.
No.
Like, he is a career backup, which is fine.
And that's great for him.
And he does well at that. Whenever his time is called upon, and he has to go in there and win a couple games or just keep it status quo, like he can do that. But as a 17, game season goes along, he's too easy to figure out.
It might be ugly with a rookie quarterback. It really might. But at least you're figuring stuff out.
Or it could be Bo Nix. So,
right?
Or it could be Jaden Daniels. You don't know. So, if you have to be in love with that guy. You have to be in love with Shedeur with that guy.
That came out like TK.
It did a little bit. I heard myself say that. I got to be in love with that guy.
See if he can take you to playoffs.
Hey, you're talking Crosby and Ovechkin. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Crosby.
Didn't you get locked into a wormhole yesterday just watching TK fights on his Instagram page?
Yes.
Just beating the pulp out of people?
I told him about it when we walked in. He was like, yeah, I can rumble.
I could throw hands,
I could throw hands. I got beat up a lot, but yeah, I could throw them.
I don't even remember what point you were making before you went into TK voice.
I don't either. Don't either.
We did this exercise.
You gotta love the guys.
You gotta love the guys.
You gotta love Dart, and you have to love Shedeur in order to draft him.
Well,
and for real.
Yes.
Think that those guys can't miss at that point in the draft.
We did the exercise. 50 quarterbacks taken since 2010 in round one. 50. I think it was 49. We round up around this show, right, Callis? 50 quarterbacks. 13 of them have been good. 7 of them arguably are elite. So we can sit here and say, oh, boy, geez, this quarterback class sucks. We can say, oh, yeah, boy, geez, next year's quarterback class profiles to potentially be great. Nobody knows. You could get the next one at 21 this year. You could. Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart could be the next great Steelers quarterback. They absolutely could. And people are going to text it, no, those guys suck. You don't know. They don't know. They could be great. Or you could trade up, mortgage everything, get into the top 10 next year and draft a guy, and he could suck real bad. You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? Screw it. If Dart or Sanders are there at 21, I'm there. It took me until April 18th.
I am not trading up, though.
No, I wouldn't trade up either.
So
I wouldn't trade up either.
I'm not doing that.
Because you already don't have a second-round pick, and you get into dicey territory of, maybe you have to give up more for next year's draft.
I am not doing that at all.
Yeah.
If they're there, okay. But if not, then I'm going D-line.
I said I wouldn't do it. I did it.
You did.
412-928-9370. Bunch of calls. We'll get to you coming up next. What do you want to see the Steelers do at the quarterback position? You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday over the Washington Nationals 1-0. O'Neal Cruz hit a home run, which was the deciding factor in that game. Pirates are going to play again tonight, this time against the Cleveland Guardians. It's the start of a 3-game series. Tonight's game set to start at 6:40. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:40 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Tonight, the NBA play-in games are over. Miami and Atlanta and Dallas at Memphis. And I'm not mad at the NBA for making money and trying to tamper down late-season tanking, but let's be real. These teams are pretty much cooked if they get to the real playoffs. The Cavs and OKC are waiting as number 1 seeds. We get the real NBA playoffs starting tomorrow. Let's get started already. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit EdgarSnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning, good Friday morning rush. A little bit lighter than normal, but it continues. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread, Pittsburgh. Seeing some heavier traffic on the inbound Parkway West between the Banksville Merge Point and the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East mainly up to speed, a little heavy entering the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. And if you're heading off of Route 19 and 51 over toward the West End Circle, watch for delays approaching that exit ramp on the northbound side. Meanwhile, heading out of the South Hills, northbound Route 51 with traffic light delays at the major intersections between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It doesn't sound like the Steelers are out on Aaron Rodgers, though I await the Jerry Dulac report today. I am. If you've got 1 foot out the door for retirement, you're going to mail it in. I mean, just listen to the last year of the Cook and Joe show. Ron wasn't here. He might have physically been here. He couldn't give a rat's ass about the content of the program.
Nope.
I'm obviously kidding about that. But if you've got 1 foot out the door for retirement and you've got issues going on in your inner circle, you know, it could be week 3. What if in week 3 he just said, you know what, I got personal stuff to attend to. I'm done. Like, I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
I could absolutely see that. So with all that being said, what would you like to see the Steelers do at quarterback now? Doran and I both say take a guy at 21. Just do it. Just do it. Take a guy at 21, 412-928-9370. Because here's the thing. The reason I wanted Justin Fields is you take a bite at the apple. He's young, probably not going to be your franchise quarterback, but has a chance, whereas Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, the list goes on, aren't going to be. Here's the other thing, man. If you don't trade up in the draft to get a Shedeur Sanders or a Jackson Dart, and he plays this year, and it's and you do fall in love with a guy next year, nothing says you can't take a guy next year.
Yeah, I think that should be a part of a plan that they and Doug has said it for a long time. Like, that's kind of what you need to do now. You need 2 quarterbacks, and if say like George Pickens has a good year and you fall back in love with George, I mean, and you figure out a way to franchise tag him so you don't need a receiver anymore, or Roman Wilson comes along, you don't need a receiver in the draft or in the first round next year, and you know you fill some other needs, I would look at that. If Shedeur is less like, I would look at next year's draft and drafting a quarterback in the first round again.
Yeah,
why not?
Exactly.
You need to hit at some point.
You do.
You haven't hit in how many years? There's been so many quarterbacks here that have been here since Ben Roethlisberger.
5 in 5 years.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
You need to figure out that position or you will not win.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, so might as well.
You know what's tough, man? From an on-the-field standpoint, whew, buddy. Let's say you're Shedeur Sanders. You walk up in here, you're throwing the ball to DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
Give it to me.
At the same time, you better be a leader. Good luck. I don't know who I was trying to impersonate there.
Liam Neeson.
Good luck. Good luck.
No. John Wick.
Never seen it.
Never?
Of course not.
No.
Jerry in Stanton Heights. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guy?
What do you want to see the Steelers do at quarterback, Jerry?
Man. We got to make a move, man. If one of those, who's a Jackson Dart and Shedeur, if they're there, I think you got to take a chance on one of them guys.
You wouldn't trade up for him, would you, Jerry?
I don't think so.
Jerry, I got to be honest with you, man, and thank you so much for the call. And I got to be honest with everybody out there. We're always honest. I sat down last night on my couch. I was watching Laney for Terry call the West Virginia baseball game.
Nice.
They're 32-4. Go Mountaineers.
Wow, pretty good.
Very good. And Laney still has it. It's a treat. He does a lot of their games. I guess his house burned down, too.
Oh, man.
So I hope everything's okay, Laney. My God. But I sat down, and it's the obvious question today. All right, what do you want the Steelers to do at quarterback? And I was like Jerry.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Right?
Man, I don't know. What am I going to say tomorrow? That's what I was thinking about. What do I really feel? And there's a million different things that go through your head. Really?
A million.
Really? Dart or Sanders at 21? Really? Yeah, okay. Roll with Mason? Kind of tank the year? But what are the other guys going to say on the team? Nothing makes you go, yeah. Oh, Rodgers comes in. Yeah. Doesn't make you go, yeah.
And the crazy thing is we were talking ourselves into Justin Fields being that, yeah. But really, at the end of the day, we still were hoping for Justin. We were hoping that Justin Fields could be decent. Like, he wasn't great.
No, he was fine.
But we all talked ourselves into, like, oh, Justin Fields. Like, we were, like he was Patrick Mahomes.
And we were talking out of both sides of our mouth because we say things all the time. Like, I don't think the Steelers can develop a quarterback. And are they really going to build an offense around someone? No. But you know what? Maybe they'll do it with Justin Fields.
Yeah, it's not good.
This is where we are right now. You got people on social media, people who call into the show every day saying, you know what, screw it, just ride with Mason. Maybe Mason can get it done. No, he can't. He can't. I love Mason. He's a good backup. He can't get it done. And maybe that's what you want. Maybe you want him to not get it done and go 6-11.
And shame on us because we could have seen this coming from miles away whenever Ben Roethlisberger called it a quits because it is hard to find that guy. And they got lucky. They got lucky having that guy for that long and not having to worry about that position. And now it shows. Well, it shows that you need that guy at that position.
Haven't had a losing season since 2003. You know why most of that happened? Because you had a Hall of Fame quarterback under center. That's why that happened. Maybe Shedeur Sanders is the next one. I don't know. But now I find myself talking myself into everything. Everything. People texting in, Will Howard, maybe he's the next one. Sure, maybe he is. I don't know. Damn it. Lee in Pittsburgh, good morning to you. Would you like to scream into the void with us?
No, I'll be calm, man, because I got a real easy take. You take Shedeur at 21. I really don't understand why his comp's not Joe Burrow. I mean, Joe Burrow's not that mobile. He has a good arm, very accurate. Can read the defense. That's kind of the scouting report on Shedeur. And then, I heard Jackson Dart, but you're trying to tell me you had Lane Kiffin and you're in the SEC with the Ole Miss, and you're supposed to be a first-round quarterback, and you didn't get them to a playoff spot. So I just don't know. And my last point is, we keep talking about next year's draft. None of us can name any of the quarterbacks for next year.
No, one of them's Zion Maliva, and he left him. Right. He left Doran. He left to Tennessee, and now he's going to UCLA. He's going to be a first-round pick.
I'm hoping more people are like that and understanding that next year's draft isn't for sure. Like, we're all speculating on these crop of quarterbacks next year being really good, and maybe one might be good.
They might all be good.
Or they might all be bad.
Right, and all the three guys that are getting first-round buzz this year, they might all suck. I mean, there was a time Ryan Leaf and Peyton Manning was a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know.
No. I mean, Drew Aller might end up being the best quarterback in the draft next year.
He might be.
Don't know.
He might be. I do love the last caller, though. He's like, Jackson Dart couldn't even get Ole Miss to the playoff. And then he's talking up Shedeur Sanders, who played in the Big 12.
Right.
Where the path was pretty easy, actually.
And Joe Burrow is a lot more elusive and
he is
faster than Shedeur. Shedeur is not slow.
No.
Like, I think that people were getting that confused. Like, he's not unathletic.
He just ain't even close to his dad.
Right. He's just not as athletic as you probably would think that he is because he's a black quarterback. I said it. That's what people were thinking.
I'm happy you said it.
Yes. He's a black quarterback, and you think that every black quarterback's fast. He's just not as fast as other black quarterbacks.
We've watched Geno Smith in the league for like 15 years. People say, he can move. Texter, oh my God, we've become the Cleveland Browns. No, because they still find a way. They have been, without a quarterback, they've been finding a way to the playoffs. We ain't the Cleveland Browns. But, you give it 10 years, you could do the thing with the Steelers with the jersey. I mean, from a quarterback standpoint, at least they didn't sell their soul for the massage guy, okay? They did not do that.
Right.
But they have had 5 quarterbacks in 5 years. Oh, my God. Tim in Perryopolis, others on hold. We'll get to you. 412-928-9370. We've talked ourselves into taking a quarterback 21st overall. Great. Awesome. We feel wonderful about things. How do you feel? You can tell us when we come back. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won their final regular season game. They won 5-2. Crowley, what are you doing?
Do you not know the score of the game?
No, you just distracted me with your swiping.
You don't know the score? It's 5-2.
5-2 is the final score.
Crosby scored a goal.
Penguins finished with 80 points.
Crosby with 91.
Yeah. All right, for more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at Wetco. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions and 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Tired of being taken advantage of by the big box stores? Get fitted for your next set of clubs at Golf Specialties, 3732 Library Road in Castle Shannon. You'll be fitted properly on their new state-of-the-art simulator. Test all major brands, TaylorMade, Callaway, Mizuno, Tour Edge, to name a few. Limited budget? Check out the used club section. Golf Specialties also offers on-site repairs. Update your driver with a new shaft that fits your swing. Don't overpay. Visit or call Golf Specialties, 412-343-2323.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport. Payment starting at $249 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Finn Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, we will take more calls on the Steelers' quarterback position, but something has come up that we need to talk about right now. First of all, happy birthday to Steve Blass, one of the all-time Pirates, one of the all-time people.
Yep.
Anybody who spent significant time with Steve Blass knows that he's one of the great storytellers and one of the funny guys out there. Good human. Joe Block wished Steve Blass a happy birthday on Twitter. And as you all know, there's the Steve Blass radio booth. Well, the way that Steve is positioned in the picture, we are all wishing Steve Ass a happy birthday.
I liked it, and I didn't even realize it until Callis came in here and showed me. He just put his phone right in my face, and he was like, "Look," and I was like, "Oh, oh my goodness, is Joe Block? Is he funny like that? Is he doing it on purpose, or did he accidentally just post that picture? I don't know, Joe Block. Is he like goofy like that?
It's definitely art.
It's funny.
I mean, it's a black and white picture. I mean, it's the rule of thirds. If people are into photography, you know, it's a rule of thirds. You want someone in the right side of the frame or the left side of the frame. You don't really want someone in the middle of the frame. Rule of thirds, beautiful. I mean, this is a work of art. Steve Ass. The reason why we could bring this up is because from everything I've heard about Steve is he would think this is funny.
Yes. Yes.
Joe Block writes, happy birthday to the one and only Steve Blass. Yes, that's right. Happy birthday, Steve Ass. And many more. All right, 412-928-9370. Tim in Perryopolis wants to talk about the Steelers quarterback situation. What up, Tim?
Hey guys, love the show, love the fan.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to know before I get to my answer, what actually what does Aaron Rodgers want money-wise here?
He said yesterday he would play for $10 million.
No. Ouch.
No. Wait a second, Tim, real quick. No, as in. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm trying to compare here is what Rodgers wants and what they wanted to give Fields. I don't get it.
Yeah, they were going to give. Well, Fields wound up getting 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed.
Now you know Rodgers is going to want more than that, right?
He said 10.
He said you would play for $10 million.
No. Yeah, I'll believe that when I don't have no bait on my fishing line.
I don't know what that means, Tim, but I like the cut of your jib. Thanks for the call.
Yep.
You like that saying, Dorian?
Cut of your jib?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know what that means. Let's look that one up, too.
I do like that, though. I don't know why. Maybe because you say it a lot.
It's a way of saying you like or appreciate someone's personality or demeanor. Well, we know that.
Yeah.
It originates from sailing, where the shape of a ship's jib sail could be used to identify the vessel's nationality.
Oh, makes
Interesting.
sense. That makes sense.
I think Donnie Football does some advertisements on the station talking about a pill that you could take for your jib sail. I went a long way for that joke, and for that I apologize.
Yes, you did.
But Tim or Jim or whatever his name was, he was talking about baiting a hook. So, ship's jib sail. There you have it.
Fell into that one.
Sure did. 412-928-9370. I can't get over it being Steve Ass's
That's hilarious.
birthday. And nobody, I think, has really caught on to it because Joe put the tweet out so early in the morning. Do we really think Rodgers would play for $10 million?
I don't think so. I think he just said that to be like, oh, yeah, I love football. And I would just play football to play football. But I think it would be...
Why $10 million? Just play for free. Play for a league minimum. Do the whole Russell Wilson thing. Do people's minds change on Rodgers if it was legitimately $10 million as compared to the $25 to $30 million that we were thinking it would be?
Yeah, maybe.
See,
he's playing for the love of the game and wanting to win. Purely.
Great movie, by the way, for the love of the game.
Yeah. Purely.
Yeah, the thing that would really bother me is, like, I mean, I guess I'd rather them spend as little money as possible on whatever, but it really could have helped them out a while back if he'd have signed on for $10 million. Like, then you could have gone out and get a Calais Campbell or something to plug into the middle of that defense just to throw a name out there, or a Javon Hargrave. I mean, you could have got a difference maker, probably one long in the tooth, but you could have got a difference maker at your biggest position of need if he'd have signed on for that early on. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that I wasted 45 minutes of my life yesterday watching that guy talk on the YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's close to retirement, and I thought it was the opposite. I thought he still had a lot left in the tank.
This old Cowboy's got another run left in him?
Yeah, I thought that he would want to end it a different way, and maybe the way he wanted it to end was to prove to himself that he could come back from his Achilles injury at the age that he did and to play a whole season. And sometimes that's enough to say, like, I came back, now I get to leave on my terms. The game of football is not going to end it for me. I will end it. And that would make sense to me at this point.
Me too. And there's one, I'm going to take another educated guess on this Rodgers guy. Something that I think does come out of his appearance on McAfee yesterday. I'll tell you what that is coming up next. Chris Carter for some draft talk at 8 o'clock. Right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 1-0 over the Washington Nationals yesterday. O'Neal Cruz had a home run, which was the deciding factor there. Pirates won 3 of 4 games in that series. And now they got a series coming up against the Cleveland Guardians this weekend. First game is tonight at 6:40. Coverage begins at 5:40 here on The Fan, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. It is Easter weekend, and that means you need beer, and there's one place to go for all of your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, the best customer service, the best variety, and how about the best deals? Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Light, 30-pack cans, just $22.99. And how about this? Keystone Light, 30-pack cans, just $16.99. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. Betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Hey, it's Dorn Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. You know what they say, look good, play good. Keystone Custom Apparel is the premier uniform and apparel company for our area's sports teams. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and quality basic apparel options, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered for any budget. Looking for uniforms or a way to raise money for your sports teams? Use Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's going to audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a text. That $10 million Rodgers is talking about, he's saying that for the Vikings, not the Steelers. Hashtag dig deeper. Maybe he could also just say that to them.
Didn't he say that Ben Roethlisberger was wrong about him waiting for Minnesota?
He sure did, Doran.
Oh.
So if we're taking him at face value that he's got people in his inner circle that are dealing with things that he's helping with, then I guess we should take him at face value at everything. I don't know. I don't want to go comparison shopping here and say he's telling the truth about some things and not telling the truth about other things. I don't know him. They should have hooked him up to a polygraph test. Even though those aren't 100% accurate.
They're not?
No.
Why aren't they?
Some people can fool them. Sociopaths.
What, your anxiety, you just keep it under control or something? Because isn't that whenever the things they freak out?
Yeah, your heart rate goes up, I guess, is the whole deal with those. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. 412-928-9370. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. One thing I think is for damn sure. Any current Steelers that watched that yesterday had to have been just losing their minds.
Yes.
Right? Like if Cam Hayward took a gander, all right, man, you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? You not want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. That's my pitch. That's what he said. And now here we are on April 18th, and I was thinking, if it gets done, it'll get done on draft night. Doesn't sound like that. That did not sound like a guy that's going to make up his mind in 6 days. And if he thought that he was close to a decision, I don't think you go on the McAfee show and give the information that you gave yesterday. And people have said, why would you work out with DK? You're going to waste time. Why would you come visit the Steelers? if you're going to waste time. Because he could actually be undecided.
Yeah, he's going over all his options.
Yeah.
Seeing if it's a right fit. Seeing if maybe something can ignite something in him probably too. I mean, maybe his passion is gone and he really is like, all right, I'm kind of done here. And, let's go toss the ball around. Sometimes, whenever you toss the ball around, we were talking to Mackie, I was like, hey, you're going to be playing this Wild Things game. Like, sometimes you're just like, hey, maybe you want to keep playing. Maybe you want to work out again. Maybe you want to throw the ball around. Makes you want to get back into it. Maybe he was just trying to figure that out. I don't know. But I think it was for a reason. I'm not going to be totally out on Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, but at this point, I think the Steelers need to go about their business.
I mean, I think there's still a possibility he could be a Steeler. I think he's leaning retirement, and I think they've clearly left the door open for this guy. So when we ask people to call in at 412-928-9370 and tell us what you want the Steelers to do at quarterback, no one has said they want Rodgers to be here, but I think the Steelers obviously are still amenable to that. They've given the guy no deadline. I just think he's more likely to retire than anything else, and because of that, I am out. We'll get Chris Carter's thoughts, opinions on this coming up next. He, of course, from the Post-Gazette. Also, we're going to narrow down on some of these quarterbacks in the draft because, my God, it's making more sense now than ever that they take a guy 21st overall. That's all on the way with Chris Carter. It's a Fan Morning Show. Bang.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't, it was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called top dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Spring weather means Totteridge Golf. Hi, I'm Patrick Sundis, owner of Totteridge Golf Course and Residential Community. This spring, play Reese Jones's finest design. Totteridge is an 18-hole link-style layout with panoramic views that will take your breath away. Totteridge has hosted countless PGA competitions, yet is accessible to anyone with 5 sets of tees. Named a top 15 residential community by Pittsburgh Business Times, Totteridge residents can enjoy golf, and miles of walking trails. Visit TotterRidge.com to book your tee time today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news for you as you're traveling through this early morning rush for Good Friday and the Easter weekend. They have reopened the ramp from northbound I-79 to the Cranberry Interchange on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and that'll remain open through the weekend, reclosing for another week of construction on that ramp by 5 o'clock on Monday morning. Parkway West, you're a little bit heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is pretty much cleared out. Route 28 and the Parkway North, both up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Aaron Rodgers sounds like he's as close to retirement as he is to signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So now what the hell do they do at quarterback? Well, one of the guys who can help us figure it out, he's a very smart man, is Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. And he joins us every Friday at 8. What up, Chris? Good morning. How's it going?
I'm great, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're great.
We're very good.
Very good.
Best we've ever been. It's been a great show.
Okay.
It has been.
Eclectic.
Mm-hmm.
We've been bouncing around.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking it too seriously, but taking it seriously enough.
Right.
But this is kind of like talking about a no-hitter in the 7th inning. Like we got kind of a perfect game going right now, Chris. So a lot of pressure on you not to screw this up, like the Steelers might be doing with their quarterback situation. So, all right, what do you do now?
I feel like the Steelers have put themselves in a position where if Aaron Rodgers isn't the choice, you got to go with Mason Rudolph at this point. And look, Mason Rudolph has shown that he can be your guy in a pinch. He can be your guy to get you through some tough spots. I still don't think he's the long-term starting quarterback answer. But I think that in all the years he's been with the Steelers, he's shown you that he can come in, stick to a game plan, and give you like a solid shot. And he'll also do it without bringing a whole lot of drama with him. And I think that's the whole that's the advantage that you have if you're sticking with him there. I think the Steelers were always planning on adding multiple quarterbacks this offseason after Mason Rudolph. If Aaron Rodgers isn't one of them will still be a draft pick. They might just sign another veteran who's still out in free agency, like, I don't know, Carson Wentz. Not that that's going to be anything better exactly. Yeah, right there. That's the noise that I make when I think of Carson Wentz these days. So I think they put themselves in the situation where, again, like, Aaron Rodgers, you knew wasn't a sure thing. It's obvious it's not like they're begging him to come to Pittsburgh, because if when he visited the facility, if they were that desperate, they wouldn't have let him leave there without accepting a deal that would.
You're telling me they would have literally held him hostage?
They would have kept making him offers that he couldn't refuse, and like that's the thing. Like they would have said, "Hey," because they have the cap space. That's the thing. If they wanted to pay him ridiculous money, they could do that. But I think they said, "Hey, Aaron, here's an offer, 1 year, X amount of dollars. Maybe it's that $10 million figure that he threw out there during the show." But to me, when I look at this situation, I still think that like you had several options here, and Justin Fields is one. Justin Fields is like, hey, you got outbid there. He went for the more money. But Russell Wilson was in your building and was waiting for you to say something. And you literally just let him go because he didn't get along with Arthur Smith. I feel like that's something that they should have fought their way past to avoid where they're at right now.
Chris, does it make it more evident than ever that with this Aaron Rodgers situation and what he said yesterday, that quarterback at 21, if one of those two guys, Dart or Shedeur Sanders, is available, is a real, true possibility? Is it as true than ever, or no?
Nah, no. I'm sorry. I will keep banging this table. I do not see Sanders. I do not see Dart. I do not see Milroe. None of them as first-round picks in this draft. For people that I would pick in the first round. I'm not saying that they won't get picked in the first round. I think there's all three guys, Ward, Sanders, and Dart, could go in the first round based on how people get desperate. But I compare it to like the 2019 quarterback draft class. The one guy that everyone knew about was Kyler Murray. He went first overall. But then there were other guys that went early, like Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace, and Daniel Jones. But when you look back at that, people were thinking like, are these guys really first round picks? We're not sure. How are they going to fit? And then when they got to the NFL, it's like, okay, yeah, they were overdrafted. If you're the Steelers, you can't afford to do that with where you're at right now, just taking unlimited swings at the quarterback position in a year when you have had this since. Again, this time last year, even before this time last year, the reason they signed Russell Wilson and then they traded for Justin Fields was because they wanted to put themselves in a position to not have to rely on the 2025 class, because even when Carson Beck and some other guys were possibly in it, they knew it was going to be bad. So don't draft a quarterback that you know is either mid or below mid just because of Aaron Rodgers not signing with you when you knew he was the temporary deal. You need to fight whatever you can to get through this season to survive while still building to be a foundation, so that in 2026, when next year comes around, and I believe there will be a much better quarterback class, I think you have to be prepared to make big moves there. And if you draft a quarterback in the first round this year who's bad, it doesn't help you do that.
All right, I want you to play our game. You're bumming people out this morning. You're bumming me out. We were on top of the world here. We're going into the 7th with our no-hitter. All right,
oh boy.
Let's talk Dart. Let's talk Milroe. Let's talk Shedeur.
Okay.
Or even, screw it, McCord, Howard, any of those guys. Shuck, if one of those guys I mentioned were to shock you and be a really good NFL quarterback, which one among that group of, I think, 6, would be the guy you went, all right, he's the most likely to be a really good player?
For different reasons. Sanders has the most accuracy, but the thing is, he doesn't have NFL size, he doesn't have NFL speed, he doesn't have NFL arm strength, and a lot of his best plays are sandbox moments. And I need to see more of him doing things with anticipation that could fit in an NFL style offense. I think Tyler Shuck of all those quarterbacks you named, has that part of his game. He can anticipate. He can make calls at the line. If you wanted a guy like that, I'd say Shuck out of Louisville. He would be that guy that I think that could be the most ready to, like, if I needed to, if I just needed to throw any one of these guys in as a rookie next year, he could be that guy. But then I think if you're looking at like athletic potential, Jalen Milroe has it because he's fast. He has the athleticism. He has the arm strength. He can get that there. Now he has a whole lot of fundamentals to work on. He does not have the accuracy that Shedeur Sanders has.
No.
So it's a mixed bag. But again, these guys come with these inherent flaws. And like Jackson Dart, I think that he has a lot of things that are going to hold him up in the NFL and make him not as successful. I have a big hang up on each of these guys, which is why I say this is a great backup quarterback draft year. This is a great year to find your next Mason Rudolph. This just isn't the year that I think you're going to find your next Ben Roethlisberger.
He didn't answer it. You see that? He didn't answer it. He didn't give me one guy. You think they all suck, Chris?
They're not. I said Tyler Shuck. If you're going to pick one of them to start next year,
yeah.
Get out of my face, Adam. Sheesh.
Chris, if Mason Rudolph is the starting quarterback of the Steelers this year, and say they draft Tyler Shuck in the 3rd round, and he's the backup, and Skylar Thompson is on the roster as well. So say that they have to ride with Mason this year. How good can they be, in your opinion? Like, how good will they be? How good can they be with Mason, and knowing that you have George Pickens and DK Metcalf on the outside?
I think they can be as good as they have been, 9, 10, maybe 11 wins. If the big if for this year is if this offensive line takes a step forward, if they coalesce, if Jones, Faltanu, Frazier, Sayamala, McCormick, if they take a step forward, not just in their pass protection to keep the quarterback clean, but in how they block for the run game, how Jaylen Warren works, that'll be the key. If that group comes together, if the run game becomes a serious threat, that will be the ticket to getting the Steelers forward. They also need to improve their run defense, which is why I think their first-round pick should be one of these premier defensive tackles that is worth a first-round pick. If they do those two things alone and no one else takes any big steps backwards and the young guys collectively move forward, I can see them hovering around where they've been, which is, I think, to me, that's probably the ceiling of what this year is. Even if Aaron Rodgers comes into town, I don't think he's changing all of that. The goal for the Steelers right now is to position themselves where they were in 2004, not necessarily in the draft position, but when you look at what Ben Roethlisberger inherited as a rookie quarterback, he had a good offensive line. He had playmakers in the backfield, playmakers in the receiver room. He had a defense that could bail him out when he had a rough game as a rookie. They need those things to be available for if they're going to go get their franchise guy next year, which to me, all the tea leaves say that's what they're loading up to do. And again, that's why I think they should not overdraft a mid or bad quarterback. They should be drafting a serious strengths of this draft class, which first round D tackle fits that. 3rd round, running back fits that. You hit those two early. Maybe you get your Tyler Shuck, your Will Howard in the 4th round. I think you put yourself in the best position you can to be that team that can onboard a quarterback next year and hope that that's the year that you start to turn things back around.
I mean, who are the names for next year? I mean, I am Oliva, whose name I get wrong every time, but I say it that way because it's funny.
Sellers,
Nussmeier. Sellers is my guy.
Me too.
Sellers is my guy. I love Lenore Sellers out of South Carolina. You turn on his tape. It's not just the throws. It's not just the athleticism. It's the timeliness of it.
Yeah.
He as a young player, he was making great reads under pressure, dodging pressure in NFL styles, and being able to make plays in the biggest moments against ranked SEC teams. That's the kind of stuff you want to see there. I like Lenore Sellers, Nussmeier. I also will keep an eye out for Cade Klubnik.
That guy sucks.
Look. I'm saying as another guy that could rise up and be part of that class. But if I'm the Steelers, I'm looking hard at Sellers out of South Carolina. And this could be, again, if they get it right this year, they could put themselves in a position next year. They can say, you know what? We just need that quarterback in the 1st round to hit. We'll trade everything possible to move heaven and earth to go up and get our guy. And I think Sellers is a guy I'd be willing to do that for. There's not a person in this year's draft that I would be willing to do that.
He looks like an NFL quarterback. He's
yes,
big.
Sellers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I call him Cade Slug. Never mind. Whatever. I was trying to think of a creative way to be mean to that guy.
Why,
Good
man?
job. Yeah, why? Why do you hate Cade Klubnik?
Like Tyler sucks because he stinks.
Why?
He's not good. He has been good.
He's all right.
That's right. Exactly. He's all right.
Is he better than Aller?
No, but I don't like Aller either yet.
Chris, do you like Aller?
Nah, I'm okay on Aller. He if he lights it up this next year, he could change my mind. I don't think he's the NFL guy that you need to be chasing down.
I think he's scared to throw it down the field.
Yep, and I need to see that from him. That's the thing. I need to see real growth from him this year. Like a lot of people put him in that conversation, but I would put Nussmeier, Iamaleava. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure either, Adam. But I think it's Iamaleava. It's Sellers. Everyone throws out Arch Manning. It's a very good possibility that Arch Manning sticks around for another year after this one because he wasn't a full-time starter last year.
They're never going to get him anyway. I mean, sorry to cut you
exactly.
off.
He's going first overall.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. He's going first overall. That's going to be tough to trade for. I could see Sellers falling down to like 5 or something like that based on other skill players that could be around there. And again, that's what I'm saying. If you get other things right this year and you've built up the foundation around it, you can say next year, you know what, we are going all out for that quarterback and we're trading up and we're going getting it no matter where we're at.
I'll tell you what, Cade Klubnik sucks. Think about what Clemson's been. Think about what they were. And he put up good numbers last year. But
he did.
I mean,
he's better than Uiagalelei, whatever his name was.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That guy. No good. Maybe I'm conflating the two.
I think you are.
I might actually be doing that.
I think you are a little bit. Cade Klubnik wasn't that bad. Like I actually thought like he had a decent year.
He had that run against Pitt.
He just has. Yes, he did. He ran right past Don McMillan. That was a rough way to go out in that game. But I think again, he's shown ability to make big plays in big moments, and that's one thing I really appreciate about him. That's why I want to see he has the upside to make himself a potential first round pick. Just like this time last year, I didn't know who Jackson Dart was. I didn't know who some of these guys were. I knew Shedeur Sanders because he's Shedeur Sanders.
Tyler Shuck. I didn't know Tyler Shuck.
Exactly. Like all these names that are being thrown at us, Jalen Milroe we knew because he was at Alabama. But like there's going to be all sorts of names. I think Cade Klubnik's just one of those names that will creep up into the first round and be like, "Oh yeah, Cade Klubnik. We always knew he was going to be a first round pick." And then we're going to be sitting here like, "No, we did not know that."
Yeah, Callis, save the Klubnik tape there because watch him go on to have this storied, great NFL career. And based on zero evidence besides watching him like 5 times this year, I'm like, that guy sucks. I have found the phrase here though. Become sellers for sellers.
Yeah, there you go, right there. I'm big on that.
Look at you.
Trade Pickens, trade Watt, let Rudolph be the guy, fall to the bottom of the league. Sellers for sellers.
I like it.
I didn't say the first 2 things, but you had me after the first 2 suggestions there. But yes, I think that there's potential to be in that position.
Chris, this was wonderful. We've talked about that hypothetical class so often on this show, next year's quarterback class, and we never really got down to the nuts and bolts of it. So that was really good, man. And we look forward to breaking down what the Steelers do in round 1 with you next Friday, dude. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Chris.
He's the man. Chris Carter, Locked On Steelers podcast and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Iamaleava.
Yeah.
Iamaleava.
Yeah.
He is going to UCLA, right?
Yeah.
Tino Sinceri, offensive coordinator.
Oh, that'll do it. He's going number 1 overall.
Tino Sinceri.
I once saw Tino Sinceri get sacked 10 times in a game.
Yeah.
At Mountaineer Field.
Yeah.
Not all his fault.
No.
And Bruce Irvin, pretty good back then.
He was good back then.
Good player.
Yep.
First round pick.
Yep. Seattle.
That's right. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You know what the final score of that game was? 21-20.
Pitt, West Virginia?
Yeah.
Was that 2010?
Yeah. And you had Dana Holgerson and, oh, darn it, who was the high-octane guy?
Yeah, Todd
Graham. Both guys obsessed with offense and going as fast as possible. 21-20, the final score. I also just tweeted this out because, man, like this is where we're going. I cannot wait to go to Ireland to watch the Rudolph-led Steelers beat the Packers 14-13. That's what we're signing up for.
Yep.
Like, does that not feel like the most likely thing right now?
Oh, yeah.
The most likely thing right now is at least the first 4 or 5 games of the season, Rudolph's your starting quarterback.
Yeah, and Rudolph is feeling really good right now, making the decision of coming back to Pittsburgh. Until it's going to get, it'll be movie Rudolph where He thinks he's the starter, and then they'll sign Aaron Rodgers in, like, August.
Oh, dude, come hell or high water, they'll find a way to screw Rudolph, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's either that or they'll draft a guy in round 1 and say it's a competition, and then week 1 it's Rudolph, and he stinks, and then halfway through week 2 you put him in.
Yep.
412-928-9370. It is seller's season, according to Chris Carter. We'll react to what he had to say coming up next. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 1-0 yesterday over the Washington Nationals, and the Pirates won 3 of 4 games in that series. The homestand continues. The start of a 3-game series with the Cleveland Guardians starts tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Adam Crowley's also throwing out the first pitch at the game. But if you're listening on the radio, coverage begins at 5:40. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego. Power beyond belief. We're now less than a week away from the start of the NFL Draft in Green Bay, and we still don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do because he told us yesterday. Yeah, we get it. You might play for the Steelers or you might retire. Instead of the preamble and another interview, just tell us. Here's to hoping this is the last public decision he has to make. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your property is your investment. Secure your property now in the event of a disaster. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides emergency services 24/7. Whether there's a fire, vehicle impact, break-in, etc., they secure your property, protect your investment, and provide peace of mind. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides comprehensive victim services, board up and roof cover, temporary fencing, and more. Staffed by emergency responders, they work with your insurance to get the cost covered. Easy to remember. Dial 1-800-BOARD-UP.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Beginning at 9 o'clock this morning, crews begin the process of crossing northbound traffic on McKnight Road over to the southbound side of that roadway at the bridge over Babcock Boulevard, while crews will begin work on the northbound lanes. In addition, the ramp from McKnight Road to Babcock Boulevard will close. There will be a posted detour. Right now, if you're traveling on the parkways east and west, you're mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28, and for that matter, and the Parkway North. HOV lanes open till 10 this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. It's National Safe Digging Month, so if you're planning a home project or you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Aaron Rodgers got us all screwed up in the head. Goes on Pat McAfee yesterday. Now we're talking about contingency plans for the Steelers. How will they find their franchise quarterback? It's a question they're trying to answer themselves, and we're trying to figure that all out today on the show. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And so this led us into next year's draft with Chris Carter. And now all the Penn State fans are coming out of the woodwork. Because I said
I talked nice about Drew Aller.
Look, he's got all the physical skills. But I said he's afraid to throw it down the field. And then a whole bunch of Penn State fans come in. Did you even watch a guy? Did you even watch a guy? He throws it down the field. Yeah, I watched him. I watched every damn game this guy's played in college. It's part of my job. Last season, I guess it wouldn't be last season, the first year he's a starter. That was the criticism. Doesn't throw the ball downfield. 6.8 yards per attempt. In college, that's nothing, right? So then this year, it goes up to 8.4. All right, he's throwing it more down the field. Against crap teams. Look at what he did against Oregon. 51% completion percentage, 5.8 on average. 5.8. That's Kenny Pickett in the pro stuff, guys. Against SMU, playoff game, 5.8. 13 out of 22 in that game. Against Boise, 6.8. Oh, same number he was getting killed for the full season before. He did that in a playoff game. He goes 13 of 25 for 171 yards. Against Notre Dame, he goes 12 out of 23 for 135 yards, throws the awful interception, 5.9 yards on average. I mean, you can come at me with all your Penn State Nittany Lion white and blue glasses on. Them's be the facts. And I defy a single Penn State fan to call up and tell me he played well against Notre Dame. Well, he didn't need to throw it a lot. They were running the ball on all those teams. Yeah, they were hiding him. Drew Aller. He might have a great year. I'm not ruling that out. He's got it all at his fingertips. He's a big dude. He can move. He reminds me, in terms of stature, and if you watch his highlights, of Ben Roethlisberger. Mm-hmm. But against the big-time programs, we're not looking at star numbers. Against Ohio State, when they lost, the big game for Penn State, 146 yards he throws for. That's against the premium competition, 12 for 20, 146 yards. And they have one of the most creative offensive coordinators in the sport. And they have, for my money, maybe the fourth best player in the draft who was playing with him on offense in Tyler Warren. Do I have to say anything else? I don't think so. I rest my case.
I think that he made a good decision by coming back this year. But if he were to perform better in those big games and those big moments and came out this year, where would he be with the quarterback class this year?
He'd be number 1 or number 2.
Yeah.
Based on potential, and again,
that's what I look at.
Sure.
Like I look at size, arm talent. Like, I mean, if he can just get it together this year, I think that he may be one of the 1, 2, 3 guys next year.
Totally not ruling it out, and I agree. He absolutely would be. He would be a first-round quarterback this year, and it wouldn't even be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying we're talking about franchise quarterbacks, and I think Penn State people, like Pitt people, wanted Kenny. They're propping this guy up and forgetting he lost them a chance to play in a national championship. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. Big moments, he shrunk. It's a fact.
And he has done it multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Now, against my guys, if all I'm going off of is the West Virginia tape, I mean, I sell the entire franchise this year to tank and take that guy next year. 412-928-9370. Didn't think I'd be going on a Drew Aller rant today, but guess what, man? That's where we are.
That is.
You're looking for a franchise quarterback. And the potential for Mason Rudolph to start 17 games this year ain't exactly sitting well with me. Because we have to, and even if we didn't have to for our jobs, we would be, because that's what we do on Sundays and Thursdays and sometimes Saturdays and holidays and Monday nights in the fall, is we watch our team try to win 13-12 17 times. And we've seen that movie before. It's not fun even when they win. It's like if the New Jersey Devils of the 1990s weren't winning championships. It makes your eyes bleed.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people would argue I make their ears bleed. 412-928-9370. All right, one more on Aller. Just one more. People crying that Aller didn't have any wide receivers.
He didn't.
Did guys not want to go there? I mean, I'm pretty sure Penn State had the money. Why didn't guys want to go there? Because his ass was afraid to throw it down the field 2 years ago. Callis, save this for when Drew Aller's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Because now, listen, we're fans and we're radio hosts. And you played the game, so that's where our differences are. But, I'm impatient. I am an impatient human.
Yes.
And I'm a fan.
Mm-hmm.
And as a fan, part of this, I think, is also me guarding against it, to where, I don't want to have to wait until next year to get excited about watching a quarterback play in Pittsburgh.
Right.
I'm trying to correct that. Goose Frubba.
So that's why you want them to draft a quarterback this year, is what you're saying? Or...
I mean, that's part of it, definitely. I could understand why they would take a guy at 21 this year, even if you had Rodgers. But then hearing Rodgers talk yesterday and the specter of damn Mason Rudolph starting 17 games for them has me saying, you know what? You might as well take a flyer. Because while Chris made a compelling argument, as have you, for some of these guys next year, again, 13 out of 50 since 2010 drafted in round 1 could be even characterized as good. And that was with us taking some liberties on guys like Tua, who, I don't know, I wouldn't want him to be my franchise quarterback.
Where would they be if Mason said no to their offer? What if Mason, felt so burned and was like, no, I'm going to go to the Giants instead of Jameis Winston? Would it be Jameis Winston that we're talking about right now? Who would it be?
I don't think it would be Jameis because of Tomlin's fear of turnovers.
But where would they be at right now if Mason said no to the offer?
I think it would have been, and it's not like this guy hasn't turned it over, I think it'd be Joe Flacco. I don't know that Joe would want to come here. You and I have talked about that because he was a Raven, and going to Cleveland's different than going to Pittsburgh for a former Raven. But the way that Mike Tomlin talked about Joe Flacco after he carved them up in Indy this year sounds like he's the second coming of Joe Montana. So it'd probably be Flacco, which I think would be more entertaining than Mason, honestly. It is 8:30. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Who'd have thunk we'd turn to the Pirates talk to bring some sanity back into our lives? We'll do just that with the great Noah Hiles coming up next. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins beat the Washington Capitals 5-2 yesterday to end the regular season. Penguins finished with 80 points, good enough for second to last in the Metropolitan Division and the fourth worst among teams in the Eastern Conference. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or midsize all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR. Need to feel power behind the wheel? Stop in and see Bill Witter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're
We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, regripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Fan Morning Show. Buccos winners yesterday, 1-0. The first batter of the game for the Buccos hits a bomb. So back-to-back games with a homer for O'Neal Cruz. And the Pirates have now won 2 straight. They've won 3 out of 4. Break them up. You just know, Dora, that now O'Neal's not going to be in the lineup tonight, right?
Of course.
He hits a homer back-to-back days, and Shelty's like, sit him down.
Yep.
Sit him down.
Yep.
Joining us now to get into it is our guy from the Post-Gazette, a wonderful man, a tremendous human, Noah Hiles. Hi, Noah.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
I think we're good.
We're great.
Should I ask him my first pitch question now, or should I ask it later?
Now.
No, I'm throwing out the first pitch tonight. Will you be in your press box seat? Will you have tweeted your picture? This seat'll do by the time I'm ripping that thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm staying for the game tonight, just because I need some days off. But I'll be there for pregame stuff, so I will definitely be there for first pitch. Might even head down on the field to support you.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
How do you think he's going to do?
If I could give one piece of advice, anytime that I was worried about bouncing a throw or short hopping a throw, focus on making sure you get extension with your legs. So take a big step. Getting yourself a little closer toward home plate will allow your arm to follow through and get a little bit more velocity and distance in your throw.
Like Bailey Falter does.
Yes, exactly.
I'm so screwed. He's talking actual mechanics to me.
Keep that in mind.
No, but I like this from you, Noah, because the advice I got from John Wayner was be a man.
That too. That helps. Although women can also get extension on the mound. So either way, just make sure keep that in your mind while you're in your delivery. Just make sure you get extended on the ground, because that's going to get you further toward the mound and allow you to throw a strike.
All right, get extension and be a man. Very good.
Yes.
All right, Noah. So the Pirates' rotation has looked really good this turn through. And the Pirates' bullpen, don't look now, has a 3.38 ERA, which is 8th best in all of ball. We thought these things would be strengths coming in. They have started to morph into strengths. But the lineup, it's still the issue. Are we about to see O'Neal Cruz go on one of these O'Neal Cruz runs? Because if he could do this for a week and a half, I mean, you can rack up some wins here. It doesn't take much.
They're going to need him to. I'm a big fan of him batting in the leadoff spot. I think I've said that on this station multiple times over the past few weeks. I've written it. I've said it on our YouTube channel. I just think that it makes the most sense for this lineup right now. Maybe not long term, but right now, where, as we saw yesterday, one big swing of the bat can win you a ball game. You need to bat your most dynamic threat first, simply because he gets the most opportunities to come to the plate. And he can win you a game through just one home run swing. He also leads Major League Baseball in stolen bases. So if he draws a walk to lead the game off, steals second, now you have a runner on second with no outs with Reynolds, McCutchen, and Bart up to bat. That is your best opportunity. That is your best scenario in which you could score a run. So that's why I think it makes sense for him to bat leadoff right now. And if he can continue to just get on base. I mean, the home runs obviously are nice, but getting on base at that spot in the order, that gives them the best chance to score right now because, as I pointed out, no one can throw this guy out on the bags. And they have, for as weak as their lineup has been right now, because Reynolds is healthy enough to play outfield again and Bart's healthy enough to get behind the plate, they have I would say at least a major league qualified 1 through 4, which is something that I don't know if you could say they had at many games this season.
Noah, can you give us a player / injury update on certain guys? David Bednar, what he is doing in AAA right now. Colin Holderman, Nick Gonzalez, and Jared Jones. Can you give us a little update on those guys?
Yeah, man, I feel like when Todd Tomzek, the director of sports medicine, gives us those up. We'll start with Mr. Jones, as he would say. Jared, not much has changed for Jared, and I wouldn't expect it. He's doing the two-handed plyometric ball throwing program right now, which he was cleared to start, I believe, last week. Just getting a little work in. I talked to him, what it would have been 2 weeks ago when they were down in Tampa, and he said he's actually working out more. It's just all workouts designed to not put stress on the elbow. But he seems to be in good spirits. Who else did you? Oh, Bednar, a quick update on him. I don't know if he threw yesterday, but in his first 5 outings in AAA, he's looked really good. Hasn't allowed a run. I know he didn't even allow a hit in his first 4. So, I don't know. I don't think that's going to lead to a promotion anytime super fast, but it seems like the early showings are looking really good for him in the minor leagues. What were the other names you asked?
Holderman and Nick Gonzalez.
Okay, so Nick Gonzalez just started a running program on a treadmill. Not running as in like full strength running, but a program on a treadmill that allows him to put some weight on the ankle. Yeah, so he's got some time, and then Holderman just threw a bullpen on the field. I want to say it was either Tuesday or Wednesday. I believe it was Wednesday. So I wouldn't be shocked if he started a rehab assignment here this weekend.
How about Luis Ortiz on the bump tonight for the Cleveland Guardians? What's going on with Spencer Horwitz?
Well, I'll just say first off, I think Luis Ortiz is going to have a really good game.
Yeah, me
simply
too.
Because that's just kind of how these things go, right? And I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the stat line for his last start. Looked pretty good. So we'll see about that one. Spencer Horwitz is a guy where I think he's probably starting a rehab assignment within the next week or so. But this is going to be a lengthy rehab assignment. The first step in that process would be heading down to Bradenton to get live at bats against probably someone like Dari Murrieta, who's still rehabbing as well, back from Tommy John. He'll do that for, I don't know, a couple days, maybe a week. And then he's got to get, I would say, probably 30 plate appearances in a rehab assignment, at least, to simulate what could be at least a brief spring training. So he's got some time before he's in the major leagues. But, I mean, he's participating in full baseball activity now. So there's no injury restrictions. It's more just building up volume and getting up to speed on the game of baseball, which he hasn't played in an organized manner since September.
No, this was good. This was informative. I will be practicing my extension in the backyard this afternoon, and I don't want to let my family down tonight, but I most importantly don't want to let you down.
I don't. You could never. So just do your best, Adam. I believe in you.
Going to be a wonderful father, Noah Hiles. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Noah.
What a guy.
He was like half asleep.
Noah? Oh, you weren't impressed by Noah's performance today?
No, I was, but just right there, his eyes just started slowly shutting.
He looked pretty tired when I talked to him at first.
Callis, you're our baseball guy here. You have any advice?
For what?
The first pitch. What?
I wouldn't take his advice. Like, he's going to tell you everything opposite.
No, he wants.
Yeah, you should lift your leg as low as possible, extend as short as possible, and just make sure that when you finish through, that your hand's about to touch the ground. Like, that's how far you want to finish down.
All right. All good notes. I think that John Wayner's advice is the easiest to follow because you find it deep within yourself. He says, be a man. Be a man.
I think that's the easiest?
Can
you find that?
I think courage is in here somewhere.
Have you found it before?
No. No.
How are you getting down to the game, by the way?
Why?
You want to go together? I got a van.
All right. We'll react to some of what Noah had to say coming up next. More on the Aaron Rodgers drama. And then at the top of the hour, things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports related. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 1-0 over the Washington Nationals. Took 3 of 4 in that series. Pirates continue the homestand with a 3-game series coming up here against the Cleveland Guardians. First game of the series tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. And the coverage tonight presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around your house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh. The weather's taking a turn here. Things are great. You want your house to be great, too, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. And there's no limit to how much you could save. And if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door, too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing. Nada, zilch, bupkis until 2027. Hurry, though. Sale ends soon. Do not miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free deal and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now. I'll give you the phone number, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or online at windownation.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. And 614. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in about 10 minutes here. Things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. Callis came over here while I was out. He was responding to people on the text line. Someone said, Adam is a bleep hole to you, Nicholas, and he replied, yes, I agree. Hi, it's Callis. Callis gave me a campaign sign to put in my yard.
He didn't give me one.
I know that.
I was going to get... Doran keeps leaving early. He just disappears.
Got family.
Yeah, that's fine, but you don't get a sign then. We ran out.
I mean, they would be better served, or you'd be better served giving the signs to people who actually live in Green Tree. Like, people ain't going to drive by my house and go, oh, well, damn, let me call my Green Tree friends and say I saw a sign and that they should vote for Nicholas Harry Callis and crew.
We were Adam Crowley. I figure you take a picture of it in your yard. You'd be like, look at this. I support my guy. But you haven't done that.
It's a fireworks night. It's going to be 80 degrees.
Okay.
So I'm guessing there's going to be like 25,000 people, maybe a few more, a few less in the ballpark. Should I wear the Nicholas Harry Callis for Green Tree City Council t-shirt?
Yes.
It's not City Council, it's Green Tree Council, yes.
All right, now I'm not doing it. Right. He knew what I meant.
Yeah,
I mean, what do you want to do? I was going to do a good thing for you.
It up.
I messed it up?
Yes.
Do you think I could bring a sign in and, like, hold it up and be like, Callis for Council while I'm standing on the side of the field?
No, wear a shirt.
Do not think so. You can wear your shirt, though.
I'll wear the shirt.
I'm not going to.
Okay. You're not going to come in the van either? I mean,
no.
I can take everybody in your family. You all can go together. There you go. It's 3 rows of seats.
We'd have to put the car seats in. Doran, you put the car seats in, or do you take them to, like, the firehouse?
The first time, I think I took them to the firehouse.
Me too.
But now I know what to do.
Because they show you how to do it, and they're very good about it. They take their time. They take it very seriously. But one of the worst fights my children's mom and I ever got into was trying to get the damn car seats in.
Yeah, it was tough the first time.
Oh, my God.
Everything was tough the first time. You just don't know what you're doing.
No clue. My baby fell yesterday, smacked her head off a table. Had a big mark on her cheek.
That's no good.
Poor thing.
Is it that hard to put them in the latches?
It has to fit a certain... It can't move more than an inch. There's all kind of regulations.
There's regulations.
Not to mention you want to keep your child safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a pain in the ass. You have to be on level ground when you're doing it. You'll figure this out one of these days, Harry. Because I thought the same thing. How hard could it be? It's not like hard, but it's a pain in the ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes those latches are tucked in tight to the seat stuff, you know. Or you got the overhead ones. Those ones are easier to use, I've heard.
The overhead what?
Latches.
Overhead latches. There's some on the ceiling sometimes, like in the back seats of vehicles.
This is a great segment.
Terrible.
It's my fault.
Yeah.
I led us down the path of car seat.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. Texter, Adam, do a trip and fall on the walk to the mound, then no one remembers how bad the pitch was. I mean, there's no pressure. If I bounce it, I bounce it. If I throw it 50 feet over the catcher's head...
No pressure?
No, there's pressure.
There's a lot of pressure. You're on one of the biggest sports shows in the city. So next time that you're on, you don't think people are going to be crushing you?
Yeah, I think
there's a lot of pressure.
You're trying to convince yourself there's no pressure, but we're...
Yeah, and I bounced the one before the backyard base brawl, and people still haven't let me live that down.
You have to nail it.
Because, it's not throwing a baseball 60 feet 6 inches is not hard. To get it there in the air. I mean, to paint corners and to change speeds and to throw hard, yes, that is all very difficult.
But just to toss the baseball.
Yeah, to toss a baseball 60 feet is nothing.
So I feel like if you lob it too, you're also going to get crushed.
You can't lob it. There's
you
can't throw the ephus.
Be a man, as John Wayner said. Yes.
No, I got to pipe that thing in there as hard as I can, which will be 56 miles an hour.
That's fine.
Yeah. But
56.
That's probably it. I can't. Throwing a baseball is easy, but I bounced the one before the baseball, the backyard brawl, because there is pressure.
Yeah, because all eyes are on you.
Do you just want to do it?
No, I already did it. I did what I had to do.
I'd do it.
I did what I had to do, and I came through. I didn't get booed.
Pony got booed.
He did. I got cheered.
Of course you did.
So I did what I had to do.
Actually, you know
this is your turn.
You know what I had them do? We'll get back into Aaron Rodgers. Woohoo. You know what I had them do? I said, anything you want us to say. I said, just co-host of the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson. And perhaps your name will help me get applause. Just tie your ass into it. Ain't no one want to boo Doran Dickerson.
But the thing is, too, you got to realize, I'm expecting you to hold up for the show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot on the line. So, whether you think that there's pressure or not from people harassing you, the next time you're on air, I'm going to if you don't come through. You're making me look bad.
I know I can't have that happen. And I'm going to bring my daughter out as a meat shield. My beautiful 5-year-old daughter, I'm going to bring her out onto the mound. No one's going to boo me when I got her up next to me.
You're going to put your daughter in that situation?
I'll put her right in the line of fire. It's a meat shield, man.
You're going to use your daughter.
You're doing everything that a man is. You're doing the opposite of that right now.
Yep.
Oh, there's no pressure. I'll bring my daughter out so people cheer. I'll use Doran's name to get some good PR.
And then I floated yesterday that I was going to tank it on purpose for the cameras, just in case I accidentally do bounce it, and I can just say it's on purpose. I got it all figured out. Someone just texted in saying they bought tickets to tonight's game just to watch me pitch.
That's awesome. So you better come through.
Is this a booer or a non-booer? I must know. All right, coming up next, things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports-related, and then we're back to our regularly scheduled crying over Aaron Rodgers. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-858-1199. That's 800-858-1199.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Mainly steady around the area as the Good Friday morning rush continues. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed. Don't forget, we still have a hazmat situation in West Mifflin tying up the intersection of Lebanon School and Clairton-Dravosburg roads as crews are on the scene there. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, that music means it is time for things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. Doran, would you like to start or would you like me to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Lee Corso retiring.
That's what I was going to start with.
Uh-huh. Yep, Lee Corso retiring. One of the biggest college football staples of all time. And you know what? We've all liked Lee Corso at a certain time, but it was time. I think we can all agree, right? It was time for him to retire. Sometimes it was hard to watch, being up there on the stage and and just not being able to come through for what he was doing. So he's leaving behind a huge legacy, and he brought us all in every Saturday, and all those good memories of him putting on the mascot's head, and whenever you saw your school that you cheered for, him do that, and it was just awesome. So what a great career he's had, and I think he's going to do one more game, and I think that's the first game of the season.
He's 89 years old. It's a delicate thing to talk about.
Yeah.
So Alex Kirshner, who actually went to Mount Lebanon High School.
Good guy.
Really good guy, really smart dude, has a great college football podcast I listen to every week. It's Can't Miss for me. He wrote a really good piece about Kirk Herbstreit, and Kirk just waxed poetic about how much Lee Corso has meant to him. And Kirk has become a lightning rod these last couple of years, but the way he treats and has treated Lee Corso has humanized him.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can see the beauty in the soul of Kirk Herbstreit, the way that he, and really that entire cast, treats Lee Corso. A big question here is, are they still going to do the headgear thing? I don't think you can. You got Nick Saban's cranky ass up there. You have to come up with something else, because that was the coup de grace. I mean,
yeah.
that was the grand finale.
Well, I think that their succession plan was Pat McAfee and what he has done.
Ah, shoot. You're right.
That was, you could just tell he was in waiting of, him being the outlandish type person on that broadcast whenever, you need something that's weird and quirky, or kicking a field goal for $100,000 like that. Those little things I think will play still. And then you can get back to the serious football talk, but I think you leave the mascot thing to Lee Corso. I don't think that you adopt it.
That show's creative enough. McAfee's creative enough that they'll think of something else to do.
Yeah.
If McAfee put on the headgear, people would lose their minds.
Right.
And I love Pat, but rightfully so. All right, can I go?
Yes.
I will go. You sent this to me. I saw it making its waves on social media. R.I.P. Mike Leach, first of all. But back in his time, he allegedly once had to be talked out of putting a little person in the backfield and throwing him over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations. Now, I brought this up unironically back when we were having our tush-push conversation. Back when we were saying, the tush-push, is it football? It doesn't feel like football, but also no one does it better than the Eagles, and you can't just outlaw it because they're good at it, no one else is. I said, has anybody ever thought of throwing a little person over the line of scrimmage? And I guess Mike Leach has.
Yes. Vern Troyer. Did we talk about throwing Vern, like when we first started here on the morning show?
We did.
How many yards would Vern get? RIP. But would that work?
I think he could get a couple yards.
Yeah.
Just throw him over the line.
Right.
And then hope to God he lands.
Right. And not get crushed.
Yeah, but he's dead now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
R.I.P. Vern Troyer. I do think that would work. And maybe not like a little person, but...
Like Darren Sproles.
Darren Sproles is a good name.
Right.
Tutu Atwell.
Tutu Atwell.
Tiny guy. Calvin Austin. You're telling me that Mount Washington couldn't pick up Calvin Austin and throw him like 6 yards?
Sam Alu and Faltanu. Put them in the backfield, sub in some other offensive linemen. And
go heavy personnel, and then just throw Calvin Austin over the line. They should look into that. I think it would have gone over better if Mike Leach did it.
Yeah.
You got another one?
Netflix will release a new tell-all documentary on the rise and fall of Brett Favre.
Oh, man.
And this is clearly
the fall, Doran, the fall.
This is clearly coming after the Enigma documentary, and Netflix has been pumping them out. So I'll be interested. I've always loved Brett Favre, and it is a shame that he
is an ass.
Yeah, it's a shame because he was such a good quarterback. Like, he was that backyard quarterback. Like, whenever you're in the backyard, you're playing with your friends. I'm Brett Favre, and that's how he played on the field. He played like the game was fun, like he was in the backyard. And I've always loved Brett Favre, but it's kind of hard to love him now, and it's a shame. So I'll be very interested in watching it.
Yeah, you got the whole welfare thing.
Yeah.
You got the whole Jen Sturger thing. Yeah. And then you're right, man. It's so obvious that Aaron Rodgers is getting all this shine. Probably made a pretty penny off of Enigma. And he's like, well, if Rodgers did it, I got to do it. He's an ass. Although him running around in the backyard in Wrangler jeans, throwing the football, all-time great commercial.
Yes.
Makes you want to buy Wrangler jeans.
Yep.
Also, once he got real old and he still had that Iron Man streak going, he was in the Copper Fit commercials. He would always
with the knee sleeve and stuff.
Knee sleeve, the back sleeve. Yeah. Like, people are like, this old ass guy's trying to play quarterback for the Vikings, and he's like, old, you say? Let me lean into this with Copper Fit.
That's good.
All right, I got another one.
Yep.
Jim Palmer, legendary Orioles pitcher who lost to the Pirates in 1971 and 1979 World Series, says he's never eaten chicken wings in his life. So they brought him chicken wings. He's a broadcaster for the team now. And he refused on the broadcast. And then it got awkward. Is there anything in your life that people say is great that you haven't tried?
That I haven't tried? Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you. I should have prepped you for it.
That I haven't tried, yeah. Oh, an Irish breakfast.
Hey, let's go. I've never done cocaine. Texter, could a defender catch the little person and return him for a touchdown with the ball?
Great question.
Absolutely,
yes,
you could,
you can.
right?
Yeah.
No, you know what? It would be a safety.
Why?
If he's still
in the air? It's like throwing a pass, right? You would be throwing the
man.
person, and it would be throwing the football.
All right.
Forward pass.
Text us right now at 412-928-9370 and help us interpret the rule. Because actually, if you catch the little person...
It'd be an interception.
No, I don't think so, because they'd be in possession of the ball. And then if you start running backwards with them, it'd be forward progress.
But they wouldn't touch the ground. If they're in possession with the ball and they're in the air, I guess if they broke the plane, if it's on the 1 yard line, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Man.
412-928-9370. Don't call us about something as nonsensical as that, but please text us what you think the interpretation of that rule would be. Yeah, Jim Palmer never ate the chicken wings.
Huh.
And I don't get that. Like, you've got Mel Kiper, who every morning he eats a piece of apple pie with, what is it, Cool Whip on top.
Every morning?
Pumpkin pie, actually. Yeah, every morning.
Huh.
Every single morning for like 35 years, Mel Kiper has had a slice of pumpkin pie.
Wow.
For breakfast.
Wow.
You've also got your dude, who's the guy who ran through the back of the end zone, Dan Orlovsky, who eats his steak with ketchup.
Yeah, he's weird.
He eats chicken tenders with ketchup every day, but like the smallest little amount.
Yep. Greeny, doesn't he eat chicken wing? He uses a fork.
He does that for Snickers, I think, too.
Yeah, he eats it with a fork. Chicken wings, Greeny.
See, I've always been partial to the, what do you call them, boneless wings?
Yep.
But I like a good regular wing every now and again. I just don't like to get my hands dirty. Blue-collar guy I am.
WrestleMania is this weekend. And it got me thinking of the tryout that I had with WWE, and it was one of the best experiences I ever had. And I'll never forget the moment that I got there. And I was like one of the first people to get there. It was at night, and you had to weigh in. And I was in the facility down in Orlando, and I weighed in. Remember, I weighed in at 243.8. And I looked into the barn, and there was 4 rings in there. And they had the WWE stuff, and this is where everybody trains. There's a big weight room. And I looked at the guy that was weighing me, and I was like, hey, can I go in there real quick just to check it out? He's like, yeah, go ahead. I went in there, and I stood in the middle of one ring, and I was just, I closed my eyes, and I was like, I'm a kid, like watching WrestleMania. I cannot believe that I am in a WWE ring right now. And then the next day, whenever you show up for the tryout, you see like Shawn Michaels, you see all these big time names that are putting on your tryout, and it just the appreciation of the entertainment sport, I'll call it, it just grew through the roof. And I was always a fan growing up. And WrestleManias were big moments for me when I was little too. And you know, with my friends Brian Flory, Josh Eisenberg, we would order a pay-per-view. Our parents would switch. We order pay-per-view, order a pizza, and just be all bought in. And I wonder if kids are still bought in that way.
I know a lot of people our age still are.
Yeah.
A lot of people older than us, like Kaboli.
Right.
Josh Yowie, guys like that are big time into it. Pony, Muller, Donnie. Yeah, Donnie's young. I always play with the
kids aren't
action
into
figures.
It. They could be into it, but they just don't watch it, you know?
See, here's the thing about wrestling. People say it's fake, and okay, it's all scripted. Like, I understand all that. It takes incredibly fit athletes. And the things that people do to their bodies to be in that shape, to stay in that shape, to stay healthy, the travel, all that, I mean, it ain't for the faint of heart, man.
It is not fake physically. I'll say that. Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Texter, could the defense throw their own little person at the offense's little person and they could meet in midair? We're not talking about real little people, though. We're talking about, like, Calvin Austin.
Right.
Like, you're not going to roster a Hobbit just so that, you know, once every other game you can throw them over the line of scrimmage.
No, the smallest person on the team would be the guy that the guinea pig.
Texter, so if an interceptor then returns the Hobbit for a touchdown and then spikes the little person, is that a penalty? All right, we're done with this. You got any more?
Nope.
That was things you don't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. Brian Becko, wonderful Steelers beat writer, going to join us at the bottom of the hour, but we're getting back into Aaron Rodgers, what he said, what he didn't say, our reaction on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. That's next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Washington Nationals 1-0 yesterday. O'Neal Cruz hit a home run, and that was the Pirates' run that they scored. They won that series 3-1. Next series coming up here is another home series against the Cleveland Guardians, and it begins tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan. You can listen. Begins at 5:40 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan lines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. It's Easter weekend, and you need beer. Hop on over to Hampton Beer Outlet. Get it, bunnies, things of that nature. They got great deals. Michelob Ultra, 24-pack cans, $19.99. Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Light, 30-pack cans, $22.99. Keystone Light, 30-pack cans. Listen to this, $16.99. The best prices, the best selection, the best customer service. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Less than a week before the NFL Draft, we're on track to see something we've never seen before, as every one of the 32 teams in the league is set to make a first-round selection. So who's going to blink first and make a move? The Vikings, a likely option. They pick at number 24, only have a total of 4 picks in the draft. Perhaps we see something much sooner as the quarterback board shakes out. The draft is always fun, especially when it's this unpredictable. I'm Bart Winkler.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout, or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, crews have begun work to cross traffic over from the northbound side of McKnight Road to the southbound side so they can work on the northbound side of the bridge over Babcock Boulevard. That will entail single-lane each direction traffic patterns there. While that is happening, they will also be closing the ramp from McKnight Road northbound to Babcock Boulevard, and you'll be directed around that by way of a posted detour. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Traffic light delays on Route 51 in both directions between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Obviously, I went out to Pittsburgh.
I flew into a different airport. But yeah, I mean, listen, I've talked to Mike Tomlin. He's more than I even thought from afar, as far as the type of person that he is. I have a lot of respect for what he's accomplished in the league. Arthur Smith, you guys have had Art on the show many times.
Love him.
I mean, talk about a guy that doesn't need to work. Doesn't need to work. But he's a grinder. We've had a friendship for a couple of years now. And I just like what he's all about. I like when he's on your show.
Tom Arth, too. Aaron Rodgers loves Tomlin. Loves the OC. Loves the quarterback coach. But he is loving on that lady, sounds like a little bit more, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
And loving life and helping out his friends in his inner circle. A guy that sounds to me like he's closer to retirement than anything else. But if he's not going to retire, it does sound like Pittsburgh would be the destination. So where do the Steelers go from here? Somebody tweeted in and said, when we were talking about Shedeur Sanders earlier, Shedeur is like a rookie Fields. We tried that. We really going there again? Doran, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. If you think Shedeur Sanders is anything like Justin Fields, you're doing the black quarterback thing.
Yeah, they're totally different quarterbacks.
They're not the same.
No.
Justin Fields and Jalen Milroe, similar.
Yes.
Now, Fields was a better prospect because Fields was actually more accurate in college, but both fleet of foot, both guys you could, in theory, build that Lamar Jackson-esque offense around. But Shedeur Sanders and Justin Fields are not similar in any way, shape, or form.
Zero.
Not at all. I think now more than ever, the most likely circumstance for the Steelers this year is Mason Rudolph is QB1, at least to start, and it's a rookie at QB2 with Skylar Thompson, rounding out that quarterback room. Perhaps my Freudian slip there, twice now, will prove to be prescient, but man, I just think that's what it's going to look like. And it's really tough to get geared up and excited for a Steelers season when Mason Rudolph right now would probably be the betting odds leader in the clubhouse to be your QB1.
Like, I mean, hypothetically, and let's just throw this out there, like say that there was a draft trade, like who would be somebody that could possibly the Steelers trade for, quarterback-wise? Like that would make, like it could be the most realistic, even though that's probably not going to happen. But we could play the game.
I think Jackson Dart goes 9 to the Saints, and I think that the Giants jump back in to take Shedeur Sanders. That's what I think happens.
I'm saying like NFL quarterback the Steelers could trade for.
Kyler Murray, I guess.
Yes.
Which I don't want to tie myself to a guy who's been at times really good, most of the time and tie myself to that monetarily and tie myself to that and pass on it. I just can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that. Kirk Cousins is probably the most likely example, but that guy can't play anymore. So anybody who was out on Aaron Rodgers before, because he can't play, I mean, my God, if you think Aaron Rodgers can't play, Kirk Cousins can't play a lick anymore.
No.
He couldn't move, man. We saw him in game 1, and then he went through a little spell there where he was fine, maybe even a little bit better than fine, and the Falcons looked like they were on their way to the playoffs. And then my guy collapsed on himself like a dying star. I mean, he turned into a pumpkin, man. He was terrible. I don't think there's any veterans out there that are available. Like, I had thought, I'll tell you what, man. Remember when I was talking, you know what I was going to say. Last year when I said Dak Prescott, if he was a free agent, I think the Steelers would have been all over that.
Yeah.
All over it. Obviously, it never came to pass. But this is where we are. Like, when Rodgers seemed like more of a realistic possibility, and I think before yesterday he was a realistic possibility in all of our minds, to me, I didn't feel like the Steelers were in quarterback purgatory. They had bought themselves, with Rodgers, at least more time. Maybe you take a guy at 21, but you don't feel like you have to. Rodgers could be the bridge to next year. If you draft a rookie quarterback this year, Rodgers can groom that guy. Like, it didn't feel like they were in this awful spot. It wasn't a great spot. It didn't feel awful. After hearing him talk yesterday, now it sounds like the Steelers are going to wait around for a guy who ain't going to come here anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
And then what? This, my friend, is what real quarterback purgatory looks like.
Would you rather have Trevor Lawrence or Aaron Rodgers?
I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers for a year than tie myself to Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
Like we went through that when the golf guy tweeted about it, that the Steelers had checked in with the Jags. I'm just not a big Trevor Lawrence fan. If he was on his rookie deal, sure.
Yep.
Absolutely. But I don't want to tie myself to him. The most I was willing to tie myself to a quarterback this offseason was Justin Fields for 2 years, $30 million. And he got more than that even with the New York Jets. I'm on board now, though. Draft a guy at 21. Don't trade up and get one. Like, I'm not that crazy about these quarterbacks. But if one's there, yeah, I'll take him. Fine. That's where we are.
Yep.
Fine. And I guess I should probably pick a guy. Shador. I'll take Shador over Dart.
Why?
Because of what you've said for so long. Like, Dart shot up draft boards. Like, he was never thought of as this first-round pick. And then, people talk to him, he throws, and blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, he's shooting up draft boards. I'm always dubious of guys like that.
Right.
And then Shador, I think it's the opposite, where he's, quote-unquote, falling right now. But I don't think he's falling because people all of a sudden started picking up new things on his tape. Like, I think he's been the prospect all along that's been the second-best quarterback in the draft. And if he's falling, it's because he hasn't impressed in some of these one-on-one meetings. And because of his dad. People are scared of his dad. They're scared of bringing in a distraction. And I think a lot of these teams view Deion Sanders as a distraction. So who's going to meddle? Who's going to fiddle? Who's going to tinker? Who's going to be in his ear? Who's going to give him advice? I don't think he's going to do that with Tomlin.
No.
So I evaluate him purely as a prospect, and while not great, we kick this around too, man. Like, what makes a quarterback have a good ceiling? The way it's looked at now is you got to be this big, strapping lad who can also run and throw it 70 yards. You got to be a freak. You got to be Josh Allen. You got to be Patrick Mahomes. Before 10 years ago, for me anyhow, ceiling was, sometimes it could be that. But are you smart? Can you read a defense? Are you accurate? Do you get the ball out quick? Now, Shador, at times didn't get the ball out quick, but he's got good mechanics. He is accurate with the football. And people say he's a smart guy who can read a defense. Can't that make for a great ceiling?
Yeah.
Tom Brady had a good arm, of course. But it was all the mind stuff that took him to the next level. Peyton Manning had it all. But it was his mind that helped him win championships, especially the one at the end, getting into the right play, all those kinds of things. So what makes a ceiling? And why can't this guy be good? All these guys that we talked to Chris Carter about who were supposed to be good next year, they could all suck. Everyone in this draft could be suck. Everyone in this draft could be good. Right. I don't know. No one knows. You're throwing darts.
Like, can your skills translate to the NFL? Like, if I'm watching a quarterback, I watch it. I watch their college film, but I picture them in the NFL. Like, can that translate? Are they anticipating throws? Are they doing the things necessary that it takes? Because the NFL is a different game than college, like way different. Can that translate? And I see Shador's skill set translating and also having room to grow. Not saying that the Steelers could develop him, but I think that just naturally, pedigree-wise, I think he will grow into a good quarterback.
Well, and I don't believe that they are the best place to land from a schematic standpoint, from a we'll develop a quarterback standpoint, but the weapons that he will be walking into and inheriting are pretty good.
Pretty good.
You should be able to protect him enough and allow him to grow like Bo Nix did last year. Okay? Throw it to the giant dude who's open, DK Metcalf. Throw it to the fast, really tall dude who's open, George Pickens. You've got Pat Freiermuth, who can patrol the middle of the field. And I think we all believe they're going to, I should say, draft a speedster running back. You've got a line that hasn't coalesced yet, but it is filled with pedigree. It is not, from a roster standpoint, a bad place to land, which can make it a lot easier to grow. Like, this isn't Cleveland you're walking into here. This isn't, I know the Giants have neighbors. They got a lot to work on there. Like, this would be Pittsburgh, and you've got a pretty good roster around you. Not a great roster, but a pretty good roster around you. Meaning your chances of developing are that much better. Or perhaps I'm just talking myself into all this crap because
that's at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. Because we have to. And this is where they're at. And they've been here for a while. We've had to talk ourselves into a lot of things.
Yeah, we have.
A lot.
We've been doing a show and doing great ratings when the Steelers have really, by their standards, sucked. Throw us a bone. Maybe win 13 games one of these years.
Be nice.
Here's a tweet. Shedeur was 13-12 at Colorado. That's absolutely perfect for Tomlin and his annual goals. I don't give a rat's ass about the win-loss record of a college quarterback. I really don't.
No, me either.
And I'm not comparing Shedeur Sanders to Patrick Mahomes, but Patrick Mahomes' teams were going 6-6 and losing to Skyler Howard at West Virginia, for God's sakes. Like, I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ben played at Miami of Ohio. I don't care about where you played. Can you do it? Can you spin it? Quarterback record. Don't care. All right. We'll talk to Brian Batko about all this and more coming up next to you, of course, from the Post-Gazette. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played in their final regular season game yesterday and they won 5-2 over the Washington Capitals. Penguins finished with 80 points, second to last in the Metropolitan Division, fourth worst in the Eastern Conference. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. And you got the Buccos tonight at 6:40. You can bet on individual player performances in baseball like player hits, home runs, RBIs, strikeouts, and much more. The BetPark Sportsbook and online casino app has got you covered. But whether the Buccos win or not, whether the Buccos score or not, there's always another way to win on the BetPark Sportsbook and online casino app. It's the only app I ever use or recommend to bet on all my favorite sports and to play all my favorite classic casino games in the palm of my hand. Blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, hot online slots, and new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bradaman's here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. A new era is underway in Chicago. Ben Johnson steps in as head coach, and the Bears are ready to make noise. The O-line got a serious upgrade this offseason, and the D is back with a vengeance. Don't sleep on the Monsters of the Midway. This team means business. Ben Johnson to win Coach of the Year? Yeah, he's sitting at plus 650. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150? Maybe that Mustang? An Explorer? Anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVay to get the job done fast and right. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. During the break, Doran just goes, you know how old people have that smell? I'm like, yeah. It's like, is that just them dying?
I mean, they all have the same smell. Like, they get to a certain age and they just have that aroma to them, and it's like, is their body just dying?
So you reach a certain age where your cells stop, like, producing.
There.
And so it's just, like,
You're
recycled
dying.
cells at that point, and I think that's what causes
Yeah,
it.
you're dying. Like, you're just telling us that you're getting old.
Callis comes in with the science behind it. This is the second old person thing that you have brought up before that makes me laugh. And the other one is like, you know when old people are just sitting there like chewing nothing? All right, Brian Batko, the Post-Gazette, joins us right now. Good morning to you, Brian. How you doing today?
Good morning, Crowley. Good morning, Doran. Good morning, Dr. Callis. I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Happy to hear that. Well, it's because he's got all the science information there.
Oh.
Right up in his
He
gourd.
just gave us a medical update on aging, and I wanted to know where that came from, but that was interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know if I should believe it.
No, I would take that with a grain of salt when we'll Google it here. But he came up with it quick.
It was the same guy that said like hot water is bad for you if you were dehydrated.
Yes, he says hot water dehydrates you, which is just not correct at all.
Right.
All right, so Batko, let's get down to brass tacks here. I'm sure you consumed, like all of us did, Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. So we'll start broadly and then we'll niche it down here. But your overall takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to go into this whole thing with an open mind. You know, obviously, you can't really avoid Rodgers headlines, but it's not like I was sitting there watching him every week on the McAfee show. I think the one time I watched him last year, was when Beanie Bishop picked them off, and I was curious to see what he would say about getting those footballs signed and sent back to him. So I don't have a ton of exposure to it, but I did come away from yesterday thinking, man, he sounded kind of smarmy, combative, maybe even arrogant. And I guess that's kind of why people don't like him. And let me say this, in his defense, it is one of those deals now where it's like, well, what do you want him to say? What could he have said other than, I'm retiring and now you guys all have an answer, or I'm signing with the Steelers and now you all have an answer? But I don't know, maybe something that was a little more understanding of like, hey, I understand why people are frustrated. I'm sorry it's taken this long, but I promise I'm going through some things. I think that would have come off in a little better tone.
Brian, with what he said yesterday, do you feel that the Steelers are in serious play with quarterback at 21? Like, does it become more evident that they might take a quarterback at 21?
I don't think I'd say more evident, Doran. I just think they have to go into this draft, and the quarterback component of it included. Geez, I sound like Mike Tomlin now. But when you listen to the guy long enough, when you're around it long enough, it just seeps into your brain. But I think they need to operate as if it doesn't really matter whether he's going to be here or not. So, don't look at quarterback as any more or less of a need based on Rodgers' presence or lack thereof, because we know he's not the long-term answer regardless. I mean, that guy yesterday sounded like somebody who, if he does work up the motivation to play one more season in the NFL, what are the odds that that's going to become 2 more seasons, or you're going to be in this cycle of doing this every year? And again, that's his right. That's his prerogative. But he's clearly not he doesn't have too many more years left in him. So even if you do take someone 21 overall, whether that guy sits and waits and develops behind Rodgers or Mason, to me, that doesn't really matter. It needs to be more about the conviction you have in these prospects as you scout them.
So independent of Rodgers, then, how do you think they feel about Dart and Sanders?
Well, it's hard to say. I think a lot of us thought in 2022, okay, they're really scouring the globe, or at least the country, in this quarterbacks class, even though all the pundits say, hey, it's not very good. There might not be one taken until the end of the first round. Would it be crazy that none go in the first round? Well, lo and behold, the Steelers found their guy, and he was right across the hall in Kenny Pickett. And I remember Kevin Colbert saying, guys, and this could have just been, coach speak or GM speak, I guess, but he thought it was a good quarterbacks class and that there was going to be multiple starters to emerge from that, I think is how he put it. And obviously that didn't age well. It makes me wonder, do you kind of develop an inherent bias if you go in thinking, okay, we like this class, we're going to find someone, whether it's the first round, third round, fourth round, and then you almost talk yourself into these players more because you've spent so much time with them on the pro day circuit, going out to dinner, bringing them to the facility. I saw the new Jags GM. Let me know what you guys think of this. James Gladstone, he comes from the Rams. I think he's 34, so he's got to be like the youngest GM in the league. He looks even younger. He said they are not going to do these pre-draft visits because they don't want spending that intimate time with players and spending hours with them to influence how they draft and how they view a prospect. That's pretty new age thinking. I don't know if I understand that one. I think you need to try to kind of psychoanalyze these guys a little bit.
Yeah, because it's a huge investment. Like, there's a lot of money on the table. Like, if I'm going to invest into something, I want to know what I'm getting, I would think.
It just seems too spreadsheety to me. Obviously you're watching the film and you're going through the metrics, and I think sometimes, even probably Mike Tomlin is maybe too guilty of like, okay, we've sat down face to face with this guy and, he's got some rough around the edges type stuff, but that's coaching. We can fix him. Where how many times have we seen in Pittsburgh, like, no, maybe you should have just avoided that situation entirely. So I kind of get where the Jags GM is coming from, but I don't know. I think there's still some value in talking to people face to face and trying to learn the person and evaluate them that way. And that's what you've got to do with these quarterbacks, especially somebody like Jackson Dart or Shador, who would have that big first round label and expectations placed on them.
Brian, if you were a betting man, would you bet that the Steelers find their way back into the second round to make a selection?
No, I wouldn't, just because there's too many moving parts there to predict. It wouldn't surprise me. We've seen Omar Khan kind of move up and down the draft board, and I think that's been one of his strengths so far as a GM, is maneuvering that way, getting good value, and then landing at least what we thought at the time were good players. So I could see it, but I just wouldn't bet on it because we've already seen historically, right, that every team has their own first-round pick, which is kind of unheard of at this stage of the draft process. So that kind of tells me that maybe teams do like the depth this year, and they're kind of going to want to stick where they're at and just pick a good player.
Brian, appreciate your time. As always, man, thanks for jumping on a Friday.
Yeah, no problem. See you, fellas.
Thanks, Brian.
See you, buddy. Brian Batko. All right, there was a scandal that took place on social media earlier today. It is Steve Blass's birthday. Joe Block tweeted out a birthday salutation. Happy birthday to the one and only Steve Blass. Well, there's the Steve Blass radio booth. The picture that Joe Block tweeted out had Steve positioned in a way where it said, Steve Ass. We have Joe Block commenting on this situation. We're going to play that for you coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Cleveland Guardians at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, crews in the process of crossing traffic over from the northbound side of McKnight Road to the southbound lanes. When they're finished, it'll be a single lane of traffic in each direction on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard while they work on the northbound side of that span over Babcock Boulevard. In addition, the ramp from McKnight Road northbound to Babcock Boulevard will close. There will be a posted detour. Moving road work restricting Route 22 in both directions between the McDonald Midway interchange and the ramps to the inbound Parkway West and I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We love this guy. He's not really a loser, but Joe Block wished Steve Blass a happy birthday. Under the photo, it was Steve sitting in the Steve Blass broadcast booth, but he was blocking the B and the L, so it just said Steve Ass. Well, Joe Block was just on with Larry Richard on KDKA AM, and, well, he was asked about this scandal.
You posted a social media shout out to Steve Blass, who turns 83 today. And I got to ask you, the picture you posted is from Lecom Park, right in the broadcast booth, which is named for Steve.
That's correct. Yes. Yes. And he was sitting in front of the first two letters of his last name, which are in big letters. And
which is spelled,
that's why he's the one and only Steve Blass.
BLASS. That's a hilarious picture. Yeah, search out Joe Block on X.
All right, so there you go. It's an inside joke.
Okay.
Which makes it a lot less funny, I got to be honest. I was hoping this was not intentional.
I think it makes it even funnier because it makes, shows
It's
personality from Joe Block. Not saying that he doesn't. I don't know him that well.
We got to have Joe Block on.
Yeah.
I also want to make fun of Larry for a second here. Because Larry's probably, what are we going to do for the show today? Well, we're going to do our Pirates Talk, our weekly Pirates Talk with Joe Block. And you know what we're going to play? We're going to play the Pirates of the Caribbean theme when Joe Block comes on for our weekly Pirates Talk.
And Larry didn't want to say ass.
I know. That's the other thing, too.
Yeah.
Over here, we're just letting it fly. I'm sure they are.
Okay.
You hear it all the time. Gainey's an ass. It's a whole thing. All the time over there. And I'm not commenting politically. I'm just telling you what I hear. I see the social videos. All right, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Callis is going to kill me for what I'm about to say. I don't want to make this all about me here, but I do feel like we need to make some predictions on my first pitch tonight. Get ourselves on the record here.
Yeah, I think you smoke it.
It's going to bounce twice.
Twice? I ain't skipping rocks.
I think you nail it.
Thank you, Doran. That's friendship right there. That's confidence. If you were throwing out the first pitch, Callis, I'd say you put that thing right on the corner. You'd paint that son of a gun.
You're right, and you wouldn't. You're going to bounce it, and
Twice,
you're going to be
he
real
says.
tense. You're going to go up there, you're going to be with your daughter. You're going to think, I'm in front of my family. I'm in front of all these people, and you're going to bounce it.
You can't bounce it.
No, he's going to, though.
But he literally can't.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but he's going to.
You can't. You have to throw a strike.
Yeah, I mean, if...
you're going to think about, what the right speed is, too. You're going to be overthinking it. You're going to be overthinking the whole thing. You're going to be like, I got to throw it exactly 56.8 miles per hour, and you're just going to bounce it.
It shouldn't even get into your mind that you are going to mess this up.
But it's going to. Look at him.
Thought.
I've had a lot of
He has
people...
a lot on the line.
I've had a lot of people tell me that they think I'm going to screw this up.
And you will.
And I've had a lot of people ask if they'd like me to warm up with them, play a little catch, No, I got one throw in me. I'm saving it.
There's no mound like PNC Park's mound either, so you could try to throw
That's
as
the
much as you want.
same as if you go to the mound over here in Green Tree.
It is weird.
But it's
60
different.
feet, 6 inches. Actually, you just did it.
Yeah, it's weird. I was like, oh, this is odd.
You're not standing in front of thousands of people here in Green Tree. You're not standing with your family here in Green Tree.
Here's what my daughter
You're not
said.
throwing to a Pittsburgh Pirate here in Green Tree.
Which Pirate do we think it's going to be?
Austin Hedges.
He hit a home run last night.
Shut up, really? Yeah. Hedges did?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He did.
You know who the battery is tonight? It's Luis Ortiz throwing to Austin Hedges. Oh, my God. It's probably going to be Enmanuel Valdez. But I need a bigger target than that. Enmanuel's 5'8".
Bigger target? It's not a target. Give me a break.
I hope it's Henry Davis.
I'm surprised you didn't say you'd rather have me then, because I'm a big target. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, but it's still Lent, so you're not making fun of me. That's it. It's Good Friday.
No, your comeuppance is coming on Monday, big boy. I'm coming. I wrote down all the mean things I wanted to say about you the last 40 days and 40 nights. I'm letting them fly on Monday.
I know exactly who it's going to be. The catches your pitch. The Pirate Parrot.
Oh, that's not bad.
It'll probably be the Parrot.
Big target, massive glove.
Yeah.
Analytically, a great pitch framer.
Yep.
Be perfect. My wife texted me what my 5-year-old said this morning. Quote, he does more great throws than bad throws, so I don't think he's going to do a bad one.
There you go.
There you go. That's all the belief I need. Who cares what Callis thinks? Who cares what the hoi polloi think? People who are going to be up in Section 307. I don't care what you think. My daughter's got my back.
My camera's going to be out either way.
I'm going to let her down so bad. Wouldn't be the first time. All right, Doran, thank you for your confidence.
Yep.
Will we know about Aaron Rodgers on Monday?
No. I'm actually going to say no for this time.
Harry?
No.
It's an obvious no. Talk to Yins on draft week. Until then, Mackey in for the guys. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan and my home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
The Cobra is headed to Cooperstown this summer, and so can you with AAA. On July 26th through the 28th, make your way to the Hall of Fame to watch the induction ceremony of number 39. Enjoy a 2-night hotel stay, round-trip motor coach transportation with 4 meals included on the trip. Just $729 per person based on double occupancy. Another Pittsburgh Baseball Hall of Famer to be enshrined in Cooperstown. Don't miss it. Call 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch to be a part of Pittsburgh baseball history.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Brighton Heights section of the city of Pittsburgh. Crews checking reports of some down power lines, the intersection of Marquis Way and Freedmore Street. Also an accident in McKeesport, tying up the intersection of West 5th Avenue and Rebecca Street. There are crews on the scene there. Parkway West, you are getting jammed now around the top of Green Tree Hill. Stop and go to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood. Twistvale, traffic light delays approaching the intersection with Bousman Street on northbound Route 51. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates tonight begin the first of a 3-game series after winning 3 out of 4 against the Washington Nationals, bouncing back after being swept against the Cincinnati Reds on the road. It's been better for the Buccos at PNC Park yesterday, 1-0. Incredible game from Andrew Heaney, who pitched into the 8th. 7 1/3 innings, 5 hits, no runs allowed, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Dennis Santana got the save, his second of the year. Trevor Williams of the Nationals took the loss of the former Pirate as O'Neal Cruz had a leadoff home run to begin the game. Old friend Luis Ortiz will pitch for the Cleveland Guardians. First of 3 against Cleveland. It's Pittsburgh and Cleveland at 6:40 tonight. Carmen Majinski goes for the Buccos. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 5:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis to Monroeville. It's a Friday, Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right.
And a good morning to you. Welcome into the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey, in for the guys. They're both off. Austin Bechtold behind the glass. You heard that wonderful Pirates update as they finish a series taking 3 of 4 from the Washington Nationals. Hello. It's good to be back with you. Got a lot to talk about today. Hopefully it's going to be a good show. I think it's going to be a fun show. It's going to be a great Friday show. Limits, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good, Jason. Good to be back with you. Looking forward to a good day. And, there's something about me whenever the weather is like this.
I know what you're saying.
I just get I'm typically like a 7 or an 8 to begin with every single day, like energy-wise and just emotion-wise. These type of days put me at a 10. It just gets me fired up, and I'm excited.
So there's something special about a 78-degree day in April, man. And it feels like you're getting away with something.
It does.
Like we're going to get 78 in June, July, whatever. Like, it just feels like we're stealing. I don't know. It's going to be gorgeous. I can't wait. We're going to be done 2 o'clock. Maybe it touches 80. I don't know.
Well, especially because beginning of the week, last week, you're just getting disgusting, gross April weather. It's cloudy every single day. We had some rain that was mixed in. 45 degrees, then it's 60 degrees. Everyone's getting sick. Sinuses are a mess. These are the types of weather days consistently. If we can get like 65 to 70 for the next week or so, everyone's going to feel better. We're going into May. It's Easter this weekend. The vibes are high.
And Adam Crowley's throwing out the first pitch at the Pirates game tonight?
How about that?
Oh, my goodness.
Will Crowley throw a strike at the game tonight?
Yes. I'm gonna give him. It's gonna be it's gonna be ugly getting there, but I think he's gonna throw a strike.
Now, how much has Crowley practiced this first pitch? That's the real question. I'm gonna say he's at least gone out and thrown the ball around 50 times with somebody.
I guarantee you, yeah.
Maybe it was Doran,
or like off of a house or something like that. Like he's absolutely thrown the ball and like nervously practiced.
Probably, yeah. Now, how far is Crowley standing away? Does he have a tape measure measuring out 60 feet, 6 inches?
I bet, maybe I'm giving Crowley too much credit here. I bet he goes as far back as he's allowed. Like, I don't know what the mound situation's going to be like. You don't step on the rubber unless you played. I think he goes back. Yeah, I mean, you could.
Are those, do they, like, at PNC Park when you get there, have anything that they say, hey, you can't stand here, you have to stand here?
No.
Any restrictions?
Not that I know of. I don't think so. Trying to think of, no, not in a situation like that. He could kind of do what he wants. I mean, you just have general tact, right? Like if somebody's, having a conversation in the dugout, you're not going to like go sit down next to somebody pregame. I mean, you've been on the field for that stuff. I don't think there are too many rules other than just like social acceptability.
No, I don't think that there was. I think you basically can stand wherever, just as long as you're not like running your shoe through the dirt,
right,
and messing up the mound. You should be fine.
Yeah, and I mean, from a reporter standpoint, like we're generally upstairs by the time all that stuff takes place, and there are certain restrictions for us. Like you try to stay between, like you don't go any further than first or third. But again, it's baseball. Rules are meant to be broken or interpreted different. I don't think interpreted is a word, but anyway, that'll be fun. Luis Ortiz on the hill. Here's a question. Does Austin Hedges get booed? Is there any reaction?
No reaction.
He's not going to get cheered, yeah.
Based on the amount of Pirates that have been cycled through over the last couple of years, some people in the ballpark will probably forget that Austin Hedges even played here.
I think Austin Hedges, I feel bad for that scenario, and I didn't mean to lead the show off with this. It's just something that popped into my mind. He got a raw deal here, man. He really did. Like, he was nothing other than what he's been his entire career. Nobody went into that thing thinking he can hit, and he can't hit. And he can't hit now, but he can play defense and handle a pitching staff. It seemed to work just fine for the Guardians. But again, we're going to talk about somebody else that has rankled fans around here. But I want to talk about Aaron Rodgers a little bit from a different angle. I don't want to work through his comments on Pat McAfee and talk about his personal life or his indecision or anything like that. I want to look at it more from a Steelers perspective and what they're doing here. I use the analogy of the tail wagging the dog, and I stand by it. And I just don't understand how we've gotten to this point, why we're staying at this point. I want to bring up something, too, about Art Rooney II's comments at the NFL owners' meetings. But off the top, it's presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Bit of a rundown of what's happening on today's show. We'll get into some Steelers talk early, have to react a little bit more to the Aaron Rodgers stuff. The draft, now less than a week away. I want to talk a little bit more about that, where the Steelers can go. I go back and forth on Shedeur Sanders. Limits and I talked about this yesterday. I want to talk about it a little bit more. And whether his dad's going to be a gigantic pain in the you-know-what, I'm not sure. Pirates, like I said, wrapped up a series with the Nationals. I think there's some interesting stuff to get into there. Starting pitching is starting to show itself. I think we've seen some other things that may have some staying power. Talked to Kevin Gorman from the Trib yesterday about Henry Davis, what happens behind the plate, what happens at first base, too. O'Neal Cruz showing some stuff in the leadoff spot, had that homer that Austin mentioned yesterday. And really, what we saw out of the Pirates, is it real, or did they just beat up on a bad team? We'll get into a lot of that. I was down at PPG Paints Arena last night watching Penguins, Capitals. Very entertaining hockey game, 5-2 victory for the Penguins. Obviously doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Now the conversation around the Penguins, it's going to get a lot larger. We're going to talk about what they can do this offseason, how you maximize the final years of Sidney Crosby. I think it's an interesting comp looking at the Capitals and what they've done. And honestly, this feeds into some of what we saw last night with Alex Ovechkin getting a standing ovation. Awesome moment, by the way. Did you see that, Limits?
I did, and I saw that there was a tribute video as well.
Really cool.
The Penguins always do that so well, where whether it's their own stars or just honoring hockey history, they know how to put on a good performance and salute somebody correctly. So I thought that it was good that the Penguins fans saluted him. I saw some people surprised and taken back by it. No, I mean,
you got to clap that up, man.
You do.
There's nothing wrong with applauding Alex Ovechkin.
You do, and especially because I look at it from this way. It's not like Tom Brady's coming into your building after just absolutely kicking your behind for so many years. The Penguins, other than 2018, have had Alex Ovechkin's number in the playoffs for a large portion of this run with Crosby, Malkin, and Letang. They have. I mean, if you don't get through Washington in 16 and 17, you don't win cups.
Right.
You know? At least that's the way I look at it.
Well, and Ovechkin's put up ridiculous numbers. He's been on really good teams. They've gone back and forth. Right now, I hate to break it to anybody, but Washington and Alex Ovechkin are in a heck of a lot better situation than the Penguins.
No doubt.
That wouldn't surprise me at all if they made a run. I think they have a fascinating team. So I have no problem at all giving Ovechkin a standing ovation. I'm frankly glad it happened. I have loved watching Ovechkin over the years. You can't have one without the other, man. Jerry Garcia, one of my idols, used to say you can't have good without evil. Something like that, and that's the same kind of deal. So we'll talk about that. Matt Vensel's going to hop on from Locker Cleanout Day, which is happening right now in Cranberry. Matt Vensel, of course, my colleague at the Post-Gazette, another one of my coworkers, Ray Fittipaldo, will be here at 11, talking a lot of draft stuff with Ray. He has his latest mock draft out. I really like it. If the board fell the way Ray is projecting it to, I would be perfectly fine with that. And we're going to have Bob Walk at 1 o'clock. Have a lot of fun stuff to get into with Bob Walk. Happy birthday, of course, to Steve Blass, but more so happy birthday to my wife. They both, well, no, they're not similar in age, but it's funny that they know each other and they do joke about being birthday buddies. So very cool. Did you see the Steve Blass photo that Joe Block tweeted?
I did, yes.
It's funny seeing people like, oh my God, Joe Block didn't know. What's Joe Block doing? If you knew the sense of humor of Blass, yeah.
IPA announced a basketball game that Steve Blass was coaching in, a charity game that they had at Baldwin last year. He is just the most authentic, real, funny guy, just cracking jokes on the sideline. It was pretty incredible.
It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. I told this story with the morning show guys. Well, it's two stories, but you know, like if one of my favorite stories I ever did was in 2019. It was Blass's final homestand. I smoked a cigar with him at PNC Park, but like every so often he still shows up and we'll just come out to that same place, his old cigar smoking spot. And if you have an opportunity to hang out with Blass, man, that's something I take 100 times out of 100. I love it. I saw him in spring training at Lecom. He screams from the stands, Jason, like flags me down and then tells me just the most ridiculous, dirty joke of all time. He is just one of a kind, man. And one of my favorite people on the planet. Love Steve Blass. All right, fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So the Aaron Rodgers stuff. Let's go back to this. One of the ideas in here, and I honestly, I didn't like the way I phrased this in a column that I wrote for the Post-Gazette. I'm pretty sure that I was on these same airwaves yesterday as Austin and I were reacting to the Aaron Rodgers stuff live, talking about the idea of Aaron Rodgers holding teams hostage. And what he's doing is not great. But after having some time to kind of reflect on it and think a little bit more and get my head around where we're at with this entire situation, there's more to blame to be thrown upon the Steelers here. Because Aaron Rodgers, you read his quotes, and one of the things that he said, if you want to move on, go ahead. He doesn't have a problem. He completely understands. No hard feelings, whatever. Why, if you're the Steelers, are you waiting this long? What are you trying to get out of it? It's not worth it. Sooner or later, an adult in the room needs to say, let's go. Let's move on. If you're not ready to make a decision, Aaron, that's totally fine. We have to move on. It's the Steelers' fault this is even happening. It's the Steelers' fault we're talking about this. Aaron Rodgers is a free agent. He's allowed to do what he wants. He's allowed to feel what he wants. If he's dealing with a situation in his personal life, I certainly understand that. But somebody has to enable him. Don't enable him. And inside of that, I'm also curious who specifically is at fault, or how you would maybe rank those. Is it Mike Tomlin? Is it Art Rooney II? I think Tomlin might take the cake here in terms of blame. And Aaron Rodgers basically convicted Tomlin, or I'm trying to think of a softer way to say that. But Aaron Rodgers is the one that said, I've been in contact with Mike Tomlin a lot. There's been no deadline. Why the heck not? Who just gives somebody an open-ended invitation? Come over anytime. Hey, man, we're having a party on Saturday. Come at 8 a.m., come at 7 p.m., come at 4 p.m. Heck, come on Tuesday. I don't care. Anything you want. That's weird, right? When you talk to people about things, you give them a specific time. You give them instructions. You don't just say whenever you want. Somebody has to be enabling this. Another point that is not from the Aaron Rodgers perspective that I simply do not understand. Art Rooney II at the owners' meetings painted a much different picture. He said the Steelers won't wait forever, but they're going to wait, quote, a little while longer. He also expressed a bunch of optimism that this would be happening. What did he possibly hear that led to him feeling that way? I mean, maybe these are dots that we can't connect on the outside. Maybe this is part of the personal life stuff that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to get into. And if so, I get that. That's just a natural pratfall of talking about sort of other people's business. But he comes in for the visit. Did he really say, yeah, I expect a sign here. I think it's going to be great. We're going to do it. Like, that's not the picture that Aaron Rodgers painted on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. It wasn't even close. Pat McAfee yesterday was asking him about this, and I mean, Aaron Rodgers looks like he's about to retire. I just don't understand how Art Rooney II could have had the impression that Aaron Rodgers was ready to play football in Pittsburgh anytime soon. It does not make sense to me. Open to anything, attached to nothing. I don't get it. I also don't get, and this is more of an Aaron Rodgers thing, but why he's on national TV talking about sort of this befuddlement that everybody's making this a story or everybody's paying attention to this. Buddy, you're on national TV for 40 minutes. Pretty highly rated show. The Pittsburgh Steelers, one of the most popular franchises in the NFL, want you to be a quarterback. There's at least been some indication given. There's been enough of a flirtation that people care about this. People want to see it happen. They don't want to see it happen. You're a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, what do you mean you don't, like, nobody's just going to stop talking about this. That's an irrational comment. So, I don't know where we go from here, honestly. I mean, I know where I want to see it go from here. And I wrote this in today's PG. They need to put an end to it. They should have put an end to it a long time ago. It's a mark against the Steelers, how they're conducting business, what Mike Tomlin is enabling, maybe Art Rooney II. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here or where they think that Aaron Rodgers is going to lead them. Best case scenario, Aaron Rodgers gets them to what, 10 wins? maybe 11? Is that really worth doing this to your draft plans? I don't get that at all. We talked about this yesterday. I think I probably would have put it at about 70% that Rodgers winds up in Pittsburgh. Probably going to flip that now. 30% that he's here. It certainly seems unlikely. Limits, what did yesterday do for your expectations on Aaron Rodgers here?
It basically made me believe what I kind of didn't want to believe fully, that Aaron Rodgers has full control of the Steelers organization right now. Like, he is the one.
Isn't that wild?
He's obviously the one calling the shots with, look, it's going to be my timeline. There's no deadline. Rodgers said that. The Steelers have not given him a deadline, or there's no deadline that Rodgers has self-imposed where he has to sign. And let's say the Steelers do not draft the quarterback, because I think a lot of this is just a smokescreen, and they ultimately won't, at least in the first round. And maybe that's because some of the other guys are gone. But the way that I view this, and the more clarity yesterday, is that they are just continuing to wait for Aaron Rodgers with no true backup plan. And you know what it kind of reminds me of, Jason, and it just dawned in my head? Is this similar to the Brandon Ayuk situation? We wanted Brandon Ayuk. We're just holding out for Ayuk. We're waiting for him. We have a deal in place. We have a deal in place with Ayuk. We know what we're going to pay him. We're just waiting for him to sign on the dotted line. Sure, I will be traded. I'm not going to sign a deal in San Francisco. I'm coming to you. And what did Ayuk ultimately do at the last minute? Nope. Actually, I'm going to stay here and take your money, San Francisco, in my comfortable situation, where right now I can see that with Rodgers. I like my home in Malibu. My people need me. I'm going to stay here. And ultimately, Steelers, we had a 6-hour conversation. It's been great. I'm just going to hold back and not play football this year. And the Steelers will be spurred again.
So I have so many thoughts reacting to that and the idea of the Ayuk thing.
How do you feel about that take, Jason?
Well, I like that take. There you go. I mean, that's how this business works. Really, you're just stirring a thing of stew, and every once in a while it's ready. But I do want to talk to you about something, Limits, I thought was funny. That Aaron Rodgers met with them for 6 hours. Shedeur Sanders met with them for 5. What the heck are you talking about for that long?
That means they prefer Aaron Rodgers over Shedeur Sanders with one fewer hour, Jason. That's what that means.
That means you have meetings that are way too long. I think job interview-wise, that interviews that I've ever had that lasted 6 hours, I can count them on one finger. And even that one I don't think was 6 hours long. I don't know. Maybe that's the newspaper person in me. But no, that's not even the main point I wanted to make. In relationship parlance, you're right. I mean, you're right. What they're doing, they're not the bad breaker-upper. They're like the desperate, clingy sort of lover.
Yeah.
Right? It's okay. I'll be here. You just, whenever you get home, it's okay. I'm just waiting.
He's telling
I'm just waiting for you to be here.
Telling the girl that says, I have to focus on myself and get myself ready. I'm not open to somebody right now.
Yeah.
That's okay. Take your time. I'll be here. I'll be here whenever you're ready.
Meanwhile, go to the bar. Get back on Tinder. I don't know how to date now. I don't want to date now. I'm very happily married. But whatever you would do to get back into the dating game, go do it. Oh, my goodness. I heard from quite a few people, and they're completely right about this, meaning Steelers fans. Just sort of embarrassed by seeing the organization behave like this. Like, there was a time. And I will use my own personal experience in this, having covered the Penguins for a long time and then having covered the Pirates. Like, there was a way of covering the Penguins where you knew that guys wanted to come to Pittsburgh. It was a dynamic. They're winning cups. They're really, really good. This is a destination. They're first-class organization, etc. You go over to the Pirates, it's a different expectation. Everybody wants to yell about, why don't the Pirates sign this guy? Why don't the Pirates want to sign that guy? Well, because guys don't want to come play for the Pirates unless they have to. It's a different dynamic. And it's almost like we're seeing the Steelers, the aura of the Steelers, flip. If it was that good, if it was that desirable, would Aaron Rodgers be here? I mean, he's got some extra baggage and some extra stuff going on in his life, as he explained yesterday. But, boy, they're sure not knocking people's socks off with the success of the team and all that stuff. And they're left to, as Limits is saying, sort of just hanging out. They're home. They're there. If you feel like calling, they're going to answer. Brandon Ayuk, take your time. Enough of it. Go with Mason Rudolph. All right. We'll get into that throughout the show. I want to ask Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette about that at 11 o'clock. A lot more to get to. Again, the Pirates wrapping up a series. We're going to get into some baseball talk next. What did Henry Davis show the Pirates? What has O'Neal Cruz shown the Pirates about his lineup spot? What things are going to happen there? And a trend that really carried the day throughout how the Pirates handled the Washington Nationals. We'll talk about that when we get back. The Fan Hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And our Fan Six-Pack is brought to you by Bet365.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Penguins, they finished up the season yesterday against the Washington Capitals. Game 82 is now in the books and finished on a high note, 5-2. Penguins beating the Washington Capitals as Alex Ovechkin closed the season with 44 goals. He scored in the second period, but Brian Rust scored his 30th and 31st of the season. Sidney Crosby, his 33rd. Danton Heinen and Phil Tomasino also added in goals in the victory. Alex Nedeljkovic, 18 saves on 20 shots. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. At the risk of being mean or offending anyone, if you thought that Aaron Rodgers doing an interview on Thursday meant an answer to his future, you're a victim of wishful thinking. Why the delay about an answer into his future? Doesn't matter what he tells us. He simply has no incentive to join a team until he has to. The scenario where he waits out the summer before joining the Steelers still seems the most likely, especially after this latest appearance. I'm Bart Winkler.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShortyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. You have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. You know when the best time to lose weight is? According to everyone I know, never. Hey, Paul, I have a birthday coming up. There's golf tournaments all summer. There's cookouts, dinners out. Seriously, how about sometime in February? Trust me, I get it. When I dropped 30 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, my schedule was so loaded I could have written a book of excuses. 2 golf tournaments, 3 cookouts, dinners out. This is every weekend and every week out. But you know what? I didn't miss a meal. Why? Because Awaken 180 isn't a diet. It's practically a navigation system for real life. They gave me menus, cheat tips, even beverage suggestions so I could enjoy every moment. Seriously, weight loss with drink suggestions? Genius. That was 3 years ago. And guess what? Those 30 pounds, still gone. Not even 1 pound came back. Stop waiting for that mythical perfect moment. Losing weight can and should fit into your actual life. Call Awaken 180 because life's too short to wait it out.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. These offers exclude taxes and fees and no security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross River, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your property is your investment. Secure your property quickly in the event a disaster occurs. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh. G.S. Jones Restoration provides emergency services 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In the event of fire, vehicle impact, break-ins, etc., they'll secure your property and provide you peace of mind. They'll also help you by working with your insurance to get the cost covered. And parent company G.S. Jones Restoration can also help with the rebuild to get you back to a pre-loss condition. Just dial 1-800-BOARD-UP.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the One can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. The guys are on vacation. I'm Jason Mackey in with Austin Bechtold for them for the day. Good discussion early on about Aaron Rodgers, what he's doing to the Steelers. Well, what the Steelers are doing to him, really, or to the rest of us. This whole situation, I thought Limits made an awesome observation. A lot like Brandon Ayuk. There's some strains there. You'd like to see them not exercise as much patience, but darn it, if we're not going through it again, man.
It really seems like it, right? Like, even though it's an older player at a more important position, I'm starting to see more and more similarities of it because of the lack of clarity with this whole entire thing. It's like the days of our Ayuks all over again. Remember that?
Good. Yep. Just somebody shut Pony down. No, take his phone. I don't know how we'll solve that. All right, I want to get away from the Steelers talk a little bit, though. I know that's been batted around quite a bit. Pirates wrapped up a series, I thought, with some interesting storylines here. I want to talk about them before we bring Bob Walk on a little later in the show at 1 o'clock. My biggest takeaway from this series is I think you can kind of see the blueprint for how the Pirates want to win or how they think they can win. And that's not saying they're out of the woods. That's not saying everything is fine. I went into this series thinking it would be a very convenient time to make a change if things went awry. And that's said carefully because I'm not saying that I think they're going to, fire Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington imminently. What I'm saying is it started to really smell. It's pretty rough. And they kind of turned things, they started to get the vehicle pointed in the right direction. I think you need to see whether it's real or not or whether the Nationals just stink. But going out west next week, I don't think the Pirates are in a position to let this hole get any deeper than it already is. I said on the air yesterday, in 5 years, since 2020, the Pirates were all of 6 games over 500 for 20 days. Think about that. The level of baseball they would have to play to dig out of a hole that's, 6 or 7 games under to make anything substantive of this season. Forget letting it get worse, and then you're, 12, 15 games under. Probably not fixing that. So anyway, they start a series with the Nationals, and why I said I think this is kind of a thumbnail of how they think they can win, 4 games, 4 quality starts. It's been really, really good. There's nothing else really to say. I mean, Paul Skeens started it off. You heard Limits talk about Andrew Heaney yesterday. Was fantastic. Heaney, by the way, has just been awesome. I was thinking about him and sort of the narrative around him in spring training. People upset, complaining about it. Because the performance was awful. But it was yet another lesson for me, and I've gotten a few of these over the years, whether it's with Tyler Anderson, Jose Quintana, Bailey Falter, even Rich Hill. People who are upset, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit, or I'm allowing my thoughts to get clouded by these bad results and reaction to it. Just don't. It's a waste of time. I actually want to ask Walkie a little bit about that. I looked up his spring training stats this morning, and I didn't get anywhere because they're not available online. I don't know if they were actually even taken or recorded anywhere. I don't want to bother Jim Trudenich, the Pirates team historian, for something like that. We'll just talk to Bob about it, about how he used to pitch in spring training, if it's worthwhile, because it's clearly not with Heaney. Heaney yesterday, 7 1/3, 4 hits, no runs, 4 strikeouts, season ERA 2.13 in 4 starts. That'll play. You know, Bailey Falter the day before might have had the best start in the whole series. Mitch gave up 3 over 6. Skeens gave up 2 over 6. 1.37 ERA out of the Pirates starters against the Nationals. You're not going to get a quality start every time out. Of course not. But you're giving yourself a chance to win. You're giving your offense a chance to figure something out. Again, it still has to be a lot better. Right now, the Pirates hitting 197 as a team. That's 29th in Major League Baseball. OPS is 585. That's 28th. They've scored 67 runs. That's 23rd. None of it is good enough. But ask yourself this question. They only recently put O'Neal Cruz at the top of the lineup. Have we seen the best version of him? Probably not. I think we're getting there. Have we seen the best version of Brian Reynolds? I don't think so, but you'd hope they're getting there. What about Henry Davis? Again, gigantic wild card. Where does he fit? Joey Bart has been unavailable, played for the first time in 6 games yesterday. What can he add? Ke'Bryan Hayes has been moving around really well. Made a clutch play. Believe that was in the 8th inning, I want to say, that diving backhand play to help out Ryan Borucki. But Hayes is healthy. If Hayes is healthy, what he's done throughout his career, I've got a lot of confidence that he's going to produce. I do. I don't know if I have the same confidence that he's going to stay healthy, but if he's somehow healthy, he's going to produce. He has. We just haven't seen a lot of it. So I guess what I'm trying to say, it's a long-winded way of saying it, I think the offense can be better. I think it needs to be better. The fundamentals remain a work in progress. They've made fewer outs on the bases, yes. The outfield stuff has not been adequate. It's continually ugly. O'Neal Cruz, Jack Sawinski, communication issues, a ball Tommy Pham lost in the lights. Again, if that was like the compilation for all of what happened over 20 games, fine. It's not. That was one night. The outfield defense needs to be a lot better. The first base situation must be rectified. Some of what we saw on the homestand, Paul Skeens throwing over, Edmanuel Valdez looking very much like a dude who's never played first base before on a pickoff throw. That stuff can't happen. When they talk about winning in the margins, and I know that's a quote that has, kind of been clipped and thrown in the Pirates' face, which it should. It's fair game. I'm not saying anything other, but I mean, that's what they're talking about. Have to field it. Have to make routine plays. Another area that I think we saw discernible progress, we've seen this over time, but especially this past series, the bullpen. Their ERA right now among relievers, 3.23. 5th best in the NL. It's pretty good. Since April 8th, the bullpen has a 1.07 ERA, best in the major leagues. They sent David Bednar to AAA in Indianapolis. Colin Holderman has been, quote-unquote, air quotes, injured, dealing with the knee issue. I think he just needed to unplug. Either way, he's not been available. In their stead, these guys have actually been pretty darn good. I'll give them credit. I mean, the sample size is not large, but you saw it at the end of the game yesterday. Dennis Santana, effectively the Pirates' closer. Ryan Borucki, effectively a setup man. Caleb Ferguson has been a smart offseason addition. So has Justin Lawrence. I've liked it. I have no problem with what they're doing back there. Kyle Nicholas should be with this group. I think Carmen Majinski, before it's all said and done, winds up there as well. But my overarching point here, or thesis, is that we're starting to see things come together the way they're supposed to. And I think some additional context will be necessary. It's a tough test against the Guardians. Obviously a very good team. The irony is thick tonight. Luis Ortiz on the mound. How about that one? 1-2 record so far in 3 starts for Ortiz. 16 1/3 innings, a 6.06 ERA, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts, and a 4.65 FIP. I dislike that trade very much, and I still dislike that trade. I wouldn't have an issue, and none of my feelings on the trade are related to Spencer Horwitz or the quality of player. I'm actually looking forward to Horwitz getting back. I think he's going to add something to the Pirates lineup. We were talking about this yesterday with Gormy. Maybe can ask Walk about it. I think there's an opportunity for the Pirates to platoon Joey Bart with Spencer Horwitz. And that's the route I would go. At this point, Henry Davis probably is their best defensive catcher, and honestly, I want to know what they have in Henry Davis. I want to give him some runway. I also need Joey Bart's bat in the lineup, and I need a place for him to play. I have an opening at first base, and even until Horwitz gets back, I have no problem just playing Joey Bart over there. I don't know why you don't. The moving pieces that you're trying to maneuver in the outfield, and I'm talking about Andrew McCutchen. I don't agree with this, but they're seemingly trying to avoid running him into the ground. Brian Reynolds, they're probably going to be a little bit mindful of his shoulder. Maybe you alternate guys out there. I don't know. It'd be nice if Tommy Pham produced more than he has, certainly. I have no idea what they're doing with Jack Sawinski. I had a mailbag yesterday, and somebody asked me, why hasn't Jack Sawinski been DFA'd? And I don't understand that line of thinking. Sawinski has options. You can send him to minor leagues, but I don't understand what sense it makes to keep him up here if you're not going to play him and you're not going to try to help him get back into some sort of rhythm. Maybe we'll see that move before too long. I don't know. But my point is that you're trying to figure out a catching situation. You're trying to take what you seemingly think you learned against the Nationals and see how it plays against the Guardians and beyond. To me, again, that has to be Joey Bart playing first base. That has to be Henry Davis catching. That has to be getting more bats in the lineup. That has to be scoring more runs. The other stuff we saw, Neil Cruz in the leadoff spot, I've been saying this for a while now. I remember saying this on opening day in a little Havana Airbnb sitting next to Noah Hiles, my colleague at the Post-Gazette. We were both talking about O'Neal Cruz, surprised they haven't really tried him at leadoff. He loves hitting there. He loves hitting there. He fancies himself, and he's not going to say this publicly, but I think he has, maybe last year or the year before, a little bit like Ronald Acuna Jr., a guy that can set the table, hit with some power, energize his team from that spot. I want to see Derek Shelton stick with it. I'm fine with it being left on left, sticking with it. We've seen Shelty adjust where he wants to put Ke'Bryan Hayes at the top of the lineup with a lefty. I don't like it. I'd rather let Cruz just set down roots. And this is one area where I think everybody listening, people who follow the Pirates, me as well, and Shelty disagree. And I've had this conversation with Derek, and it's a baseball philosophical discussion that some people, like Derek Shelton, are totally fine playing matchups, and they don't see as much value in guys getting comfortable. I would rather allow players who show value and I know are going to be in the lineup every day to get comfortable. Like, wouldn't it be nice if the Pirates had some sort of 1 through 5 that you could roughly know what it would look like? I mean, that might change because they have a catcher who fits in that spot, and you're not going to play your catcher every day. In fact, right now I'm advocating for their catcher to play first base. But it would be really nice if they could commit to O'Neal Cruz at leadoff, Brian Reynolds hitting second, let's say Andrew McCutchen third, Joey Bart fourth, and Ke'Bryan Hayes fifth. You might think that is incomplete, and maybe it is to a degree. I think it'll change when Spencer Horwitz gets back. But I do think there's something to be said for the continuity. I think there's something to be said for hitting in a specific spot, wanting to stay in the lineup, knowing where you're going to hit, getting comfortable, all that stuff. And I don't understand why the Pirates aren't more attached to that. They seem to think you can jump anybody up and down anywhere in the lineup, and those numbers are just going to magically compute. They're not. There's feel to it. And I think we see that with Cruz. I think we saw that in the National Series. I don't know how many balls he hit over 100, but it was quite a few. Some of those were turned into outs. Shoot, opening Monday's game, he smoked 115. The next day, 107. The homer he hit yesterday, the only run the Pirates scored, it might still be traveling. Crushed that ball off of Trevor Williams. 440-plus feet out to right field. That's the kind of stuff that O'Neal Cruz can do, changing the complexion of your lineup from the leadoff spot. And again, it's not good enough. It's not saying that they won a couple games, all is well. All is not well. But it is sort of a picture of what this could be. Great starting pitching, great bullpen, better fundamentals, just enough offense. There's something there. That's a repeatable process. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 93.7 thefan.com contesting page. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is also brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up next, we have Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. A lot to talk about with Ray. I think we're going to start with Aaron Rodgers stuff. I think we have to start with Aaron Rodgers stuff and get Ray's reaction to that. But I'm also curious, Ray being closer to the situation than I am, about the Steelers angle here, what they're doing, why they're doing it. And then we're going to get into draft talk. Ray put out something he does every year and does a fantastic job of it. Postgazette.com, his mock draft. I really agree with the guy he has the Steelers taking at number 21. Austin, have you seen this?
I have not.
Okay. I'm not going to spoil it. I'll use that as the tease. But it's somebody the Steelers have been on. He makes a lot of sense. It's maybe not exactly who you would pick, but I think it's somebody who could come in here right away and really have an impact. We'll talk about that and more with Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette next on the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First of a three-game series for the Pirates against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. It's a 6:40 first pitch as Luis Ortiz will pitch for Cleveland. Former Pirate Carmen Mlodzinski takes the mound for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials Security Package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Batko tackle the Steelers. Hiles covers the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus, columnists Mackey and Starkey and action from the WPIAL, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives, stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra, financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve. valve, abnormal bleeding, or anti-phospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers joined the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He did not announce that he is signing with the Steelers. He did not announce that he's signing with the Giants. He did not announce that he's signing with the Vikings. He also did not announce that he is retiring. So what did he formally announce? That there's a lot going on in his life, and he still needs some more time to ultimately make a decision, whether that's the Steelers, whether that's retirement. Everything still remains up in the air. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey, in for the guys. Thank you very much, Limits. Is this Ray's music?
It is, yes.
I love this. This is tremendous. Ray Fittipaldo is brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG, your home team. And man, very nice intro music. Ray, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good morning, Jason. I'm doing well.
Good morning. I see you on the screen. It's even better. It's great to see you. Great to hear you. It was a lot better than the Aaron Rodgers stuff yesterday, was it not? What did you think watching that whole thing?
Yeah, listen, I don't get the sense right now that the Steelers were put off by anything he said, because I think they had all the information that Aaron told the world yesterday. They know he's going through some personal stuff right now, and like Art said at the owners' meetings, they're willing to wait a little while longer. Now, I think the question for the Steelers now is how long are you willing to wait? Honestly, Jason, I don't think this alters their draft strategy whatsoever. I think all things are in play next week in terms of a quarterback. But whether he signs or not is not going to change that. So to me now it becomes, okay, do you want to have him in there by OTAs? I would think so. I don't get the sense they want this to drag into training camp in the summer, but I still think we might have another month or so to go before this is resolved.
Ray, how does it not alter their draft strategy? Devil's advocate. I mean, I'm gonna if I think I'm signing Aaron Rodgers, I'm gonna try to improve my team for 2025. Like, how would they just proceed? And maybe he shows up, maybe he doesn't. I don't see how it can not alter their draft strategy. You know more than me, but I mean, what goes into your head when you say that?
Yeah, just that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a one-shot deal, 1 year for 2025. And
does that mean they're not going to take a quarterback then, you think?
No. I think all signs are pointing towards them taking a quarterback. But what I'm saying is if Aaron Rodgers does not sign, I don't think it necessarily means, oh boy, we got to jump up and get Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart in the first round. They could still take one of those guys at 21. Maybe if, their three defensive line targets aren't there, or, anyone else is there that they like. If a quarterback is the highest player on their board, they could certainly take him. But, it just seems to me that the way they've done this is they're probably going to go D-line at 21, if Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant, and Derek Harmon are available. One of those three is there. I think they'll go D-line.
Okay.
But listen, anything is in play if they're gone. Amari and Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, was in here. They've had a bunch of first-round targets that they're looking at, so I wouldn't rule out Sanders or Dart if they are there.
Okay, all right. My ears perked up for a second, Ray, when you said all signs are pointing to them taking a quarterback, but then you clarified. You're saying anywhere in the draft. You're not saying at 21.
Yeah. And right now, I'm more likely to think it's third or fourth round, but I want to keep 21 in play just because, there is that hole on their roster. They need a franchise quarterback, whether Aaron is here or not.
Yeah, I just wish they would know by the time they're on the clock whether Aaron Rodgers was that guy or not, but I guess I'm not going to get that wish. All right, Ray, one thing I'm a little confused by, Art Rooney II said at the owners' meetings that he had sort of positive signals about Aaron Rodgers. How do you think that is? Like, do you think that's wishful thinking on his part? Do you think Aaron Rodgers might be giving mixed messages? Why would he say that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Aaron was given the opportunity yesterday to say that the Steelers are in the driver's seat, and he didn't do that for whatever reason. So I think that sort of came off as maybe, a negative towards the Steelers. But honestly, Jason, we're not privy to what went on in those 6 hours inside the Rooney Sports Complex. And everything that we've heard that's been leaked out is that it was a positive meeting for the Steelers, and Aaron pretty much said that again, yesterday. I don't know why he wouldn't answer that question and say the Steelers were the team yesterday. That's a little puzzling to me, but I still think that the Steelers believe they're in a good spot, and I think they're willing to wait, like Art said, a little while longer, to get an answer.
All right, Ray, so you had your mock draft, something you do all the time, and we, of course, are chatting with Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can follow him on X at RayFit. Talking post-gazette.com, though, you had a mock draft, your final one. You had Derek Harmon from Oregon going at number 21. You mentioned earlier you think if one of the big defensive tackle prospects are there, that's the route they go. Why is Harmon the guy for you at 21?
Yeah, I just think Cam Hayward is going to turn 36 next month. I think it would be great if Hayward could mentor his replacement. And that's a very important position on this defensive line. You go back, who did Cam Hayward replace? He replaced Aaron Smith. And Aaron Smith never got the all-pro accolades that Cam Hayward did. But when you have that lineage from generation to generation, I think you want to keep that going. I'm not saying like the position that Larry Ogunjobi vacated is less important, but in the Steelers defense, that 5 technique has been really important over the years. So as long as they're a base 3-4 team, I think that's going to be the number one target. But I will tell you, Walter Nolan is on their radar. Kenneth Grant was on their radar. They spoke to both at the Combine. A lot of people are reading into Harmon coming here and Grant and Nolan not coming here for a visit, but I wouldn't read too much into that. I think all 3 of those guys are in play on Thursday night.
And Mason Graham's going to be gone, right? That's sort of the general assumption.
Yeah, listen, Mason Graham has been like a top 5, top 10 guy all along. Everyone gets knocked in the pre-draft process. There's a lot of people saying that maybe he'll fall a little bit, but I don't think there's any way he's going to fall to 21.
Okay, so Derek Harmon, I think you wrote he's the best 3-technique defensive lineman in the draft. I want to say maybe I'm mixing things up, but tell me what Derek Harmon...
5 technique.
5 technique.
Yep,
I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. So what does Harmon do exceptionally well? Like what should people know about his game?
He's got the prototypical. He's like 6'5", 300, perfect for playing that position. Really athletic. I would like to see him use his size and strength more. To his abilities. Right now, I would say he's more finesse than brute strength, and I think that's why Cam Hayward can be a great teacher for him. When you have that frame and you have that length, and eventually he's going to have that strength, you can play big boy football like Cam Hayward has all these years. So you got a great athlete. Just coach him up a little bit, get him to play that Steelers style of defense. I think it'd be a good match.
The Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey in for the guys, chatting right now with Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette about his mock draft. You can read that at post-gazette.com. sportsradio937thefanSports.com. So, Ray, you go with Derek Harmon. Was it a tough choice between him and somebody else? You mentioned Walter Nolan as being a possibility. Was that kind of what you were down to, those two?
Yeah, and Kenneth Grant as well. And, the reason is, Jason, that they don't have a starting 3 technique right now after releasing Larry Ogunjobi. So Walter Nolan, if he's there, that would be a good pick. And I've been saying all along, really, since that playoff game in Baltimore, and I know you were there with me, sitting next to me in the press box.
Was I next to you, or did I go to another seat because it was so darn cramped?
Because it was so cramped. Yeah, because it was so cramped in that
we stayed in the same hotel. Box. I know that.
Yeah, but it was 300 yards rushing. They were just gashed, and I think it's time. I'm not saying Keanu Benton is a bad player, but I think you need a little bit more beef in the middle of that line, and I think they could shore up the run defense if it is Kenneth Grant. And I think Keanu Benton can bump up and play 3 technique if you want to go that direction. So I'm not saying it's all in on Harmon. I think any of those 3 would help the Steelers defense, to be honest with you.
All right, Ray. One question I've been rolling around in my brain, and this is not defensive line related, but Shedeur Sanders, if he's there, you mentioned you would take him. I think a lot of people would. Do you worry at all about Dion being too much of a part of things, having too much of a role here, or do you think he would back off, knowing what the role of an NFL dad is, and stay out of the Steelers' business?
Yeah, it's not a common situation. I know a lot of people kind of want to draw comparisons to Archie Manning, kind of dictating where Eli went. But honestly, after Eli landed in New York, I didn't really hear too much about Archie or anyone else interfering with how they developed him. So, the pre-draft thing is different from when a player actually gets in the building. Dion played in the league. I think he has a lot of respect for Mike and the Steelers organization, and I would think he would be hands-off. He's got his own team to coach out of Colorado. I don't know how long he's going to stay there. When he's got a son in the NFL, you might want to follow him at some point. But I do think Dion, just knowing his background, he would be smart to let Shedeur, do his own thing. But, I certainly think he has enough respect for the Steelers that he would do that as well.
Couple more questions with Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray, you wrote that Tyler Shuck from Louisville would be your pick in the 3rd round, I believe. Obviously, Shuck's a little bit older, a little bit more experienced, maybe the most NFL-ready quarterback there. How would you see that if that's the route they went? How would you see that dynamic playing out in terms of allocating playing time to a guy like Tyler Shuck?
I just think he's the backup. Or the number 3 is a rookie, more likely the number 3.
He's probably going to sit a lot then. You're not giving him a chance to start right away.
He works his way up, and I think Mason would be the guy if Aaron doesn't sign, or certainly be the number 3 if Aaron Rodgers does sign. But I just think if you're going to pick a quarterback 3rd or 4th round, you might as well take the guy who has the most potential. I think Tyler Shuck, if the injuries, are a thing in his past, if he could stay healthy, he's as talented arm-wise as any quarterback in this draft. And they didn't run him at Louisville. They didn't run him at any of his other college stops. But this guy ran like a 4.6 3 in the 40 at the combine too. So he's athletic, and you could do some stuff with him in the running game as well.
Last serious question I have for you, Ray, was about Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech. Fast, exciting back, I think. How would you see his role developing? Like, what could he add to the Steelers, obviously, alongside Kenneth Gainwell and Jaylen Warren?
Well, Tutin would be the pick, and I went back and forth. Do I want to give them a bigger back? Tutin's like 5'9", 205-ish. Kind of similar to Jaylen Warren, but I think what separates him from Jaylen Warren, I don't think he's the all-around back that Jaylen Warren is. I think Jaylen is great in pass pro, really good catching out the ball out of the backfield. But the one thing that he maybe lacks is that ability to take it the distance at any point. And with Bashal Tutin running, I think, a 4.32, if I have that right, one of the faster players at the combine this year, that gives the Steelers kind of that missing element that they've had. They've been without in their running game, with Najee and with Jaylen Warren. So they've kind of been like a plodding running team, I think, for a team that doesn't have a franchise quarterback right now. I think you need that big playability in your backfield, and Tootin with his speed certainly provides that.
And you're right, Ray. 4.32. That's what you wrote in the mock draft. All right, so one fun question. I was going to pose this to Limits after you got off the air. The morning show guys yesterday were talking about Taco Bell. Ironically, I just took my 6-year-old to Taco Bell. He loves Taco Bell. It's like one of our guilty pleasures in terms of fast food. What's your favorite, like sort of embarrassed to admit, or you'll stop there, or you'll sneak a meal there, fast food place that's not healthy for you, but you don't care?
For me, I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, and there's not too many of these left in Pittsburgh, but I'm a big Hush Puppy Crumbs guy at Long John Silver.
Yes!
And I don't go for the fish. I go for the chicken planks, the crumbs, and the Hush Puppies. I haven't had it in a while, Jason, but now I'm kind of hungry for it.
Dude, I'm with you. I will absolutely stop at a Long John Silver, like twice a year, something like that's what I tell my son. I'm like, we'll go get garbage fast food once or twice a year, or specific places. So I'm with you, Long John's. Thanks, Ray. Always a pleasure, man. Have a great one. Have a happy holiday weekend.
All right, you too, Jason. See you.
Take care. Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Follow him at RayFit1. I believe that's his Twitter handle. Yes, it is. You can read his latest mock draft at post-gazette.com. Some excellent stuff in there. Derek Harmon in the first round. Obviously, the Steelers don't have a second-round pick. Tyler Shuck in the third. He's taken Bashal Tootin later on. Again, I said earlier, I would be absolutely fine if that's the way the draft played out for the Steelers. Limits, what say you?
Yeah, I think it's going to end up being defensive line or wide receiver. I would stay away from quarterback in the first round in any situation. Even if guys fell to them at 21, I still wouldn't do it. I'm just not comfortable with the guys that are there. So whether it be Harmon, he is probably, considering the guys that are going to be taken right around the top of the draft, and I was looking at a CBS Sports mock draft. The latest CBS Sports mock draft that just came out today does not have a wide receiver taken at all in the first 21 picks.
By it? Well, yeah.
So the Steelers would have their pick of the litter of any wide receiver. This mock draft from CBS Sports that just came out today has no wide receivers in the first rounds at all from Tom Fornelli. None.
Limits, I'd have a hard time not taking one if that played out that way.
Me too.
I also have a tough time seeing no wide receivers go among the top 20 picks.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen because it's not a bad wide receiver class.
Right. I know.
It's not like that running back class a couple of years ago where nobody went in the first round and there was a run on them in the third round. This mock draft also has Jackson Dart in a trade up with the Saints moving from the second round back to the first to pick 29.
Interesting.
So that means the Steelers would pass on Jackson Dart, and they would have the chance to do so.
If you had your run of or choice of any wide receiver in this draft, who would it be? Ibuka still? Matthew Golden?
Or Ibuka or Luther Burton?
Luther Burton, okay.
I like both of them, just the shiftiness. Ibuka is more of a... Now, the thing about Ibuka for me is, think about all the talented receivers that they had at Ohio State that kind of left him in the dust a little bit. Like Marvin Harrison was there, Jeremiah Smith. They have had so many talented receivers that left in the dust wasn't the right word, but it's basically made Ibuka in the shadows somewhat, where I wonder if his full potential has been able to shine because he's been a very productive wide receiver for them despite not being the number one.
Right. You know what I love about that, though, Limits? He's done that before, and he's a no-maintenance guy, runs good routes. Jeff Hathorn was on with us yesterday, he called him Hines Ward.
Yeah, he's good over the middle.
Yep.
He's not afraid to block.
Man, there's something to be said for that stuff. I love it. I want a no-maintenance wide receiver. Again, I don't know if I see it playing out that way. I think I'd probably on draft day be enticed by some of the defensive linemen that Ray was talking about. But if they had their pick, I'm right there with you with Luther Burton. I like Matthew Golden a lot. I think he would be a steal for them. Emeka Ibuka, maybe if you wind up with the second-round pick, maybe he makes sense. I don't know. Maybe it's just a pipe dream too. But, yeah, good player, intriguing skill set. All right, let's talk a little fast food, man. This came up the other day. I actually wanted to get to this into yesterday's show, but then Aaron Rodgers ruined our plans. The other night I decided, just on a whim, my 6-year-old and I both love Taco Bell, and we're like, the heck with it. We're going to Taco Bell. My 11-year-old and wife were eating something else, so we needed to go find some dinner. I love it. We sat there and just crushed tacos. My 6-year-old has just always loved tacos, like his favorite food. And so it got me thinking, like, what's our favorite guilty pleasure? And then the morning show yesterday, they were talking about Long John Silver's. I have nothing against Long John Silver's at all. Love the place. I largely try to eat healthy, but every once in a while it's nice to just say the heck with it. What about you? If you take the dietary restrictions off of it or you just don't care, you've had a bad day, you're going to drown your sorrows in some fast food, where are you going?
I'm going to Burger King or I'm going to Wendy's.
What's the order?
So Burger King, typically either an 8-piece chicken nugget because it's like $2.50. Sometimes I'll get 2 of them and then like a value fry.
Okay.
And I'll get like just a huge assortment of things for like $7. And
No
get out of
Whopper?
there.
You don't
No.
Whopper at Burger King?
No Whopper. Look, Jason, I try to go for like what the most value is here. If you get a Whopper, then you have, obviously the bigger sandwich for like $8. But if you go with the chicken nuggets at $2.50 or $2, it used to be like $1.50.
I know.
Whatever it is.
Stupid inflation.
You're saving some money and you're getting a lot more to eat.
Yeah, I get that, but the Whopper's a good sandwich.
Sure, I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah.
But maybe I want some more bang for my buck.
Who has the best fast food fries?
See, here's the thing. And I didn't throw them in here because I don't consider it fast food. I don't consider Chick-fil-A to be a fast food restaurant. Like we eat Chick-fil-A a lot, my dad and I, and their fries are the best.
Yep.
By far of anybody.
Yep. I'm with you.
I always get a chicken sandwich, the fries, and a cookie. Is what
You get a cookie?
I always get a chocolate cookie.
All right.
So we had a Chick-fil-A at Waynesburg that was put in like right before I transferred there. And every single Friday, other than Lent, I would get Chick-fil-A. And typically like every Monday, I would get the Chick-fil-A because it was a part of like our flex money on our meal plan.
Okay.
That was like the most popular thing
That's
on
what
campus.
Waynesburg did? They gave you money to eat at Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, it was a part of our like $250 or $300. I think it might have been $300 that we had in flex money. Might have been $200.
Man, I'm real mad at Westminster right now.
Yeah, no,
we didn't have
no
any
Chick-fil-A
such
at
thing.
Westminster.
Come on.
That's because that Waynesburg comm department and the attraction to go to Waynesburg.
Oh, come on, brother.
It's a better school in the PAC.
Oh, Limits and I are going to come to blows.
And I love Westminster, and I love Scott Benzel, but, you know, there's just something about the comm department at Waynesburg with Laney Terry telling you what to do and being the guiding force in our lives, leading the charge.
Hey, look, you guys have a fantastic comm department. Absolutely no shots fired. A bunch of you guys here. I love you all. Westminster's up there, too. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
we do all right.
I'm not poo-pooing Westminster. I have nothing bad to say about Westminster. I had friends that went there.
I know. In college, man, we had no such luxuries because I'm going to school up in Amish country. We had a Subway. That was it. And I feel like I'm talking from the Stone Age, but I mean, it's still kind of the same now. There's just nothing up there. Like if we were going to go get fast food, you were driving several miles to there was one Wendy's. McDonald's was a long way. You were probably just going to Subway, and it was not a part of the meal plan. I got a text from Donnie while we're talking about this, and I got to share it. McDonald's fries, tough to beat when fresh. And I'm going to agree with Donnie there. Maybe not over Chick-fil-A, but McDonald's fries, when fresh and appropriately salted, very good.
Yeah, but not over Chick-fil-A. I do like the McDonald's fries. I don't eat McDonald's that often.
Yeah. One of the best moves we've made in our house is buying a big bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce. I've now taken to putting it on absolutely everything. I'm trying to find what I can put Chick-fil-A sauce on.
So you ready for this hot take that I'm going to get absolutely crushed for?
The Chick-fil-A sauce is no good.
I don't put sauce on anything.
What?
Now, I will eat blue cheese with wings.
Okay.
But when I have a burger...
With your plain wings?
Yes, with my boneless wings, I will put...
Wait a second.
Oh, hold on. Let me clarify that. I will put either honey barbecue or just regular mild wings. Those are the types of wings that I eat. I mean, I don't put any sauce on, you know, when they say, do you want any sauce on, like, your fish sandwich? Any tartar sauce, any cocktail sauce? No, I'm okay. Do you want any ketchup and mustard on your burger? No, that's okay. I'll just take the cheese and maybe some lettuce.
Wow.
I'm plain like that. I like my food plain, and I like the taste of whatever I'm eating. I don't like to add a lot of extras on top of it. I don't add a lot of toppings. The pickles on the Chick-fil-A sandwich, I pick off the pickles and I eat them.
Okay.
And then I just eat the sandwich plain.
So you don't dump like the whole, like multiple Chick-fil-A sauces on the Chick-fil-A sandwich?
No, when I go somewhere or I get a sandwich or whatever it might be, I will request no onions, no tomato, Just keep the lettuce on there, and I'm good. I'm happy.
Okay.
And I understand that it's an unpopular thing, and I'm going to get, probably crushed on the text line for that. But that's just what I like, and that's what I eat. I don't like a lot of toppings.
We could not be any more opposite, at least with this. Our house, our refrigerator is like 90% condiments. I'm pretty sure, man. My wife will make dinner, and we'll put out, like if we have burgers and dogs or something for dinner, we'll have like 17 things of condiments on the dinner table. Like, we just dabble in everything. I'll put Chick-fil-A sauce on a burger. You've got ketchup and mustard, all this stuff, man. I am such a condiment fiend. I love it. I couldn't do that lifestyle, man. I couldn't do it. But it's a fun topic. It's a fun topic.
I think, and it might be an unpopular opinion, I think it takes away from, like, the main course of whatever you're eating.
I get it. When I was little, I used to put steak sauce on my steak, and my dad would, like, look at me and shake his head every time. Like, he'd go out and grill steaks in the backyard. He's like, "You're ruining that with steaks." My dad didn't talk like that. It's my best attempt. But he'd be like, "You're putting steak sauce on that. What are you doing?" And let me do it. But, like, as I got older, I realized I kind of came over to your camp. Like, I don't want to be tasting the sauce as much as I want to be tasting the meat.
I have very good friends that I've been friends with my entire life. We take trips together every summer. And they're not listening right now because, actually, they might be listening because they're teachers and they're not in class right now. So if they are, they've heard me say it before. I have two very good friends that put ranch on their pizza.
Yeah, I get that. I see that.
I don't understand
the crust.
That. No, like the whole pizza, they put ranch on it. Or like they will dip ranch with their pizza. And I'm like, what are you doing? What is this? Do people do this? It's just an oddity to me.
I can't wait to check out the text line and see what sort of fast food responses are on there. We'll gather ourselves a little bit. I want to get into that. It's a fun topic.
Man, the amount of people that are texting us, the amount of notable people that have just texted me, Instagram messaged me that are complaining about no sauce and everything.
Really?
Man, yeah.
I mean, that is a bit odd. I will say that. I mean, the sauce is what makes the world go round.
Hey, I'm a plain person in that regard.
All right.
I am very flamboyant and extravagant with other things. But when it comes to toppings and sauce, I don't dabble into much, no.
Okay.
I like my honey barbecued wings. I like my mild wings. That's about it.
All right. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line, and you can let us know your fast food takes or your sauce takes or tell Limits why he's wrong for not putting sauce on anything. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're going to take a short break. I want to come back and talk a little Penguins. The Penguins wrapping up their season last night in emphatic fashion. Well, as emphatic as you can get without making the playoffs. What's it going to take for the Penguins to get back to the postseason? How can they look at the Capitals, last night's opponent, and maybe learn something? What do we expect this offseason? What sort of decisions will Kyle Dubas have to make? I think it's going to be a busy one. I think it's going to be an important one. I'll explain why next. Pomp and Joe Show, the guys are off. I'm Jason Mackey. Limits Behind the Glass. We're taking care of you as the substitute teachers for the day. Don't go anywhere. Some Penguins talk and Matt Venzel at the top of the hour on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5-2 the final against Washington yesterday for the Penguins as Sidney Crosby scored his 33rd goal of the season. He finishes with 90 points. Brian Rust reaches 30 goals. He ended up with 31 as Rust scored one goal in the first period to get him 30. And then on the power play, scored his 31st, the second of the game in the second period. That was followed up by Crosby's goal. Danton Heinen and Philip Tomasino added goals as well for the Penguins. Alex Ovechkin on the power play scored his 44th of the year. NHL playoffs will begin on Saturday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running.
Grand slam for Brian Reynolds.
Our Pirates are here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeets.
Catch our Pirates live all season long here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No player faces more pressure this spring than Connor McDavid. He's the best hockey player in the world, maybe the best we've ever seen, but he's still chasing his first Stanley Cup. The Oilers have loaded up around him, and the West is wide open. This is is McDavid's 10th season in the NHL, and every year that ends without a title cranks up the heat. This isn't just about legacy. It's about proving greatness can translate to glory. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically. It integrates directly with your ERP and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Employee pricing for all has come to #1 Cochran Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That means you pay what they pay on their best-selling models. Plus, they have lots of vehicles. You'll find more than 350 new Fords and 130 Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram models. #1 Cochran also has lots of great lease and finance offers, giving you lots of reasons to buy right now. And please know that while there is lots of uncertainty in today's car market, they will always put the needs of their customers first. You can shop Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram at their Allegheny Valley Mega Center in Natrona Heights, or visit their other Ford stores in Butler and Monroeville. Don't miss employee pricing at #1 Cochran Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram or online at Cochran.com. Select in-stock models only. Ends 4/30/25.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. There's no limit to how much you could save, and if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. How do they do it? Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass the savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your free estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
More clouds than sun this afternoon, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey in for the guys. Austin Bechtold producing behind the glass. Had a lot of fun last segment talking about our favorite fast food restaurants, our favorite fast food guilty pleasures. Appreciate the input there. I want to get to a few of the texts on the text line limits here in a minute. We're also going to talk some Penguins here shortly. I want to get into their offseason as they clean out their lockers and are in Pittsburgh for the final time. What happens to this team, how quickly maybe the Penguins can rebuild. My feelings on the matter are probably a little different than most. I don't think this has to take forever. Stay with us. I will explain why I feel that way. But first, I want to let you know the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm not afraid to admit it as far as the fast food stuff. Some Long Johns on in the right setting, really, it hits quite well. And I'm not talking about, fast food. Limits brought this point up. Chick-fil-A, I don't know if I consider it that. Chipotle, I don't know if I consider it that. Five Guys, it's a little different. I'm talking about, the Burger King stuff. Long John Silver's, Taco Bell, for instance. I will absolutely run for the border. I have a friend in Mount Lebanon, another one of our kids' friends' dads, and we joke about, late night, run for the border, go have a couple beers and some Taco Bell late at night as to some, 40-something dads. I love it, man. It's a great time. I don't feel bad about it whatsoever. What else do we have on the text line limits?
Yeah, and one more thing on that. My friends and I, would try to beat the buzzer right before right before Burger King would close. We'd be all right, we just got done playing basketball. What are we going to do now? We have half an hour to get to Burger King. We're 10 minutes, 15 minutes away. Can we get there before, they look at us and give us that side eye, please, just leave us alone. We're done in 15 minutes. We don't want you to be here. I'm not saying that that's what they think, but maybe.
Right.
And we'd get there typically just in time to be able to get our order of nuggets in.
Noah Hiles has a great story that in college, I forget the name of the restaurant, but it was someplace that, they were going to close and they were going to get rid of all this food. And he and his buddies would show up 10 minutes before they were about to close. And he's like, look, we know you're about to throw away all this food. How about we just give you $20? You give us everything back in the kitchen and we call it a day.
Wow.
And this place would do it. It's great.
I like that call.
The next time Noah's on with Pomp and Joe and you have an opportunity to ask about that, have him clarify. It's a good one.
We'll do. All right, text line. Somebody says that ranch is used by at least 50 people. 50% of people, no doubt. What do you think of that? Do you think 50% of the...
I think above 50%.
50% of the American populace uses ranch?
Do you dislike ranch or you just dislike it?
I dislike it.
Really?
Yeah.
You won't even put it on a salad?
No.
Interesting.
I don't eat a lot of salads either.
You should eat salads.
What do you think about that?
You should eat salads.
I feel like salad is just a bunch of leaves.
It's green stuff. It's good for you.
It is good. I've grown to eat more salad, but I don't like tomatoes. I'm not really a fan of onions. So if there's ever some croutons, I will definitely eat the croutons.
It's not a salad.
I'll eat the croutons, though,
It's not a salad limits.
I know that. I'm not a big salad guy. I'll eat the salad at, weddings, parties, anniversaries.
Will you eat vegetables? Do you have something against vegetables, or it's just that
I like broccoli.
Salad? Okay.
I'll eat steamed broccoli. I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
Now 10-year-old Austin would not have said that. 15-year-old Austin would not have said that. But current Austin, yeah.
Okay.
I like, now we're just going to other foods. I like corn. I like green beans. I don't know why we're going into my meal palette here.
I don't know either.
But yeah, I'm not totally against all foods.
Okay. All right, what's the text line telling us?
Text line says that ranch on pizza is a very common and very good combination. How about that? Our friend Southside Jake, who sponsors the Bechtold Breakdown coming up in an hour, says that ranch and hot sauce is a prerequisite for him for pizza. How about that? A prerequisite.
Hey, buffalo chicken pizza is elite, man. It really is. No shame there.
Somebody else on the text line is agreeing with me. I'm in the same boat as you, Austin. Now I don't feel alone.
It's good.
I'm glad that I can bring you some help there on that party bus that we are now forming of people that are against some of the biggest toppings that are put on things and also sauce. Somebody else says it. I'm right on board with you with no condiments on any sandwich, and that includes hot dogs. But why did they include any sandwiches, including hot dogs? I don't think a hot dog is a sandwich. Is he saying that hot dog is a sandwich, this texter?
I don't know, but he's wrong. It's not a sandwich.
I agree. It's not a sandwich.
It's a hot dog.
Somebody else says next time you go to Chick-fil-A, you need to mix and match with mayo and ketchup. Another texter says, City Limits eats like my 18-year-old daughter does.
Okay.
I think it might be a young people thing, a young person thing.
To what, not put condiments on things?
Maybe.
Huh.
I think maybe that's what this texter is alluding to.
All right.
Some One other texter said, I prefer Westminster's cross-country course to Waynesburg's by a long shot.
Of course they do, because it's better. Waynesburg people around here, do with this.
Somebody else says 2 large curly fries at Arby's with every sauce and cheese is very good. Other texter says, Chick-fil-A is definitely fast food. Top tier, though.
Yeah, you could put fast food into tiers. I agree with that.
Wow, texter says Brussels sprouts are great if cooked correctly. That's one thing that Donnie ordered on the meal for our steak dinner that we had earlier this week.
That's right. Where did you guys go? Hyde Park?
No.
No?
No, we ended up going to Ruth Chris.
Oh, wow.
It was very good.
Okay.
Yes, Joe treated us well. Wow, texter, I'm 63 and have never eaten a salad. How about that?
That's good. All right, let's talk some sports, man.
Oh, I have one more text for you. And this texter put his name because he probably wants it read. Najee Harris once complimented me at training camp for putting hot honey on pizza. Texter, Jack Hillgrove. How about that? Clap it up for you, Jack.
Way to go, Jack. Way to go. And he's right. Hot honey on pizza, hot honey on darn near anything is really good. I didn't know we were going to open this kind of Pandora's box, but darn it, we did. All right, so we're going to steer it back into a little bit of a more logical direction here. The Penguins wrapping up their season last night. They beat the Capitals. An absolute ridiculous Sidney Crosby feed. 2 goals for Brian Rust. He gets over 30 on a season for the first time. Alex Ovechkin scores, gets .897. Gets feted at PPG Paints Arena. A really awesome scene. I was there to witness it. Gets his 44th goal and also a standing ovation from the home crowd. Danton Heinen, Phil Tomasino also scored for the Penguins. Of course, it was a meaningless game. It was the last one of 82. The Penguins are going to have another long summer. That's 3 in a row. And we're going to talk a lot about how the Penguins can get back to the postseason. What needs to happen? Matt Vensel, who will join us actually at 1:30, not noon. Matt texted me to let me know he would be busy with a chat and locker clean-out stuff. I forgot to relay that information, so yell at me. He will join us at 1:30 and not noon. But hang on, that'll be a good interview. Matt has a piece right now at post-gazette.com. The big 9 questions, I don't know how he settled on 9, but 9 facing the Penguins this offseason. We're going to go through some of those, and I want to offer some of my own thoughts on where the Penguins are at and where I think they need to get back to the postseason. The first question on Matt's list, will the Big Three be back? I think it's a fairly straightforward one. I don't expect anything to happen with Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, or Chris Letang. Sidney Crosby is an easy one for me. Evgeny Malkin's going to be in the final year of his contract. I do think that's kind of an underplayed storyline right now with the Penguins. We talk a lot about Sid's loyalty and what to do around Sid and Sid this and Sid that. This is also probably it for Gino. I can't imagine the Penguins have any desire. I'm not sure Gino does. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to Russia and plays a year or two over there. But, he's closing up shop too. And I would hate to see the Penguins be completely non-competitive. Now, I do think that's a fair question to wonder. Are the Penguins going to circle 25-26 or 26-27 in terms of a competitive window? Chris Letang, the recent heart surgery, obviously that's scary. Obviously the laundry list of stuff that Chris Letang has dealt with over the course of his career is scary. I still don't expect him to be anywhere other than on the Penguins' blue line. The dude loves hockey, puts everything into it. I don't think that's the way Chris Letang would go out. All reports that we've seen or reaction from players, people expect Chris Letang to continue to play. And I think unless something else happens, I expect him to continue to do that for the Penguins. Now, everything else, at least player-wise, I guess can be debated. Brian Rust had a no-trade clause that limited his movement this season. That expires. Ricard Raquel is somebody the Penguins held on to at the trade deadline. I suppose we could talk about those two being trade pieces. I wouldn't. I hope they don't move them. I don't think they should move them. I think they're the types of players that the Penguins should be looking to get. And they're still very much in their prime. They make a reasonable amount of money. They're signed for a couple more years. Just don't do anything. Like, the Penguins have some stuff that they need to fix, certainly, and we'll get into that. But to me, you're not making yourself better for 25, 26, or even 26, 27, more than likely, by moving those guys. You're only further sort of moving the goalposts, and I don't want to see the Penguins do that. The second question in Matt Vensel's 9 questions, what about the head coach? And Matt, just to cut to the chase, expects Mike Sullivan to be back. I agree with that. The backing that he's gotten from Fenway Sports Group would indicate as such. If they weren't willing to move on from Mike Sullivan early in the season, I don't see why they would be willing or have any interest in moving on from Mike Sullivan now. The Penguins finished the season in actually, I think, a relatively interesting way. I think, like I was talking about earlier with the Pirates and sort of a blueprint for how they should be doing business, I think the Penguins got a bit of a blueprint for how they should be doing business. And I'll spin that to talk about the opponent last night and the Washington Capitals. Now, if you look at the Capitals lineup and look at some of the moves that they've made over the past couple of years, 2 years ago, the Capitals missed the playoffs. They actually finished with 80 points. Ironically, the same number of points that the Penguins have this season. And what did the Capitals do? Well, they made a bunch of moves that turned out to be really smart, shrewd moves. And they've helped the Capitals almost immediately. And some of what I'm talking about, Dylan Strome, this happened before the season I was referencing, but the Blackhawks, everybody thought they were going to tender him as a restricted free agent. They did not. The Capitals swooped in, picked up Dylan Strome. He had a really good year. 2023, February, Capitals make a trade. They get a first-round pick back. 5 days later, they use that as part of the reason to get Rasmus Sandin from the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's been a top-pairing defenseman for them. They've been really good. Jacob Chychrun, playing for the Ottawa Senators in 2024, July 1st, they end up swooping in trading for Jacob Chychrun. He's been really good. They signed Matt Roy as a free agent that year. That's basically been their blue line, along with John Carlson, Trevor Van Riemsdyk. They remade the entirety of their back end. And that wasn't it. Actually, a little bit before those moves, the Capitals went out and identified Pierre-Luc Dubois. And you probably noticed him last night. He's a pain in the butt to play against. Was with Columbus, was with Winnipeg, was with the Kings. Wasn't really working out for him in Los Angeles. So what did the Capitals do? They take a gamble on his cap hit. I believe it was $8.5 million. They trade Darcy Kemper, a goaltender, for Pierre-Luc Dubois, put him in their lineup, and all of a sudden their top two centers are Dylan Strome and Pierre-Luc Dubois. They're able to handle an injury to Nicholas Backstrom. Again, these are all recent moves. This isn't stuff that is developed over time. This is how quickly, if you make smart moves, things can change in the NHL. 10 days after that, this is June 29th, they trade for Logan Thompson, the guy they've had in goal for a lot this season. He did not play last night, but he's been very, very good for them. In the draft, they've drafted well. They've developed Ryan Leonard as one of the names. He was their third-line left wing last night. Really productive player. He was 8th overall in 2023. They've had a team in the American Hockey League, the Hershey Bears, that has won the past two Calder Cups. They've developed well. They've stashed prospects. They've brought them up. They've gotten contributions from young players. And they've reconstituted their team in pretty fine fashion. It has happened quickly. And that's exactly what the Penguins are trying to do. That's why Kyle Dubas has accumulated the assets that he has. The Penguins have 30 draft picks over the next 3 years. They're not going to make all of those draft picks, of course, but they're going to have to, I use the term grease the skids a little bit, but they're going to have to attach some of those picks to players with unwieldy contracts if they're looking to move them. So that takes us to number 3 on Matt's list. Talks about possible changes. So status quo, well, not really, because they have to make some player changes. The names to circle there, of course, you know that. Erik Karlsson, Ryan Graves, Tristan Jarry. What can the Penguins do? What should they do? I'm of the belief that Tristan Jarry's late season run should have opened up the door for a possible trade. Now, he probably still has negative trade value. That's one of those cases where they're going to have to attach an asset to it. Maybe, again, as we look at those three guys, Karlsson, Graves, and Jarry, with a guy like Jarry, you don't have to buy him out. I would hope not. I think Graves winds up as a buyout. That frees up a little bit of money. Karlsson, I don't think you're going to buy out a $10 million contract. The idea with Karlsson and the urgency to move now is his age. And I think you look at how he played down the stretch, and it was certainly not perfect. And in a place like Pittsburgh, where the margin for error is thin, especially the way they were built on the back end, especially the way their goaltenders performed, you really can't afford to have somebody like Erik Karlsson taking the chances that he did. I have never liked their lineup with Erik Karlsson and Chris Letang on the right side. If you're one of those two types of players, okay. Having two of them, no. The Penguins need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, and they did that late in the season, playing a more responsible game, making the opposing team go through layers to get to their goaltender, making opposing teams work really, really hard. Well, if Erik Karlsson has an ill-timed pinch, he's not thinking, puck management is below the line, which it's been a lot this season. Though he has produced offensively, he adds some exciting elements to his game, but the responsibility factor really isn't there. And a lot of the reason, you're talking about Erik Karlsson waiving his no-trade clause, a lot of the reason why that's not going to happen, if you have a team that's competitive and thinks Erik Karlsson's going to add something, they're going to need the offseason to figure it out. They're going to need the offseason to have a little bit more play, a little bit more wiggle room in terms of building their roster and allocating cap space. Now, the Penguins, I still think, are going to have to take some money back in that deal. There's no way they're going to get somebody to take Erik Karlsson for $10 million. That's incredibly bloated. But if you take back $3 million, you're still freeing up $7 million. That's a lot. That's a lot to play with. Right now, the Penguins will enter the offseason with $24 million in cap space. Only 11 teams have more. So think about that. That's partially because of contracts coming off the books. It's largely because of the NHL salary cap going up. If you can create a little bit more money, you know, and Jari makes 5 and change, Karlsson makes 10, Graves is 4 and change. You know, if you can, shoot, I'm just spitballing here, but, you know, get $15 million back out of that. 15 plus 24, you're telling me the Penguins can spend $39 million? Now, that's not guaranteeing they spend to the cap. One of the things around the Penguins and around pro sports teams that people should probably know, and I get lectured by this, by people who are around professional sports teams and run professional sports teams a lot, is that payroll will be tied to previous year's revenue. And the Penguins did not have off-the-charts attendance for obvious reasons this past season, so it could theoretically impact spending in 25-26. But if you look at it, and I'm going to use Matt's question list as a guide, again, when will Kyle Dubas hit the gas? Well, in my mind, it should be soon. In my mind, it should be soon. Sidney Crosby has shown an extraordinary amount of patience staying here. He's still very much a productive player. 90 points again. Read this stat this morning. It was wild. The first ever player to have 3 seasons of 90-plus points after turning 35. That's it. That's where his game is at. And I guarantee you, as competitive as Sidney Crosby is, he wants to see the Penguins back playing for something as soon as possible. He's also well aware that this is going to be his last season with Evgeny Malkin. Or at least I would think he would be aware. I think you can kind of put your head in the sand. I'm not sure if you can put it that far in the sand. So what that tells me is Kyle Dubas needs to go now. Now, maybe that means signing guys via free agency. Probably also means some trades. I think it could be a very busy, impactful summer for Kyle Dubas. I like the direction that they sort of shifted to. Again, the asset accumulation portion. Kyle Dubas said around the trade deadline, now their focus is going to shift to the execution of that strategy. I understand people that have some doubts about Kyle Dubas, sure. I look at some of the moves that he's made, and I have my doubts too. Riley Smith was not a fit. Erik Karlsson was not the right player. Tristan Jarry was not somebody they should have extended. Ryan Graves has not been a fit on the back end. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be terrible. Again, a lot of that was a strategy that they probably shouldn't have executed in the first place. I question how much Kyle Dubas was maybe influenced by those above him to maintain that strategy. But I think over time we're seeing, and again, I use the Capitals as a benchmark here, how this can be done, how this can be done on the fly. And it's done by targeting players in unique situations. Pierre-Luc Dubois is a perfect example. People thought that that contract was a gigantic overpay, a waste of money, whatever. It was a lot how Dubois was being used. If the Penguins can go out and find players like that, maybe they have a little bit higher of a cap hit. The Penguins should have the space to absorb it. It's almost like Tommy Novak from Nashville. Bring him in a third-line role. Usage. If he's being asked to center one of your top 2 lines, he's probably overmatched. If he's centering your third line and thus obtaining advantageous matchups, he's going to look a lot better. The last part of the Penguins' situation, well, there's 2 more parts, but they're intertwined, is sort of what young guys are going to come up here and help out. We saw a taste of that late in the season. Rutger McGroarty was excellent. Billy Koivunen was excellent. I'm continually impressed by Koivunen. I was again last night. The poise he has with the puck, it just does not look like a typical young guy. He doesn't behave like a young guy. And they have other guys that are capable of doing that. Owen Pickering flashed for a bit this season. I expect him to play a greater role. Vasily Ponomarev, Yoel Blomqvist, Harrison Brunick, even Sam Poulin. They've got some guys, and it's similar in a way to what the Pirates had a couple of years ago. And it's a point I made to people then. They're not all going to pan out, but you need a couple to pan out. And I understand people will have questions about the Pirates. That's not necessarily the point. The point is that if the Penguins can develop these guys, can bring them up here and put them into roles that fit and get contributions from young guys, it's going to help stabilize or take the burden off of your stars. And the Capitals have done an extraordinary job of that. And that's why the final years of Alex Ovechkin's deal, I believe it was a 5-year extension signed in 2021, they're ahead of the Penguins right now. The Capitals should be a team that Penguins fans look at and say, hey, this is pretty interesting. This is something, maybe we can borrow some of these practices. I asked Mike Sullivan about that last night after the game, and he said that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that teams can look at and take from the Capitals and from a lot of other NHL teams that have had success. You also need to have a clear identity of how you want to play and what you're looking to surround your stars with. And that's where the Penguins need to kind of make this internal. They need to look at Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Chris Letang. They need to look at the style of play that they want to put on the ice. They also need to look at goaltending. And that's the last and final point. It might be the most important point, honestly. Because Tristan Jarry this season, Alex Nedeljkovic this season, Joel Blomqvist this season, it wasn't nearly good enough. And you're going to spend every spring at home in the NHL if you can't find actual goaltending. So the Penguins need to figure this out some way, shape, or form. I hope it's not Jarry. It's nothing against Tristan, but I think he could probably use a change of scenery, and I think the Penguins would be best served by going with one of their young guys that they have in Wilkes-Barre and even Wheeling for a part. The guy I'm most intrigued by, Sergei Murashov, the young Russian kid's been really, really good. He's extremely mature for his age. Maybe Blomqvist ends up turning it around a little bit. Still some work to do there. But they need a goaltender. I would like to see them in free agency target somebody who has a few more miles on the tires as a number one. Ned has been a benefit to the Penguins, but he's a career backup. They could benefit by having somebody who has been in those shoes as a number one to mentor the kids. And we'll see if they do it. But I do think it's possible to get a lot done this summer. I do think it's possible for the Penguins to be closer to competitive and maybe even flirt with the playoff spot next year. I don't think they're ready to make a cup run, but if I'm Sidney Crosby, I'm looking at this thing and seeing, man, I want to see something. We need to be in it. We need to play the way we did over the final month. We need to play that way the entire year. And nobody is delusional enough to think that the Penguins are about to make a run in the Eastern Conference semis or something like that. But they should at least end that 3-year stretch of not making the postseason. 50-minute mark on the Fan. It's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, good hockey talk. Enjoyed that very much. Again, Matt Venzel, 1:30. We will have the Bechtold breakdown coming up at 12:30. Bob Walk talking Pirates at 1 o'clock. I have a fun topic I want to get to. This was also something I wanted to do yesterday. In Pittsburgh sports limits, what characters do we have that would make the best wrestling heels and the best baby faces? Let's think about this.
You're going to have to further explain to me because I'm not a wrestling guy.
You don't know what a heel or a baby face is?
I know what the heel turn was with what happened with John Cena.
Okay.
With The Rock and everything that went on stage. But
all right, so it's WrestleMania this weekend, right? We're going to try to link up a little bit of Pittsburgh sports. So a baby face is somebody who's beloved, is a good guy. Think of it like that. Good guys, bad guys.
Okay.
Who are the best good guys? Who are the best bad guys in Pittsburgh sports? We'll do that when we come back. Probably a little bit of Steelers talk as well. I'm Jason Mackey, in for Pomp and Joe. Limits Behind the Glass. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates' first of a 3-game series against the Cleveland Guardians. Tonight, as Luis Ortiz, former Pirate, will pitch for Cleveland. Guardians are 9-9. Pirates 8-12. That's last place in the NL Central. Carmen Majinski will go for the Buccos. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-328-9696. 800-328-9696. 800-328-9696.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distillery filling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box or buy 10, get 3 free. Plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man.
Pirates fans, the Cleveland Guardians are in town to take on the Buccos on Saturday, April 19th at 4:05 p.m. for the first bobblehead night of the season. And this one is extra special because it features your favorite pitcher and NL Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens. The first 20,000 fans take home a one-of-a-kind collectible bobblehead featuring the Pirates ace, Paul Skeens. All thanks to PNC. Get your tickets and check out all of the other giveaways this season at pirates.com/promotions.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates look to try to build on the momentum that they had against the Washington Nationals. So in the last week, Buccos went to Cincinnati and got swept, returned home against Washington, and had two games where it was really up and down. Washington won 3-0 on Tuesday after the Pirates won 10-3 Monday. Buccos respond to win 6-1 Wednesday, and they beat the Nationals 1-0 on Thursday, winning multiple different ways. And O'Neal Cruz leadoff home run is all that the Pirates needed. First of a three-game series against the Cleveland Guardians begins tonight. It's a 6:40 first pitch, and our coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 5:45, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys, along with Austin Bechtold behind the glass. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. This hour, before the Bechtold Breakdown, which comes your way at 12:30, I wanted to get into a little bit of fun stuff, a little bit more fun stuff. WrestleMania this weekend. I can't say I'm the biggest wrestling fan I used to be. guess I wish I was a little bit more of a wrestling fan. I enjoyed it. I just don't have enough time in my day. But if you do, we were going to kick around the idea of heels and baby faces in Pittsburgh sports. The genesis of this is something I was asked in a Post-Gazette mailbag, and I think a few of them are fairly obvious. I'm hoping by bringing it up in this way, maybe the text line, maybe Austin, maybe a phone call, 412-928-9370, can help shed light on somebody else. I will start with sort of how I answered this. I think Bob Nutting is unfortunately or fortunately or whatever you want to say, probably the easiest heel. If we look at people that make people upset, I understand that. And that's sort of the basis I use for this. You're a heel if people get mad about your actions. I think Mike Tomlin would probably fall into that category. Art Rooney II. Penguins-wise, I'm not sure if anybody thinks that way about Mike Sullivan or Kyle Dubas. Maybe you do. Maybe you get frustrated at some of the moves Dubas has made so far. I think Ron Hextall was in that territory at some point. Players-wise, I don't know about Steelers players who feel like heels. I think George Pickens sometimes has some heel to him, but then whenever he's doing George Pickens things, he's more of a babyface. I don't know if there's if that's a straight or a linear comparison. Penguins-wise, probably Carlson, Jari, Graves, I'd say in the heels category. Some of the baby faces that I cited, Paul Skeens is going to be up there. Andrew McCutcheon is going to be up there. And Pirates-wise, some of the heels have to put the current regime in there as well. There are unfortunately a lot of Pirates names in the heel category at the moment until things change, or if they change. Travis Williams, Ben Cherington, and Derek Shelton. Again, using it, not saying they're bad people because they're not, but I'm talking about their actions. Do they negatively affect people, or do they make people frustrated? And I would certainly put them in the heels category. I guess Steelers-wise, Cam Hayward, TJ Watt go in there for me. Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Chris Letang can also go in the babyface category. Most of what they do, I think it generally makes people happy. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt. Baseball-wise, I'd give it to Brian Reynolds. O'Neal Cruz is an interesting one for me. He's almost like George Pickens comparison. When he does something good, it's really good, and people get excited. You also have people who defend him to the end of the earth. You also have people who seem to be, just like offended by O'Neal Cruz's presence. I'm in the middle on Cruz. I appreciate all that he does well. I acknowledge improvements that he needs to make. I think he has some flaws. I think he has some flaws that frustrate people and need to be cleaned up for the Pirates to be better. But I can't really get mad and call him a heel. I don't know. Limits, who am I missing?
Some texters pointed out some previous names like Marian Hossa.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Devin Bush is a heel.
Heel, yep.
Those are some that immediately came to mind to the text line. For me, I think you touched on a lot of the more favorable people that are here in Pittsburgh sports. Troy Polamalu is an all-time
Oh, he's an all-time face.
I know
Jack Lambert's an all-time face.
Yeah, I know we're talking about a lot more current ones. Offensively, for the Steelers, Pat Freiermuth could be.
I missed that.
I think Pat's he's really embraced the Yinzer culture. I think he's here mostly year-round. And I saw him at the McAfee show. When I was in line, he was just getting out of his car with a bunch of his buddies and was going to the show. Kind of surprised that he wasn't on stage for that show. But Pat's definitely one that comes to mind. Not that many other Pirates. I mean, David Bednar a couple years ago definitely was. But everything that's transpired since has probably taken him off of that list.
Yep.
Penguins-wise, I think you hit on it with the main three. Brian Rust could also slide there.
Yeah, he could. You're right. Penguins-wise, I don't know why this is. Other than Hossa, it's hard to find a heel. Right? Fleury would be a face. I don't think there's much he could do that would make people mad.
No.
Jim Rutherford's kind of back and forth. I think there's a lot of people that think Jim was really great, and I'd probably be on this side of the equation. I think there's some other people that feel like he left town, left them in a bad spot.
Well, I think both is true.
Yeah,
what he did here, bringing 2 cups, I think you should be eternally grateful for. But the way that it ended was definitely not good. And that might be the same conversation that we end up having with Mike Sullivan. Really good coach, one, Stanley Cup winner, but ultimately it's fallen flat. And ideally you remember him for winning cups and not for how it transpired in the last 6 years, not being able to have any playoff success.
Where does Ben Roethlisberger fit on that list?
Oh, he's definitely in the favorable category.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Super Bowls, still here, has adopted the culture, and his podcast, I think, is given Ben a lot more. There's definitely people that are huge Ben fans, and there are people that are anti-Ben. I think the podcast has helped him, though, in that regard, to kind of explain some things, have a lot of other Steeler guests on. Somebody mentions Rowdy Tellez in the text line as a heel turn.
Heel turn?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
Here's a good one. Yager.
Again, which one?
Yager as a heel.
No.
And then turning back into a babyface. Maybe beginning that, then turning into a heel, and then turning back.
Yeah. Yager's had kind of a pro wrestling career here. I would agree with that. But right now, Yager is very squarely a face.
2 other texters mentioned Tom Barrasso as a heel.
Yeah. If you talk to older writers, Starkey would be one of these, or Dave Molinari, guys that covered the team around then. Tom Barrasso was, boy, he sounds like a trip to have covered.
Yeah.
I only dealt with Tom once. And this is funny. I was doing a story on Marc-Andre Fleury. I think he's passing one of Barrasso's records or whatever, and I knew that Rutherford knew him. And so I texted Jim trying to get Barrasso, to talk about Fleury. And I forget how this came up, but I was like, yeah, I'm kind of surprised you did this. And he goes, yeah, it was all Jim. He's the only reason I'm talking to you. Or something like that. Like, it was just this sideways kind of I hate the media comment. But Barrasso was great. He was fantastic. He's a very good quote, very good goaltender. Played on not a great goaltending situation, but has a reputation for. I see why people say the heel thing. He, could not be warm and fuzzy. That's for sure. All right, what's on the Bechtold breakdown?
All right, Jason, we got a lot of news and notes that has just dropped down, including one quarterback that was supposed to be at the NFL draft that is no longer going to attend.
Ooh.
What could this mean? Has this quarterback heard something about his prospects of what might happen on draft night and decides maybe he doesn't want to be Aaron Rodgers waiting in the green room? What's going on there? Also, something in college football is really bothering me, and Matt Rule is continuing to fuel this fire. What is it? We will talk about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins, they finished up the season with 80 points yesterday, beating the Washington Capitals by a final of 5-2. The NHL playoffs will begin on Saturday. As Sidney Crosby scored for the Pens, his 33rd of the year. Brian Russ tallies 30 goals, ended up with 31, scored 2 on the night. Second coming on the power play, Heinen, Tomasino. Also factoring in on the goal scoring, Alex Nedeljkovic with 18 saves. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. No team enters these NBA playoffs under more pressure than the Milwaukee Bucks. They traded for Damian Lillard to win now, and thankfully he's set to return. But a tough first-round matchup with the Pacers could have their fans on edge. If the Bucks go out early, there's real buzz that Giannis Antetokounmpo could ask for a trade. This isn't just about surviving the first round. It's about keeping a two-time MVP in Milwaukee. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials Security Package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. As the baseball season is underway, we look to the West Coast, where Los Angeles has gotten off to an incredible start. In their first 2 series, they were able to sweep both Chicago and Detroit, and followed that up with head-to-head series with 2 of the title contenders in Atlanta and Philadelphia. Los Angeles will hope to continue their great form into the season with a group of superstar talent. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Spring is here. Let 2 men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited. Payment starting at $259 for 27 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen. And when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS at Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Pirates fans, the Cleveland Guardians are in town to take on the Buccos on Saturday, April 19th at 4:05 p.m. for the first bobblehead night of the season. And this one is extra special because it features your favorite pitcher and NL Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens. The first 20,000 fans take home a one-of-a-kind collectible bobblehead featuring the Pirates ace, Paul Skeens, all thanks to PNC. Get your tickets and check out all of the other giveaways this season at pirates.com/promotions.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills.
Jason, let's get into it. It's the Bexold Breakdown for this Friday, April 18th, 2025, brought to you by our good friends at Southside Plumbing and Heating and our good friend Southside Jake. Big news that has just come down on the quarterback front in the NFL draft as one Joe Starkey's own favorite quarterback, Jackson Dart, is now off the list of expected draft attendees. Dart, even though Jalen Milroe is still planning to attend the draft, Jackson Dart, who many believe to be a first-round pick, is not going to attend anymore. Reasons still unknown.
He still could be picked, though.
Right.
I'm saying he wouldn't be the first guy picked who wasn't. I think it's more notable when you add somebody to the list.
Yes.
Like Jalen Milroe going to the draft tells you that, oh, man, they must have some intel this guy's going to go in the first round. I don't read as much into it when it's going the other way.
I don't know. To me, this sounds like Jackson Dart might not be taken as high as he originally thought, and he doesn't want to sweat it out in the green room. Now, maybe he wants to spend it with his family. But if that was the case, why wasn't that a part of the original conversation when you were offered an invitation?
Right.
You know, like.
Well, in Jackson Dart's defense, it's been really tough to make heads or tails of his draft stock. As we sit here right now, I don't know where he's going. I don't have any idea. Like first round or third. It could be either one.
Well, he's going to be a first-round pick.
You think so?
Yes.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed. He's going to be a first-round pick.
Okay.
Every mock draft imaginable has him there, and I'm not using that as gospel. But the level of importance that the quarterback position holds in all sports and holds in the NFL, and everyone's searching for one in terms of, I mean, what do you think? There are like 6-7 teams that are still looking for a quarterback, even if they have a guy, but they're not entirely, like Miami could even pick him. How do they feel about Tua, who's constantly been injured? Do the Raiders maybe decide to take a quarterback, even though they paid Geno Smith? Would somebody – so situations like that.
I want to know how a quarterback at the beginning of this process is thought of as like a third, fourth, or fifth-round guy, and now Jackson Dart is like unquestionably a first-round guy without playing any games.
It's ridiculous. Like, I don't think he's a first-round quarterback. I would not take him. But I do think that the performance that he had at the Combine, also paired with Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders not being there, elevated Dart because, he's the best-looking quarterback here out of this current group. The other two are not here. So out of everybody that we saw at the Combine, which a lot of people take stock in, his stock elevated. And how much is valued on the interviews that take place at the Combine, pre-draft visits, stuff like that, that could be elevating Jackson Dart's stock. Should it? Probably not, but those are things that help.
Yep.
So I find it pretty notable.
That's fair. I like it.
All right, next up. Alex Ovechkin received a Rolex watch from Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby, a gift from the Penguins to Ovi after the game yesterday. And it made me think of just the way that things have changed, where Sid and Ovi, they've agreed that once their career's over with, they're going to sit down and have a couple beers and chat it up. And Evgeny Malkin, obviously, the pride of Russia with Ovechkin and the pride that they both have in their country. I wonder if Alex Ovechkin is going to stay in the States when he ultimately does retire, whenever that is. And it's probably going to be in the next year or two. He could still play. He scored, 40-plus goals?
44.
Yeah. So I do wonder if Gino and Ovechkin will stay in the country and help, because I think Malkin probably has 1 year left. If they will stay here and help grow the game of hockey or not, or if they will go back to Russia. I don't know. I hope they stay.
I bet Gino goes to Miami eventually. I think they there's a pool over there. Wouldn't surprise me if they both ended up like Pavel Datsyuk did and play a couple years in the KHL. But after that, I do think they'd probably come back to the States.
Why do you think that they would want to go back to Russia and play?
Because I think it's like a responsibility over there to give Russian fans, like even if it's a lesser version of yourself, to like, a sign of patriotism to play in a Russian pro league. Yeah. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but that's why guys do it.
That's why a lot of guys do it. Kind of like, is that similar to like what Yager did over the last couple of years too? In the pride?
I mean, I think Yager just wanted to keep playing. He probably didn't want to do it in the NHL. I don't know if he probably could do it in the NHL. It's just like, you're not as good, you're not very good, but he can go own his team in like a Czech B league. And I think he probably made some money off it. And he's one of the better players on the team for a while. I mean, not anymore, but he just got to indulge his hockey itch. Maybe that was some civic responsibility. I don't know. But, with guys like Gino and Ovechkin and other Russian players, that's a lot of why you see them go back there.
Should the Penguins have signed Yager to a one-day contract to play on his bobblehead day?
Yes.
On the fourth line?
Absolutely. They should sign him to a 1-year contract. Screw it.
Do you think he'd be able to actually compete for a game?
I think he'd be okay for a game. Yeah. I don't think yeah. They rolled out a lot worse.
Why would that not be a realistic consideration then for them?
Maybe he didn't want to do it.
Do you think he was asked?
It might be too farcical. For like sign a 1-day contract. I mean, maybe that's something, but I mean, he's already officially retired, so you can't like retire twice. And I just don't think they would want to have the spectacle of putting him in a game.
Too much paperwork?
Too much paperwork. It's all digital now anyway.
Next, there's a 105-player cap, as we know, in college football for roster limits. Matt, was this one of your topics?
No, Dom just quote tweeted our heel babyface.
An intern Dom tweet. I had one of those coming up in the breakdown.
I'm sorry to jump that. I just saw it, and I shook my fist, and Kenny Pickett, we completely missed. How did we miss that? That's all on me. It was my topic. How did I not bring that up?
Yeah, that's a huge turn.
Whiff.
With Kenny Pickett no longer
wanting
wanting to be,
all right, sorry,
to be a part of this. Due to the 105-player cap, Matt Rule, he's the coach at Nebraska, former Carolina Panthers coach. He's adding a scrimmage to the April 26 Husker games. So Nebraska, instead of doing a spring game because they're so concerned that players are going to be poached off their roster, even though they're having their spring game the same day as Penn State, which is a day after the portal closes, whatever. They're doing the Husker games on the 26th for players not projected to make the roster.
So it's like the toilet bowl.
There's going to be a scrimmage for players not projected to make the roster. So what I don't understand about this is there going to be an extension for the portal that these guys can enter? Are they going to already enter the portal and yet still have this scrimmage, even though that they're actively looking for a different team? The state of college football with all this, for me, is just so ludicrous. And the NCAA is doing a bad job of regulating it, of putting any rules and restrictions on this. There are no rules. There are no restrictions. Now you're getting the government involved, and there's court decisions. Jason, this is just – and look, I think that the players should be paid within reason. I think it should be a system where they get the benefit off their NIL. But this whole thing has spiraled more and more and more by the day to a point where it's going to be – I don't know if they're going to be able to rein this thing in.
It's a disaster. It really is. You know what I don't understand, Austin? Number one, why there's not better regulations. Just put guys on contracts. Just put them on levels of contracts. You've got a 1-year contract. Okay, this guy's a free agent. His contract's up. I mean, ditch any idea of amateurism.
It doesn't exist anymore.
The scrimmage is just funny. Like, what is that for? What's the point? I mean, that's almost like a participation trophy.
It's basically to showcase players that are going to be going into the portal, like guys that will not make their 105-player cap.
But you're saying it's after the portal's closed.
I don't get it.
So where are they going?
Where are
they going?
So are they already going into the portal, but yet
it's like the world's earliest audition for the next portal?
I guess.
It just sounds like you're giving them something to do. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're charging money for tickets and just putting an entertaining product there. I don't know. That sounds very confusing.
It makes very, very little sense.
I hate it. I understand there's an audience that still watches college football. I also think there's an audience that really struggles with it. And just because there's an audience that watches it, I don't like it. It shouldn't be above regulation or better regulation. I don't know about you. I think college football their college sports in general are just in a terrible spot right now. The audience could be very, very high, and they're wasting it with this lack of regulation, just being the wild, wild west.
Syracuse wide receiver Trevor Penna is visiting Penn State today. A wide receiver. He's considered the top wide receiver available in the portal. Jason, if Penn State's able to land this top receiver, they could put him in the slot, they could move him around a little bit. What is your outlook for Penn State football next year? I know you follow it decently close.
I do. I love it. I love it. Which I married into a Pitt family, and my parents went to Pitt, and this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I really enjoy following Penn State football. I think you and I are aligned on that one.
Oh, yes. I flew 1,000 miles to watch them lose against Notre Dame at the kick of a field goal that was kicked right towards me because I was sitting in the end zone with a couple of seconds left.
Austin, they're a top 4 team next year.
They are.
If not higher.
They could
if they get Penna, if they get the wide receiver situation figured out, which they did not have last year. I mean, I think Drew Aller can win the Heisman. People might scoff at that.
He's a candidate. I wouldn't go that far.
I said he can win it.
He can, yeah.
Candidate can win it. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't
I'm not
put
saying
him
he is going to win it.
Top 5 to start the year, but I think he's definitely in the top 10.
Yeah, you would put him in your top 5. Who's your let me ask you this.
Yes.
Which team or teams do you have above Penn State right now?
I naturally put Ohio State ahead of them just until I see Penn State actually beat Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, so Penn State lost a lot, but they will get some. You know they're going to have guys.
All that they lost was Abdul Carter, Tyler Warren, which again they're both top 10 picks. Like that's losing a lot.
Right.
Kobe King at linebacker, you can fill in for him. Tamir Robinson, the Brashear product, just transferred. He just entered the portal. Kind of surprised about that because I've talked to him before about it, and he seemed like he was, pretty much in on the program, and I thought he was going to take a step up. They lost KJ Winston, but he didn't play the whole year anyway at safety. He got hurt. And Jalen Reed. That's
it. Is Wheatley back?
Wheatley's back.
Yep.
Aller's back. Dennis Sutton's back on the defensive line.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
Limits.
He
I
could
like
take the
him
next
a lot.
step.
Singleton, Allen.
Singleton
you got
and Allen.
2,000-yard backs.
Now the entire wide receiver room is gone. They brought in Kyron Hudson from USC. Devontae Ross from Troy, the receiver, is gone or is in. Trevor, I mean, this Penna guy, if they bring him in at wide receiver, who almost posted 1,000 yards with Kyle McCord last year and was an all-ACC player, that could be the move. Veteran, 23-year-old wide receiver, where these wide receivers are just about as old as me that are transferring into programs. I think, I really do, Jason, that I'm already saving my money, let's put it this way, for what a college football playoff run could look like this upcoming year.
Yeah.
And a Big Ten championship
As
run.
you should, man. As you should. This can be a good team, going to be an exciting season. Changes the opinion of James Franklin a little bit, does it not? I mean, I don't think anybody's putting him up here with, the top 5 coaches in the country, but he has an opportunity to shed the stigma that has followed him about winning the big game. He did it a little bit last year, not enough.
I have been a big critic of James Franklin at times. Like, he's a very good recruiter. His in-game coaching drives me insane at times. It just baffles me. James Franklin is not the reason why they lost that game against Notre Dame. Drew Aller making an inexcusable interception over the middle of the field is a big reason why. And also Jalen Reed and whatever happened at corner just falling down and allowing Notre Dame to have a walk-in touchdown to respond right after, I think it was Warren or maybe Singleton, scored with 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left in the game. This drove me insane, Jason. Listen to this. I'm sitting, and the guy right in front of me was already booking his flight to Atlanta for the national championship.
No.
And I said, buddy, don't even put that into my mind. Why are you doing that? And he's like, well, I mean, I can easily cancel it or whatever. I was like, don't even put, like, the football gods into that type of realm to think that this thing is already locked up. It was like a tie game at that point. I was like, what are you thinking? 6 minutes left. I'm looking at my sister right next to me. I'm like, we might be going to Atlanta in like a week. We might be making that 12-hour drive again like we did for the Peach Bowl. And at least
now we know why they lost.
Yes.
Thank you and the friend
Thank you to that guy right in front. Not a friend, just a random guy.
I know.
Thank you to him. But, yeah, I think James Franklin could shake that stigma. He's not the reason I don't think that they lost that Notre Dame game. The players just flat out did not execute. So if he can get over the top this year, I look at it very similar, and I wrote a story about it. It's a very similar year, I think, what it could be to Ohio State last year with their $20 million roster. If they bring in this receiver, you're probably paying them $1 million. All the money that they're handing out to a lot of the other guys to stay. It's similar to what Michigan did after their disappointing losses, bringing back their whole team, going undefeated, winning the national championship. And Ohio State with their $20 million roster last year where so many defensive players came back, and they won it all. Like, this is the blueprint for Penn State. Now it's time to execute and actually do it and get it done.
I think the experience at quarterback and limiting turnovers, limiting the killer interception that you're talking about. So, you think about J.J. McCarthy with Michigan, Will Howard with Ohio State. Like, you're bringing in unquestioned guys with miles on the tires, seasoning, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Man, and they're going to have that with Drew. And he's due to have a season where you really see his ability shine through. And it's been uneven. And I know he has his detractors out there because of the mistakes he's made, but if you can find a way to smooth that out, man, I agree with you.
Yeah, and I'm a huge Drew Aller truther supporter. Maybe you could put me in the apologist category.
I'm with you.
For Drew Aller.
I'm with you.
I think he can be that type of guy.
Same.
He is somebody who I want the Steelers to pick in the first round of the draft next year if he improves. Now, he needs to significantly grow up in the biggest moments. Like, I like Drew a lot, but he has not been good against Ohio State. He's not been good against Michigan. He was not good at all in that Notre Dame game. There are steps that need to be taken, but that's why I thought he should have went back for another year and can take it.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Jaylen Warren. How about this? I saw some numbers from Warren Sharp that he put out there about what could be the Steelers' #1 back, and unless they draft Ashton Genty, probably will be. Warren, according to Sharp, is one of 3 running backs to average over 5 yards per touch in the last 3 seasons. And his ranking out of 48 running backs that have had 300-plus carries since 22, he's second in explosive run rate, 6 in yards after contact, 6 in yards per carry, and 6 in success rate on his carries. Is Jaylen Warren prone for a breakout this year?
If he can hold on to the ball and stay healthy. That's the way I look at it.
Because he has been banged up a little bit.
And he's fumbled a lot.
He's fumbled. Yeah, he's put the ball on the ground.
He has more fumbles than touchdowns at this point in his career.
Really?
It's close.
I don't think he had a rushing touchdown last year.
I'm going to pull that up. So I think it's important. But yes, I think he could be poised for a breakout. I also question how much he's going to be used, though. And, I mean, they're paying him a pretty good amount of money. So, I mean, you're going to want to see him get the ball. But they're going to draft a running back. They're going to want to get that guy involved. They're going to want to get Kenneth Gainwell involved. So, I mean, it could be a breakout year, but it might be a breakout year to the tune of 700 yards, which, honestly, Austin, if they have an effective running game and that's how they do that, I'm completely fine with it. I don't need to see a 1,000-yard back. I think it might be better for the Steelers that they don't have one, honestly.
He had 1 rushing touchdown last year, 2 fumbles. Career-wise, you're right. 7 fumbles to 6 total touchdowns.
Yep.
He also does not have a receiving touchdown in his career. How about that?
I know. For somebody who's actually pretty good out of the backfield.
Yes, a good receiving threat. I mean,
well, of course, look at the quarterbacks the Steelers have had over the past 3 years, too. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities.
I know he's got a lot of dink and dump type of plays and screen passes, but 26 yards is his career long is 30 yards receiving. His career long in terms of rushing, 74. That blows Najee Harris's, right around 40, below 40, right out the window. So I think he can take that step, too. It's also going to depend on how this offensive line continues to grow and develop.
I'm not as worried about the offensive line, Austin.
No.
I'm not. I think you put Broderick Jones in his proper spot. You get Troy Fautanu back healthy. I liked what I saw from Zach Frazier. I have no question about Isaac Seumalo at left guard. Mason McCormick was pretty good. That's not to say I wouldn't like them to add an offensive lineman as a little bit of depth. You know there's going to be an injury there. But if those 5 stay healthy and can play together for a lot of the year, I think they'll be okay.
Finally, this is a question posed by a texter that I've seen put up here before. Texter asks, what do you think about Sid letting Geno wear the captaincy in his last home game next year? Which could be the final game of Kenny Malkin's career. Not for the full season, just for his final game at home.
Sure. I don't know. I honest to God, don't think that Geno cares.
No?
I don't think it means one bit to him.
Well, he does go last out of the tunnel. That means something to him.
Well, that means something. The weird stuff. I don't think Geno needs to have a C stitched on his sweater. But, I mean, it is a cool gesture.
Yeah, for just one game?
I like the gesture. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think Malkin would, if you never did it, I don't think Malkin would, feel jilted or care whatsoever. He's just that kind of personality.
2 more heels to consider. Antonio Brown and James Harrison for the Steelers. Thoughts about that?
Yeah, they're both. They're both. We should have separated because, I mean, if you think about AB, the good stuff, that's a face. I mean, when he's jumping up on the goalpost, and I don't know what I can say and what I can't say, but you know the image that I'm talking about. People were loving that.
Oh, yeah.
The immaculate extension, and then he goes bonkers, and then, he turns into a heel. James Harrison, 1.0, people love Debo. Even 2.0, you think about the story about him sleeping in a meeting, that obviously doesn't go over well, but yeah, I just think they're back and forth. It's not clear-cut. Hey, real quick, while we're talking about the Najee Harris thing.
Yeah.
Can you guess his, the longest run of his career?
Considering that Joe has said it 75 times, I should know it off by heart by now. I think it's 36 yards.
There you go.
It is 36?
37.
37.
Yep. I think I knew it was short. I didn't know it was that short.
Yeah, it's not good.
Nope.
Especially because at Alabama, he didn't break off a lot of long runs, but he seemed like a guy that was going to be prone to do so.
Right.
Never worked out.
All right.
That's it. The Bechtel Breakdown for this Friday, April 18th. Thanks to our friends at Southside Plumbing and Heating.
All right, the 50-minute mark of the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm excited about this next segment. You see Bob Walk on television. You listen to Bob Walk. You hear Bob Walk in this spot every week, really. But this is a first for me. I've interviewed Bob Walk for Post-Gazette Stories. I've talked to Bob Walk a ton being around the Pirates. He's an awesome guy. Has a great perspective on things. We're going to pick his brain about the National Series. I want to talk to him a fun question about spring training. I mentioned that earlier and what that was like for him. And we'll kick around a few of the recent Pirates storylines with Walkie. Coming up next, don't go anywhere at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates will play against the Cleveland Guardians today. Old friend Luis Ortiz will pitch for the Pirates, who the Buccos traded to Cleveland to get Spencer Horwitz, who has yet to appear in a game for the Pirates with the wrist injury. Carmen Mlodzinski will go for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 5:45. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabale.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Guardians today, as it's Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Not too much of a baseball rivalry between the two cities, but it seems to always become one anytime Pittsburgh and Cleveland will play. That'll be at 6:40 tonight, as the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45 with Carmen Majinski on the mound. Luis Ortiz will pitch for Cleveland. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. One of the men that you'll hear calling the game tonight on 93.7 The Fan, Bob Walk, joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com.
That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys. They're both off. Start of our final hour together. Austin Bechtold behind the glass. Let's go out to the fan hotline where we find Pirates broadcaster Bob Walk to recap the National Series, talk a little bit about the Guardians and some issues going on with the team. Bob, how are you?
Good, Jason. How's it going with you?
Very well, very well. Excited to do this. A lot to talk about with the ball club. I want to talk about something fun, though, to start, Bob. I was looking up your spring training stats from your career this morning, and I didn't get very far because they didn't exist. I guess they weren't kept.
Oh, no.
At that time.
No, spring training was a little different back then.
Yeah, and so I say that to say Andrew Heaney, was not very good in spring, and it obviously didn't matter. It's obviously not the first time we've seen spring training performance not correlate whatsoever to the regular season. But how were you in spring? What was your mindset? How did you approach spring training ball?
Well, my mindset depended on what my situation was. I mean, there was times where I had to go down there and make a team. First couple of years with the Pirates, things were a little different. Times going to my first big league spring training with Philly, same way. Then you're going to get cut. And then in Atlanta, I got cut twice in spring training in Atlanta. So sometimes you go and you know that you have to take it like it's the regular season because you're going to be judged on what you're doing. And then there was times where I had situations where I just was wanting to, it was kind of like just exercise. You're just getting your arm in shape for the season. Nowadays, guys' arms are in shape at Christmas, but it was kind of different back then. I mean, there was times where I would go from the last game of the season until the first day in spring training without touching a baseball. But that's totally different than the way it is nowadays. And I think guys think that they need to be more competitive now in spring training than in the past. Although you mentioned Heaney and the way he looked down there, he kind of looked like a throwback, like he was just trying to get his work in and get ready, and completely different pitcher when they start keeping track of the stats.
So, Bob, we saw that obviously with Heaney, his last outing. He's been really good this season, but he wasn't the only one. A lot of very good starting pitching against the Nationals, 4 quality starts. I was talking earlier in the show about this. I think it's kind of a recipe for how the Pirates are going to have to win games. Good starting pitching, good bullpen, enough offense to get them by. Is that how you kind of saw it? Is this kind of a repeatable process? It's something they can take into the weekend?
Well, yeah, I think going into the season, I think that was kind of what everybody thought we were going to have to do. I don't think anybody really looked at the offense thinking, okay, we're going to be a big scoring team. Last year, I think we kind of looked at the offense like that. There was some possibilities to get quite a few home runs out of almost every position on the field. But after watching last year, when that mostly didn't happen, and being a little more realistic this season, and knowing that Skeens is going to be there from day one, and it just looked like it was going to be more of a pitching type team, and I think that's nothing has happened to change anybody's mind. If anything, it looks like it's even more dependent on the pitching. Now, there's some hitters that have hit in the past that are probably going to hit again. I think the offense is going to get a little bit better as the season goes along, but it's not going to be something we can depend on to go out and outscore a lot of people this year. We need to win games with the pitching staff, and if we can stay away from injuries, I know we've already got one to Jones, but if we can stay away from any kind of major injury, I think we'll be in good shape with the pitching. We also have to do a better job though of catching the ball. If you're going to win with pitching, you better have a good defense.
Yeah. So what are the steps there? I mean, we've seen a lot of outfield issues, miscommunications. It seemed like I know Shelty said during that series he's going to have to get with T. Brock and get some of that stuff figured out. I mean, is that drill work? Is that advanced studying? Maybe all of the above? Communication? Like what sort of things are leading to those issues, and how can they go about correcting them?
Well, from my standpoint, a lot of the mistakes are outfield 101. So I don't understand how it's gotten this far, particularly with our center fielder. I think part of it is his makeup. If you've heard me a few times, I think on the air talk about when it looks like he's not happy, when he has his mad face on, I like that. Because now the intensity is going to come, and I think he's going to hurt somebody out there. He's going to hurt the baseball. I think sometimes he just plays a little too passive, and you can't do that as a shortstop or a center fielder. You got to be the aggressive people out there. Every single ball to center field that you can catch, you need to catch. That's your job. You're the center fielder. You tell everyone else to get the heck out of your way. You scream at them, get the heck out of my way. You're the boss out there. Infielders, too. You got to yell at them, hey, get out. I'm catching everything. If you don't hear me, that's because I can't catch it, and that's the end of things. That's the way I think he needs to play center field. That's the way every center fielder needs to play center field. They're the guys out there. They're the ones that are in charge. That's the way that McCutchen played center field. You didn't see him, letting other people catch balls in the gap. If he could catch it, he was going to catch it because he was the man. And that's what I want to see now. And hopefully that message will get hammered home to him. But I mean, this isn't the first time he's been in the outfield. He was in the outfield quite a bit last year, all of spring training. The things like knowing what the inning is, knowing what the score is, where's the tying run right now. I have to know where I'm going to throw the baseball before the ball is even pitched. I got to know where I'm going with the baseball in a couple of different scenarios. If it's hit in front of me, if it's a gap shot, if it's over my head, I got to already know what I'm going to do with the ball. And it looks like there's times where he's making decisions on the fly out there instead of having his mind already made up, and you can't play the outfield like that.
Bob, one of the things I think about him, and I really like what they did putting him atop the order, I feel like there's maybe a little bit more buy-in. I think he likes hitting at the top of the order, whether he wants to admit it or not. Do you see that? Do you like the move of having him lead off? I know it's a non-conventional leadoff hitter, and in your career, did you ever play with guys that just simply wanted to hit in a certain spot, and there might not be an analytical reason for it, it's just they felt that was where they were better suited?
No, I don't think that I was ever around that. Guys worried about who was hitting in front of them and who was hitting behind them.
Okay.
Because once the game starts, that's the only thing that matters, is who's in front of you and who's behind you, because that's what matters to the pitcher, and that's going to have an effect on how they pitch you. Who they bring in the sixth inning to pitch to you matters on who's hitting next. That's what you worry about in the lineup, is who's around you. As far as when you start, some guys do like to hit right away in the first inning. So they like to make sure they're in one of the first first three spots anyway. Sometimes if you're the cleanup hitter, now you're leading off the seconds, and so that's. I know some guys would rather hit third than fourth, but that's the only time I can recall a conversation about where you're hitting at as far as the number in the lineup, and not who's hitting behind you or who's in front of you. But back to him being a leadoff, and you saying you think he likes it. When he first came up to the big leagues, we're hoping this guy was going to be a superstar. I mean, a guy that's going to be one of the top players in the league. Maybe even, if threw around things like, could he be a Hall of Famer someday? Because of the skills, his skill set was just off the charts. The running speed. I mean, he hadn't been thrown out trying to steal a base since the middle of last summer. There's so many things he can do on a field. You got to light a fire under him. He has to have that intensity, and if there's a spot in the lineup that helps you do that, well, then put him there. I mean, because he's the guy that might someday carry an offense. He's not there yet, but he could be. He's got those tools. So, if hitting him leadoff is going to change the way he goes about playing the game, then hit him leadoff by all means. And, then it doesn't really matter what the analytics say. There's other things in play in the game of baseball because it's all humans. It's not machines. They're all humans. and you know how humans are. In your daily life, you have to work and talk to a lot of them, and things aren't always by the book or by the numbers with everybody, and so you have to, I think, deal with him in that same situation.
No doubt. Situation I wanted to ask you about, Bob, and this does involve the lineup a little bit. I know when Joey Bart's in there, hits fourth a lot of the time. With him and Henry manning the catching spot and maybe needing to see more out of Henry, what do you do to get both of those guys playing time? Could first base be an option for Joey Bart? Just how would you juggle that right now?
I don't know. That's a good question. You also have Indy in there who he didn't play first base at all in spring training because he's a catcher. That's I'm sure what you heard and what we've all heard. So he's playing at first base just out of need right now. Not that they think of him as a possible first baseman. So I don't have an answer for you there of what they're going to do. With Kutcha on the team, he has to be the DH. We've seen exactly that in the last couple of weeks. When the DH wasn't available, he can only play every other day at best. Even though when he was out there, he looks like a pretty darn good outfielder. I'll give him that. But he can't play the field anymore. It's apparently too hard on his legs, and so he needs to be the DH to keep his bat in there. And he still swings a pretty decent bat, so we got to have him playing almost every day somewhere in that lineup. So the designated hitter is gone. Once Horowitz is here and he's the everyday first baseman, you got three catchers, and they're going to have to make a decision on what they're going to do. But, Joey Bart, the way he hit last year, he's a huge part of your offense. So I don't know.
We'll be watching together
and see what they do. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Yeah. Last one for you, fun one. Pirates broadcaster Bob Block. Did you know it's Steve Blass's birthday? I think he just turned 21. He can finally buy a drink legally.
I've seen him buy a lot of drinks. I hope they weren't illegal. I'll say that.
They might have been.
No, he's a great friend, and I loved all the years we traveled together and worked together. Had a great time, and I still love seeing him every day. Got to spend some time with him down the street at the dedication of the home plate or the pitching mound plaque and the second base plaque, of course, with Clementi's picture on it from when he hit his 3,000th hit. And so I was out there about an hour with him, and I heard some of the same jokes and stories that I've heard before, but I still laugh at him. He's always one of the funniest guys that I've ever been around, and it's great that we can still enjoy him, and we still see him at the ballpark at least once a homestand. He comes by and says hi, and I'll bet he'll be down there tonight.
Beautiful. Well, we're all lucky to have you. We're lucky to have him, and thanks so much for this, Bob. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
All right, Jason, you be at the ballpark?
Not tonight. I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you there. All right, thanks, Bob. Bob Walk, Pirates broadcaster, one of the absolute best. Great with stories, great with insight, great on the broadcast. Love watching and listening to Walkie. He's fantastic. I enjoyed some of those insights as well. One of the things that I wrote down was that's outfield 101 limits, and he's exactly right in why the Pirates have had issues fielding balls. He brings up a good point about Cruz, too, being timid and needing to play that position aggressively. I think they're intertwined. I think, not that I'm trying to be a psychologist and get inside of O'Neal Cruz's head, but I've spent more time around him than probably most people listening to this. I think he's a good kid who really wants to do well, who puts a lot of pressure on himself, and I think that's probably what we're seeing here. I think some of his mistakes are made out of timidity. I think that, some of the reads that he gets on balls aren't great, but he also, I think this was the first homestand, a ball that he let drop at his feet, and people look at him and they're critical because they say he's lazy or something like that. I think he's afraid of making a gigantic mistake. I think O'Neal Cruz sometimes on the bases can get careless. I'd like to see him rein that in a little bit, but only a little bit, because I think that speed and aggressiveness at times is what makes him elite. I would, if I was managing a team, I would welcome the opportunity to help a guy like O'Neal Cruz find his meter, so to speak. Sometimes it can be all the way to the side, and that's fine. You've got to talk to him. You've got to explain certain things to him. I know that he frustrates people with, making the first or last out of an inning at third base, and that can't happen. Some of the balls that we've seen drop, if you've got a ball between, like Walkie was talking about, a ball between center and right field, that's a situation O'Neal Cruz needs to take charge of. And we've seen a lot of that since he's shifted to center. He's been too deferential. And I think that's part of the issue where you need to say, look, that's you. If you're going to play out here, that's got to be you. No questions asked. And I don't know if that's a coaching, a development, a management, something thing where you need to get through to O'Neal and say, look, dude, you're our guy. Nothing's changing. We want you here. You're going to screw up. That's okay. We're going to back you. Maybe the manager said, that's on me. I had him playing the wrong way. Something like that. Somebody to take the heat off of him. And we in the media might look at that and think that he's crazy. But, something to back the player and for the organization to let the player know, hey, we've got your best interest here. And it is a process. We can say both things. I don't understand that about sometimes even sports media and talk radio and all that stuff. It can be true that O'Neal Cruz is a really good player in a lot of facets. It can be true that O'Neal Cruz has work to do in a lot of facets. I'm not making some big overarching judgment about his character. I'm not saying I'm not out to get him. No, I think O'Neal Cruz is a really good kid. I think he has the potential to be an absolute star. And I think to get there, he has to fix some correctable things in his game.
He's definitely their most talented player, but he's also, to me, their most frustrating player at times.
Sure.
And there's nothing that came more close to that than when he made an incredible diving catch in center field, laying out for a ball, and then the next batter, it seemed like he just gave up on the ball, didn't know what was going on, and half-heartedly tried to grab it with his glove, and it went all the way back towards the warning track, and Andrew McCutchen had to go after it, which ended up being a triple. Those are the things that, if they can fix to make sure that he is just an every single pitch type of guy, main focus, and locked in, can significantly help them. And that's another thing where he's such a good hitter, such a talented hitter, that needs to cut down on the strikeout still. And
he has.
He's moving in that direction. Yeah, this year he's been better with that. It can help his plate discipline to help make him an elite hitter, a better hitter than what he already is. So, I'm not giving up on Cruz. I also didn't go into this year thinking that his defense in center field would be good, and it frankly has not. He's had some good moments. I don't know if that necessarily means he's lazy, but I do think that sometimes, he does take a couple of plays off and doesn't give it 100% effort sometimes. Does everybody sometimes have a couple of lapses in judgment like that? It happens. It's sports. Maybe it's hard to be locked in at every single moment. I don't think that's characterized as lazy, though.
Maybe I'm reading too much into social media and the characterization of a player on there.
No, there are a lot of people on social media that call him lazy.
Yeah, and he's not. He's a space cadet sometimes. That's what I would say to my kids.
I do think that there are some times, though, he needs to show better effort.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's also 26. We
can't make an excuse of age. How many years has he played in the big leagues? That shouldn't be an excuse.
No, I know.
Because he's 26.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, we're saying it's not necessarily effort, right? What we're saying is it's sometimes concentration. That could be youth.
There are a couple of,
and I'm not going out of my way to make excuses. Believe me, it's unacceptable. It needs to change. That's my baseline.
I do think that play in center after he made the diving catch was an effort thing, where he just did not look very interested in going after that ball, whether he misread it.
Yeah.
You saw the play.
I know.
It's been played back multiple times. Great effort on the play before. After that, just let the ball skip right past him. Didn't get in front of it. The number one rule is get in front of the ball if you're not going to be able to catch it on the fly.
Yes.
That play was just inexcusable. Yes. But that's the thing. There are so many wow plays. You take the bad with the wow. And that's unfortunately, until he can knock down a lot more of that bad stuff, the balance that you have to take with O'Neal Cruz.
Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, I want to shift the conversation back to Penguins a little bit. Like I said earlier, they had their locker clean out this morning. A whole bunch of guys talked. The Post-Gazette's Matt Bensel was up there covering it all. Matt will join us in a few minutes when we come back from this break to break down a little bit more about the Penguins and what we learned from Locker Cleanout Day. It's Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey. Limits Behind the Glass. Final segment coming up. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NBA playoffs will begin as the play-in tournament continues. Miami and Atlanta play tonight at 7. Dallas and Memphis will play at 9:30. Tomorrow is the first round with the Eastern Conference and Western Conference playoffs. Beginning, Milwaukee and Indiana will play with T.J. McConnell, former Char Valley and Duquesne star. Clippers at Denver, Detroit at the Knicks, and Minnesota at the Lakers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. LeBron James will take part in his 288th playoff game on Saturday. With Luka Doncic by his side in L.A., LeBron could easily get to 300 this postseason. Most players' legacies are set at 40. LeBron is in a rare spot. History is on the line every time he steps on the court, and he's still one of the best players in the league. He's already in rare air, but a 5th title, that would be another incredible achievement. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American-made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't. It was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Have you heard? Kohl's has 2 exclusive new home brands, Mariana and Mingle & Co. From luxe favorites that are all about turning your space into a sanctuary to fun mix and match dining essentials, there's so much to discover, and trust me, you're gonna love everything. Plus, you can get an extra 15% off throughout the store and earn Kohl's cash. So hurry to Kohl's today and bring it home for less. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends April 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention.
Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys. Limits producing our final segment. We'll get into some hockey talk here in a minute with Matt Bensel from the Post-Gazette. First, want to tell you a couple things, though. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, so the Penguins cleaned out their lockers, had final meetings with the media. The man who was up there was Matt Bensel. Let's go out there. Matt, what's up, man? How was locker cleanout day?
Oh, it was exciting as ever.
I'm sure you're vibrating with excitement. Yes.
Well, they don't ever actually clean the lockers. The equipment staff does it. They just kind of stand around and talk to us.
All right, so give me one or two things that you learned from this.
Well, I think the big takeaway is a couple of big takeaways. Mike Sullivan talked to reporters. That's usually a good sign that the team intends to keep him around. Not that we expect anything differently, but Sullivan was asked, hey, it seems like every summer there's speculation or trade rumors regarding you. I think last year the rumor du jour that he was going to go to the Rangers or the Devils. So he's given an opportunity to come out and say, hey, you want to be here, right? And he said absolutely he does. He intends to be the coach of the Penguins. We'll hear from Kyle Dubas on Monday, but I suspect he'll confirm that Sullivan will be back. So that's one piece of news that came out of this. And I think the other one is that Erik Karlsson seemed to acknowledge that, there's going to be some trade rumors with him this summer that he could be moved. He has a full no trade clause, but, he was asked about his urgency to win the cup, and he kind of uses an opportunity to say, hey, a business is a business, and I know things can happen this summer, and whatever happens, happens. So it seems like, I don't know if he wants to be traded, but it seems like, he certainly understands that that's going to be something that's going to be a topic of conversation this summer.
Yeah, I was talking about that a little bit earlier in the show about Erik Karlsson's trade value. Obviously, you're a lot closer to it than I am. What's your sense on whether he would, have value? Essentially, can they trade him? What sort of considerations are they going to have to give to, his salary, taking back money, that sort of thing?
I do think he has positive trade value, whereas a guy like Ryan Graves has negative trade value. They'd have to give up something to get rid of him. I do think teams would give something for Erik Karlsson. Now, it's probably a short list. He's not everyone's cup of tea. He hasn't really shown, at least in recent seasons, that he contributes much to winning. But he's obviously a talented guy, three-time Norris winner. I do think, even though it's only a few games, like what he did for Sweden at the Four Nations face-off, he looked like a completely different player. And that probably made some teams, wonder, okay, like maybe if he's just in a different situation or a different system, he might flourish. So, I think there's maybe only going to be a few teams that are interested in him at his price point, but it only takes one. The Penguins may have to retain some salary to facilitate a trade, but I do think if they really want to find a trade partner for him, they can in the summer. I mean, I never thought it was realistic that he could be traded at the trade deadline just because his salary is so big. It's a $10 million cap hit. He's got the no trade. It just was incredibly complicated to get a deal like that done at the trade deadline. Now in the summertime, when the salary cap is less of a factor, it's going to be a lot easier for Kyle Dubas to move him if he wants to do so. And I do think there is at least some interest in them moving on from him.
Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey filling in for the guys. We're chatting Penguins right now with Matt Wenzel from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can follow Matt at Matt Wenzel on Twitter. Read his work at post-gazette.com. So, Matt, you did a thing, 9 questions for Kyle Dubas this offseason. There's obviously a lot contained therein, but sort of in a nutshell, what are some of the things that Kyle Dubas must do to improve this team? You know, Carlson obviously in a separate category or its own category, but, you know, where should his efforts be focused this summer?
Yeah, there were 9 questions in there, some bigger than others, the usual who's going to be back. But I think the big question, the one that hangs over everything with this team, is when is Kyle Dubas going to hit the gas pedal, so to speak? When does he want this team to be pushing for a playoff spot again? I mean, he said time and time again over the last 12 months or 14 months that, you know, he doesn't want to just squeak back into the playoffs. He wants to build the Penguins to the point where they're a true contender, and he doesn't want to take any shortcuts to get to that point. So does he feel like coming into this summer with 10, possibly 11 draft picks, a bunch of cap space, some good core players, some good young players on the way, does he feel like they can hit the gas this summer and immediately get back into the hunt? I mean, we've seen teams like Washington have a quick turn. I know you wrote about that for the website. Or does he feel like, okay, like we need another transition year, another year of building, asset accumulation. You know, we need a year for our young kids to get ready. And maybe they push for the 26-27 season. I'm more inclined to think that the Penguins are looking at it that way. You know, maybe they'll sign a player or two, add a player or two that can help now in the future. But that's the question that's going to shape everything. Because, you know, we can talk, it's clear the biggest issue for this team this year was goaltending, and obviously their defense needs a lot of work too. But if they don't have an urgency or an appetite to contend this year, you know, it's not something they have to just try to handle with a pressing situation. So we'll see what Kyle has to say about that on Monday, but that's kind of the big question, is just how aggressive they're going to be this summer in trying to get back to the playoffs.
So first a question, or a clarification, I should say, then a question. But Chris Letang, did he talk today? And, like, what is his heart situation? How serious is that? I don't think it is. Just and then what sort of things should be concerning him going into next season? You expect him to be a part of things?
Chris did not talk. I don't know if we'll hear from him at some point. You know, in the summer, these guys kind of disappear, but we have not heard from him since he had the heart procedure. You know, I do think Mike Sullivan, even though he made clear he's not a doctor, you know, what he said the other day was basically, you know, they have no worries about his health, and they have no worries about him being able to resume his career. You know, the players all said, you know, it was kind of scary when he heard that he had to have this hole in his heart closed up. But once, you know, we were kind of reassured that he's going to be okay, we're at peace with it. So, you know, it sounds like this is something that's been on his mind or on the table for him for a while now, and they finally decided to close up this hole in his heart that they found in 2014 when he had a stroke. So as far as his play, there's no doubt that he really struggled this year, particularly in the second half. You know, I don't know if it's tied to the heart issue, or I know Mike Sullivan also said that he's kind of been banged up, which is why they decided to just get the procedure done now as opposed until after the season. But he's a big question mark. I mean, his salary's not that big. It's $6.1 million for 3 more years. I don't think he played up to that level this year, but he's still in great shape. He can still skate even though he lost a step. And it's not out of the question that if he's in, you know, more of a competitive environment, that he could get back to playing at a high level, even if he's not going to be an all-star type player.
Last question for Matt Wenzel, the Post-Gazette, talking about the Penguins and locker cleanout day. Sort of a fun one. Any wild injuries, stuff that guys had been playing with? I know it doesn't always happen, but I wasn't able to follow the line of tweets. Anybody playing with something funky?
I'm not a quick-witted enough today on short sleep to make some sort of joke here, but no major things. Mike Sullivan says he doesn't anticipate anyone having surgeries. I know Nola Chari said he might need to have a surgery if he doesn't kind of rehab the way they expect him to, but it sounds like no major injury issues hanging out there. And if anything, there was good injury news. Rucker McGroarty was here. He wasn't in a walking boot. And, I know Mike Sullivan, when he talked about him last week, kind of made it seem like it might be difficult for him to get back and play for Wilkes-Barre. It might take a deep run, but based on the way Rucker was talking, it sounds like he might even be able to play here in a week or two. So that's great news for his development and also great news for the Wilkes-Barre Grand Penguins.
Are you anticipating any surgery this offseason, or are you good?
Actually, yeah, I am.
Are you really?
This won't surprise anyone who has read my analysis of this hockey team over the last 7 years, but I think I'm going to get LASIK this summer. So,
okay. All right. Good stuff. Matt Vensel, thanks so much, man. Get some sleep. Appreciate that. Appreciate you hopping on.
All right. Talk to you soon, Jason.
All right. Take care. Matt Vensel, follow him at Matt Vensel on Twitter. Read his stuff, post-gazette.com. Again, there's a piece on there. I referenced it. 9 questions facing Kyle Dubas this summer with the Penguins, obviously unpacking a lot after their season ended. There's a lot to get through, a lot to kick around. I don't know if there's a lot to do. That's sort of what Matt was talking about, something I was writing down as a note as he was discussing that, just the Erik Karlsson feeling or vibe surrounding him. And I suppose in one respect, you'd maybe anticipate Karlsson sort of doubling down, saying, I really want to be here. I don't want to be traded. I believe I'm a part of this thing, and you're not hearing that. And I think that maybe tells us a lot of what we need to know about Karlsson. I think it also, you've watched the games, followed the team, know what his salary is, know what they need to do. The writing is on the wall for me. That needs to be the move they make. Tristan Jarry, same deal. If they can or not, I don't know. And that's why I talked about in my column, and Matt referenced it too, about the Washington Capitals. And they've done that stuff. They've made smart, bold moves. They've spent money wisely, aggressively. Now the Penguins need to clear out a couple players to spend that money, to get that money to spend. So that's on Kyle Dubas as well. But there's more to be done. I don't think this is going to be a passive summer. It shouldn't be a passive summer. I understand maybe saying, hey, we don't have to put our foot on the gas right now, 2026, 2027. I just disagree with that sentiment. I don't think you have to wait that long. I don't think Evgeny Malkin's going to want to wait that long. See what they do. All right, we're going to wrap up the show here in a minute, but the second annual Fan 5 Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place on June 5th and 6th. This year, the broadcast will take place at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're currently looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register yours now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. The 15-minute mark on the fan, we won't quite get there. We're close, though. It's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Also, social media's biggest loser, Malsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. You can visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. All right, before we get to our final read limits, I did something the other day I think you'll appreciate. I think you have this same type of brain. There are probably other people out there that always do this because they circulate and I see them. So I went to Barnes & Noble. I bought a magazine. I bought a magazine for the NFL draft because it doesn't feel right having a draft or the start of something football for me without having a tangible magazine to read through, circle, highlight any fantasy football draft I do, the start of the NFL season, the start of the college football season. I'm always buying some sort of magazine because I'm so eager to read this content and learn and nerd out. Are you a magazine guy? Are you a preseason draft magazine guy?
Man, I used to be, like, years ago. It's the generation that I grew up in, Jason. Now, I did get Sports Illustrated delivered to my house every week. So when that ultimately stopped and they decided not to do those editions anymore, I kind of fell away from reading traditional magazines. We were also a family that got the paper every single day when it was delivered every single day. And if it was
cry on the air.
If it was not delivered one day, my dad would make sure that whoever was supposed to deliver it made it known that it wasn't delivered to our house. I remember one Sunday where the paper was not delivered to the house. This was I was like 10 years old. And he absolutely let somebody on the phone have it Well, he was so traditional. Every morning he gets up, drinks his coffee, reads the paper. Now he reads it all online, and just make sure that's what he does to get ready for his day. And for whatever reason, I don't remember why, he just got so upset this one day. I'd never seen him like that upset that the paper wasn't there. I was like, dude, why are you so upset about this? But I guess there was something he really wanted to read that he didn't get to. That was before everything was like on the web.
That's his morning routine, man. Yeah. What's your dad's name?
Ray.
Ray Bechtold. Thank you, Ray. Of course, I'm assuming you're reading the Post-Gazette. Maybe
it was the Post-Gazette, yes.
Oh, man, I'm the same way. I still am. I'm 41. I'm the oldest 41-year-old on the planet.
Really?
Yeah. If I can get up and read like a printed paper. Honestly, this is my noise intolerance. I enjoy quiet. I don't want the busyness or whatever. I love to wake up with 20, 30 minutes of just quiet reading time. But I'm very much an old man. I enjoy the printed product. I enjoy the magazine, anything. I was talking with Tyler Kepner of The Athletic, formerly the New York Times, 2 years ago, about this weird quirk. When I write an article, I will print out all of the quotes. I'll transcribe my quotes and print them out, and then I'll highlight them, and then I'll make little notes, and then I'll take another page to storyboard. And I was doing it one day in the press box, Tropicana Field, and he starts laughing. I'm like, what? He goes, dude, I do the same thing. I was like, what? So it was like Nerds Unite, man. I print them out at the hotel. I have to print out these pages when I'm writing a big feature. And so we were just joking about he goes into his bag, pulls out his page of highlighted notes. So
wow, Nerds Unite.
I know, dude. So all you kids out there, you do it digitally. That's fine.
Well, I do like a lot of written handheld things too. I like to school. I took all handwritten notes.
Yeah,
all handwritten notes. I did not like electronic notes.
Yeah, there's just something with the comprehension in it. Yeah. I don't know. My mental. I remember it better if I write it.
I'm the same way.
Now, that being said, when I do show notes and prepare, I type them because I like to have so much out and on my laptop and available in front of me that I would just work my hand off.
Yeah, and I like to be able to easily reference it. If I have to go back and find something, I can just quickly search it up.
Yeah.
And there it is. That's why the show note. I think the show notes and everything like that is a little bit different when you prep the show.
All right, what's cooking? It's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. This has been fun, my friend. I've enjoyed our 2 days together. I don't know when it'll happen again, but I've enjoyed hosting and the banter back and forth.
It was a good time, Jason. Wishing you a lovely weekend and a happy birthday to your wife and Steve Blass.
I know. How about that?
Pretty cool.
Big birthday day. I will let her know. She might be listening. I'm not sure.
My dad has the same birthday as Mike Tomlin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, how about that?
Okay. So what's the ideal Easter meal? What'll you eat on Sunday? Will you eat anything special or
ham? Ham is always a big Easter meal for whatever reason.
You know why? Because you don't have to put much sauce on it.
I guess not. I mean, that's a traditional Easter meal for people. I feel like ham. There might be some mashed potatoes, maybe some cheesy potatoes.
Yeah. I have a take on ham, and then we'll get out of here on this. I think it's overrated. I really, of all the holiday meats, it is far down the list for me. Everybody makes a ham, and they act like they created something that is so unique to the world, and I have some news for you, unfortunately. It is not.
Not a big ham fan.
90% of ham tastes the same. Yeah, I would much rather have the turkey. I'd much rather have, filet or some type of beef or whatever. I'd much rather have the steak that you guys had at Ruth's Chris. Boy,
oh, that was great. So just because the ham tastes the same regardless of what type of ham it is, you don't like ham?
I'll eat ham. I like ham. It's just the idea propping up that this is something special.
Ham is consistent.
Someone's making a ham.
It's consistent. You know what you're getting from the ham.
Yeah, I guess.
You do.
I guess, but on a Scouts 20 to 80 scale, a ham is a consistent 40 or 50.
Wow. Just a 50 grade ham.
Yeah. I mean, there's no such thing as a 60 grade ham. Nobody's ever made a 60 grade ham. All right, hopefully
unless your name is Jack Ham. I like that one, Falsey.
There we go. I love it. Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey, Austin Bechtold, signing off. PM team next. Peace.
See you, Jason. Thanks.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Carmen Majinski will go this weekend at PNC Park for the Buccos in the game tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Skeens will pitch on his bobblehead day tomorrow, and Mitch Keller will go on Sunday against the Guardians. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and a reminder that the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat books for the BetMGM Network. The Cardinals are in Queens tonight for game number 2 of their 4-game set against the Mets, and we're looking at the home team on the run line at -1.5 to keep the momentum going. Cardinals starter Miles Michaelis has an ERA of over 9 on the season and struggled last year against the Mets with an ERA of more than 7 over 2 starts. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you, know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com. Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery in celebrating National Donate Life Month and encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 6,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core./register.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get 1 unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates take 3 of 4 from the Nationals. Now they take on the Guardians. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park tonight. It's a fireworks night. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I wasn't holding anybody hostage. I was honest from the jump about where I was at mentally and some of the constraints that I have in my life right now that have to that warrant my attention. I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. So yeah, retirement still could be a possibility. But right now, my focus has been and has been and will continue to be on my personal life. And that's what I've told the coaches. There's still conversations that are being had, and so it's all been very honest lines of communication. I've really appreciated the time I talked to the various teams, but there's been a lot of narratives that have not been anywhere near accurate.
You know, that is one thing Aaron Rodgers did not do yesterday. He said he's sick of the BS. He's sick of the crap. He has his sister telling him what's out there and what's being said, and that he was going to set everyone straight yesterday. And here we are, about 25 hours removed from Aaron Rodgers' first public comments on the Steelers and playing football, and we're still in Nowheresville. We're no closer. We feel, in some ways, even farther away from getting an answer on Aaron Rodgers playing with the Steelers. It's the PM Team. I'm Andrew Filipponi. Mulsey is in Nashville for the Easter weekend. Donnie's here in his old school WWE hat. It's Easter weekend. It's Wrestlemania weekend. Pirates, Guardians, and it's still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. The Steelers still think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign here. They heard some of the comments yesterday. There are guys in that building who are regulars on McAfee's show. Arthur Smith, Omar Khan goes on there. Tomlin's been a guest. They have a very friendly relationship with Pat McAfee. This is not a situation like it was with us as a radio station where the Steelers told Ben Roethlisberger, if you sign this last contract here, you're not going to do a show on those airwaves anymore. Condition of the deal. The Steelers are more than okay. They're fine. They're A-okay. Everything's all right with Aaron Rodgers continuing to go on McAfee's show, although there was one thing from that interview yesterday that I do know scares them and potentially perturbs them. But overall, everything we heard in that answer about how retirement is still a possibility, his focus is on his personal life, that did not make the Steelers freak out and panic like, uh-oh, we need to move to plan B because Aaron Rodgers now, we don't know when he's going to play and he might retire. From what I've been able to gather, they're still confident, like they were at the owners' meetings, that this is going to go down. So they're either delusional, they are clinging to what I would call wishful thinking, or they know something that we don't know. But I've heard ever since that interview happened, we had our show yesterday, Donnie had his show last night, the morning show today, Mackey's show to start, insiders that have been on our station in the last 24 hours. Everyone seems to have changed their position on Rodgers, and people sound far less confident in Rodgers coming here, and way fewer people want him to come here because they think they're getting a guy who is not solely committed to football and with his attention divided is not going to be able to give the Steelers everything he's got, which is a very reasonable opinion to have, I think. So Aaron Rodgers, not that he had a gigantic percentage of Steelers fans who have wanted him to come here, that number dropped significantly yesterday. And among educated Steelers insiders and hosts here at the station who have said things like, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, well, just about everyone was singing a different tune after that. The Steelers are not, though. I don't know what they know about Rodgers' personal situation, or if they think he's going to come to his senses, or if he's going to say at some point, I want to continue playing football, so I'll try to balance both, and the Steelers are okay with that. Whatever it is, whichever it is, the situation right now is that the Steelers still believe Aaron Rodgers will be their Week 1 starting quarterback. So I want to start with that. But the other thing I want to say here to begin the show, and this is I should have started with this actually, because to me it's a bigger deal, and it speaks more to the Steelers' current predicament and this fog that they're in, this bizarro world that they reside in, and some of it trickles down to their fans, but smart media and smart fans don't fall for it. I heard that Tomlin has said this line directly, word for word, verbatim, or some paraphrased version of this to the people inside that building. Whether that's Art Rooney, probably not privately, but like in groups of people around others, has told coaches and told players and has told people, football people around the league. Mike Tomlin thinks that he can win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. Mike Tomlin believes that Aaron Rodgers can be a missing link player for them and the guy that gets them over the top. He honestly believes that. Now, maybe after Justin Fields left him high and dry, like he went into, crisis mode and had to come up with this, and now all of a sudden he's telling people that he believes this, even though deep down he might not. Or if all along he's felt this way, or he went into the lab, into his film room, and put on Aaron Rodgers last year, and even though Aaron Rodgers did not play well against the Steelers in Pittsburgh, he crammed the other tape late in the year after that game when Rodgers apparently got healthier and saw a much better quarterback. I don't know. I don't have those details. But Mike Tomlin really thinks that he can compete for and maybe win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. And it's that kind of insane thinking. It's that kind of crazy talk that has my faith so crushed. Has my belief in the people that are running the Steelers, specifically Mike Tomlin, because he really calls all the shots there. It's why I'm so hard on him and so critical, and why I don't trust him. Because he actually has told people that this 41-year-old quarterback, who right now sounds like football is the furthest thing from his mind, that if he actually puts that all aside and chooses to play, that Mike thinks that Aaron Rodgers can get them to where they want to go. This is a coach who is so either full of himself, his own abilities, is such a eternal optimist, when you need to be a realist in professional sports. That would explain why there's no deadline and why they're willing to wait as long as they have to for Aaron Rodgers. That Mike thinks that Rodgers can be the missing piece or the player that ends this 8-year run of no playoff wins and gets them winning games in January again. Does anybody else out there feel that way? 412-928-9370. It is baffling to me that I think the fans have a better handle and a better idea of what the Steelers are right now and how close they are to winning than the person who's making close to $20 million and actually runs the team. Think about how messed up that is. Why haven't they set a deadline? Why aren't they going to Aaron Rodgers? We need your answer now. Take it or leave it. If you can't say yes, we're going to do something else. Well, if the coach thinks that this guy is that much better than everything else that's out there, and when he compares Rodgers' talents and ability to what they had last year, or the guy, I don't know, the guys in the draft, Mason Rudolph, you name it. Tomlin apparently thinks the difference is so gigantic that they're willing to have the Ayuk thing happen again, where they wait and wait and wait and wait and hope and hope and hope and hope and think that something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, well, it was worth it because we felt like this player was a difference maker for us. Allegedly, that's how they view Aaron Rodgers. This is a coach that also can't bring himself to admit that maybe the roster construction or the coaching or where they're at is not good enough. And what's probably the best thing for the Steelers in the long run is to take one step back, to take two steps forward. He's unwilling, he's ignorant, he's stubborn, he can't accept that. The Steelers still think they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, and the head coach thinks he can compete for and maybe win a Super Bowl with him. Are you kidding me? 412-928-9370. Donnie, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, they're not going to win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. They're maybe they are able to build a team that can win a playoff game.
Do you even believe that?
No, I mean, it would really have to depend on everything that is happening, like, in that moment. Like, it would have to be them either hosting a game, which means they would have to win the AFC North, or the team they're playing has some
quarterback injury or something that makes them not really a playoff team. They're just there because of the record they put up while the injured players were healthy.
Because even with Aaron Rodgers, I'm not picking them to win a playoff game in Kansas City, in Buffalo,
right,
in Baltimore.
But doesn't this Tomlin sentiment, though, and belief in Rodgers explain why there is no deadline and they're waiting? If Tomlin thought that Rodgers was just a little bit better than any of the free agent quarterbacks who have signed in the last few weeks or the last month, if Tomlin heard from Rodgers that he has personal stuff going on and might retire, he wouldn't sit around and wait. Because what is it, 55-45 he plays? Maybe 50-50 at best? You said 50-50 yesterday. So why pin your hopes on that if you don't, unless you think he can turn back the clock and be vintage Aaron Rodgers for you? And I think Mike is so confident in his coaching abilities that he thinks he can get that guy out of him. He thinks he can bring that out of him again.
Aaron Rodgers would do that on his own, not because of Mike Tomlin.
But either way, I mean, whether Mike believes he can get that out of him or Aaron Rodgers was just, blessed with that ability, they think he's worth waiting around for because of how good he can potentially be here. And I just don't get it, and I don't see it.
They clearly think that they are just a quarterback away. We don't think that. I'm sure there are plenty of people that are listening that agree with us. I'm sure there's plenty that disagree with us. People that are the doe-eyed optimist types who think if they do get Aaron Rodgers, they are absolutely in the AFC conversation. I just don't see it that way. Yeah, they have a better quarterback situation than they have right now because I do think Aaron Rodgers is better than Mason Rudolph right now. Yes, absolutely.
That's interesting because I put a poll question up on that before the start of today's show, and over 40% said Rudolph. Better player right now, 1,300 votes, almost 1,400. 46% said Rudolph.
But let's
it's
just
almost
say
50-50.
But let's just say, as things stand right now around the AFC, because I did this exercise a couple of weeks ago, the Steelers probably have with Rudolph the 13th best quarterback in the conference, and the Titans are about to get Cam Ward, so that might even push them back one further if you want to put Ward up there.
Where are they with Rodgers?
That's the thing. Where are they? 8th, 9th?
Who would he leapfrog?
I would probably put him ahead of, well, let's see. I'm going to obviously put him behind the big four in the AFC. So whatever order you want to go.
He's not better than Burrow
Mahomes,
or Jackson.
Allen, Jackson, Burrow. There's 4. Stroud, Herbert.
No.
That's 6. And, so we're at 6. I'm trying to think who I have at number 7.
Trevor Lawrence, Tua are in the AFC. You've got, Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis.
No,
I'll give Aaron
stinks.
Rodgers that one. Bo Nix. I'd rather have Bo Nix.
I would take Bo Nix, believe it or not.
What's there not to believe about it? He played pretty good as a rookie, got the Broncos to the playoffs, and Aaron Rodgers went 5-12.
So then you can debate Rodgers against guys like Tua and Trevor Lawrence. So he's right there between 8 and 10.
Trevor Lawrence has won a playoff game more recently than Rodgers, and when Tua plays, the Dolphins, generally speaking, win. So, I just think it's completely asinine that the Steelers are still going to keep waiting, and that the driving force behind this is that the head coach thinks he can win big with Aaron Rodgers. Does anybody else out there actually agree with him on that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That's a serious question. Because apparently that's why we are where we are. That Tomlin thinks that Rodgers is worth waiting around for, and they do still think ultimately he'll end up in Pittsburgh. I don't know when, but they must know something we don't, because the guy I heard yesterday does not sound like he's playing football anytime soon. 412-928-9370. One of the best draft analysts in America is going to join us in about 20 minutes, but more of your calls on this Aaron Rodgers situation and the Steelers thinking that they can have a big-time season with him. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Guardians and Buccos begin a series tonight. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Majinski against Luis Ortiz. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45 right here on The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and I want to tell you about Choice Cabinet, but first, I want to ask a simple question. Do you know what the average wait time is right now for cabinets? If you said 8 to 12 weeks on average, congratulations, you don't win a prize. You just get to realize that that is way too long to wait to get your project done. So what can you do? You can go to Choice Cabinet. A lot of Pittsburghers, a lot of people in this area have already done this exact thing. They have heeded my advice to great benefit. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. And these cabinets, high quality, all wood, with 10 different paints and stains. Delivery on these cabinets available in as little as 3 days. And Choice Cabinet, they'll even deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure that there is no damage. They are family owned. They care about giving you a high quality product and making sure you get it in, a couple of days and not 2 to 3 months. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. ESPN announced that College Game Day's Lee Corso will retire after one more show this fall. You might not have agreed with his famous game picks every week, but for many of us, he's been an institution on Saturday mornings. And in the era where everyone in the media yells at each other, Corso is a breath of fresh air. Don't get me wrong, he knew football, but he prioritized fun, which is how he will ultimately be remembered as a broadcaster. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get Go with the Captain back in town. Wild-caught, beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, thanks everybody for tuning in. Still dealing with the aftermath of what Aaron Rodgers said. Steelers still confident that it's going to happen. I heard that and said if I got to make a bet on this right now, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers doesn't play football for the Steelers in 2025. Apparently nothing changed for them. They still think it'll happen. Mike Tomlin believes he can win a Super Bowl, compete for one with Aaron Rodgers. And I don't know what guy he's watching. Did he ask for Aaron Rodgers tape from 2025 and the guy who runs their film room loaded up his tablet or computer with tape from Aaron Rodgers when he was still in Green Bay 5 years ago? Are they enthralled by the idea of what Rodgers said on that show? I'm just spitballing here. Like, is the $10 million thing exciting to them, Donnie, in the same way that $1 million for Russ was exciting? Like, ooh, the price is right here. You know, you're Donnie shopping at TJ Maxx or Marshall's. I didn't think I needed this new pubic hair trimmer, but my God, it's marked off from $60 to only $8. Might as well buy it.
That is the most exciting thing he said yesterday. Does that not change the equation on everything if he would play for that little?
But it would also make the TJ Watt, allegation or report that he's put off by the Rodgers pursuit because he thinks that Rodgers is taking money away from him. That would kind of render that whole thing null and void because $10 million ain't getting in the way of TJ signing an extension. No, like, I think anytime a quarterback or a player is willing to play for you for less than what he's worth, you do your due diligence and you do your homework on it. But it's just history repeating itself. The Steelers are going to become the team that chases these has-been quarterbacks, not because they think they can actually win with them, but because they think they can just get a good deal on them. I get it. Like the Russell Wilson thing went south in a hurry. Justin Fields didn't exactly set the world on fire either. So it didn't make sense to necessarily bring either one of those guys back. And Aaron Rodgers at $10 million looks a lot better than Aaron Rodgers at $40. I'll even admit that as a non-Rodgers fan. But the time to get Aaron Rodgers for $10 million, Donnie, was right when free agency started. Because then that would have allowed you to make moves with the savings on Rodgers. What does paying Aaron Rodgers $10 million do for the Steelers now? It just keeps an extra $30 million in Art Rooney's pocket, no? Because what are they going to do with the Aaron Rodgers money saving? How does that make their team better? Who are they going to go out and get with the money they would save from paying Aaron Rodgers way less than they thought they would have to pay him? It's April 18th. If Aaron Rodgers really wanted to play football and give a team a deal like Tom Brady, sign on the first day of free agency, and then that team's got all that extra money to go make moves and make the team better.
Now they can sign Randall Cobb, Jordy Nelson,
Clay Matthews.
Maybe they get Jermichael Finley out of retirement.
A.J. Hawk leaves the McAfee show.
B.J. Raji.
Bubba Franks. Did Bubba Franks ever cross over with Rodgers?
See, I remember him
maybe
more
right
with
at the
Favre.
Yeah, he was with Favre.
I loved Bubba Franks.
James Starks. Did you say him?
No, how about James Jones? Greg Jennings.
James Jones, my buddy. Yeah, I don't think Greg Jennings and Rodgers get along anymore. Here is Glenn in Ohio. Hello, Glenn.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Yep.
Happy Easter.
You too.
To you. I just want to tell you guys make my afternoon at work, and I enjoy listening to you guys.
Thank you.
But
It's getting to the point now where the Steelers are becoming the Browns 2.0. It's like, who can we get to come in through the door to be a quarterback for the Browns? Nobody. Who can you get to be quarterback for the Steelers? An old man that could probably maybe do 5-yard to 6-yard passes, and if you're lucky, maybe once in a while, wing it down the field, and hopefully someone will catch it. It's almost comical.
So you think
he can't get out of his own? That coach cannot get out of his own way.
So you're like pissed off at them right now. You're like angry at where this team is going, and you think that they're turning into one of the laughing stocks of the NFL.
He's going to make it like that, and I'm going to be laughing my butt off all the way to the bank, and I'm going to be ecstatic.
Why is that? Because you hate the Steelers? I'm confused now.
No, I don't hate the Steelers. I hate the way he's doing. I hate it's a great franchise. It's a proud franchise. But the problem is, sometimes, as they say, when you fly too close to the sun, you're gonna what happens? You're gonna crash and burn. He's gonna crash and burn.
Thank you, Glenn. Here's Rob in Bell Vernon. Hello, Rob.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, I'm going to spitball this, too. If you look at all the other industries that we have here in Pittsburgh, healthcare, education, energy, and we're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers here. Now, take away the professional sports aspect of this. Why would you want someone in your organization that's going to sit on the sidelines for the last couple of weeks, even yesterday, his comments, and he's got a lot of personal issues he's handling and everything he said on McAfee yesterday. Think about a CEO or someone coming to an organization, a superintendent, and they said that. How would that make the players, the teammates, or the employees or the fan base feel about that?
Since when has Tomlin cared about that? He's always granted exceptions for highly talented people. Antonio Brown was allowed to do whatever he wanted. We see him do that with George Pickens now. Ben Roethlisberger, even you give him an inch, he'd take a mile. A guy that would take advantage of those things. They know that with Mike. That's part of Mike's MO as a coach. And even though Aaron Rodgers is not on the roster yet, I think we're already seeing that. If Mike Tomlin thought that Aaron Rodgers was just some ho-hum quarterback, they wouldn't give him this time. They wouldn't grant him this time. Mike somehow a worm has eaten part of his brain and has convinced him that Aaron Rodgers can still be a great quarterback. And that's why all of this will be worth it. And all the bitching and moaning that we're doing and all the talking that we're doing about how this is a sad chapter in Steelers history, he thinks he's going to get the last laugh with Aaron Rodgers. That's how insane he is. That's how narcissistic he is. That's how conceited he is. That's how inflated his own view is of himself. And I guess of Aaron Rodgers, too. I guess takes one to know one. Rodgers loves Rodgers and Tomlin loves Tomlin, so they're probably perfect for each other. 412-928-9370. Can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Big-time Steelers draft scuttlebutt coming up at 2:50. In the meantime, one of the biggest draft experts around who has nailed the Steelers pick with us in the past joins us next. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguin season is over. They went out with a victory, 5-2 over the Washington Capitals last night. Brian Rust, a pair of goals. Sidney Crosby, a goal and an assist in the victory. The Penguins finish with 80 points on the season. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. Now is the time to freshen up your home. Now is the time to make your home more energy efficient. Don't have the house on the block where all the cold air goes out when you're trying to keep it in during the summer, or all the warm air goes out when you're trying to keep it in during the winter. Be the house that's energy efficient. Be the house that looks great too. And let my friends at Universal Windows Direct help with their spring home improvement event. They have an incredible offer right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. It gets even better though. There's also no interest until 2030. For a limited time, I'll say that again, no interest until 2030. Plus right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. If you want to add an entry door or something else, now is the time to take advantage. Universal Windows Direct, their super spacer technology, simply put, makes their windows perform better and last longer. Don't hesitate. Give them a call right now, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot, lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay is your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay. Or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't. It was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called top dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice. Car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra, financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like unloading the grocery bags from your car and you decide you can get all the bags in one trip.
I can do it.
So you load up all 14 grocery bags on both arms. Sure, you can't feel your fingers and forgot to take your house keys out.
Almost there.
But you never put down one bag, and you made it inside all in one trip, like the bag-carrying boss you are.
Yes.
Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Yeah, we take great draft information on the Steelers anywhere we can get it, anywhere we can find it. You've got the big people on TV, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, those types. One of my favorites, an OG of this, a guy that's covered the draft and for decades, I think, has always been just tremendous at not only breaking down prospects, but also responding to the rumors, the whispers, who might take who likes who's leaning in this direction, who wants to trade up, trade down, all those machinations of the draft, is our next guest. Coming your way at 2:37, time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610 on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'm talking about Tony Pauline, who's back with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Tony, right now, as things stand, 6 days out from the draft, who do you think is the guy who's most likely to be the Steelers' first-round pick?
You know, I did a mock draft about a week ago at sportskeeda.com, and I had them taking Shedeur Sanders. And after that mock draft, it was a 2-round mock draft. I got a lot of calls. And one thing that became apparent is it seems that Mike Tomlin is in favor of selecting Shedeur Sanders. Likes him personally, thinks he's got some upside. You know, with the Easter holiday this weekend, it's quieter than it has been in the past, the weekend before the draft. But I think right now Shedeur Sanders is a very good bet to be their selection at 21.
Do you think that there's a chance he doesn't make it there, the Saints being the team that is viewed as the biggest roadblock to the Steelers getting a Shedeur Sanders slide?
I would be surprised because I've heard nothing about the Saints, you know, taking a quarterback, definitely taking a quarterback at 9 because of the Derek Carr situation. Now, I've not heard, and there's been no report on the finality of the Derek Carr situation. And regardless of that, I mean, the Saints have so many needs, quarterback being one of them. It would be foolish, in my opinion, for them to go off their board and take a quarterback and bypass another player at a position of need that's much higher rated. Yeah, the thing about it is Shedeur Sanders, and I reported this back at the Combine, is falling down draft boards in large part because people think he's a good prospect, but he's not a great prospect. He's not a prospect that deserves to be a top 10 selection, and there are better players in this draft.
Who does he remind you of as a quarterback prospect, Tony?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I haven't thought about that. You have to get back to me. I hate doing comparisons. You know, this is what he reminds me of without one single player. He reminds me of prospects that are being overrated simply because they're quarterbacks. There's so much conversation about him because he's a quarterback. Also, his last name is Sanders. You know, if his name was Tony Pauline and he played the way he did, there wouldn't be, it wouldn't be sucking this much oxygen out of the room.
Where would you rank him among quarterback prospects?
Right now, he's my 23rd player on my overall board.
And where is he among quarterbacks on your board?
He's number 2. I have him as my number 2 quarterback ahead of Jackson Dart, well ahead of Jackson Dart. I mean, I think he's a good prospect. I think he needs a lot of work fundamentally. I mean, the fundamentals are terrible, throwing off his back foot, not throwing proper footwork, running in reverse when he's being rushed. And the fact is he doesn't have a great arm. I mean, it's not like he can throw his way out of trouble.
Another argument that Steelers fans have made is wait on a quarterback and take that guy in the 3rd round. How many quarterbacks and which quarterbacks do you think will be off the board by the time the Steelers pick at 83, Tony?
Well, I think a lot of quarterbacks are going to go in the top of round 2, maybe late round 1. I mean, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, are they late? They're going to go late first round, early round 2. A lot of people like Tyler Shuck of Louisville, although there are some concerns about him. You know, third-round quarterbacks, maybe Quinn Ewers last to their selection. Kyle McCord of Syracuse, although, you know, McCord needs a lot of work on his game. He's got great physical skills. You know, quarterbacks you get in the third round, they could be good players on Sunday, but they're going to need time.
How about Howard? Where do you think Will Howard gets drafted, Tony?
I have Will Howard right now as a fifth-round pick.
Wow.
Well, and I'll tell you why. He could go earlier, and I know there's a lot of love for Will Howard. He's got an NFL arm. He can make a lot of throws. He can throw the ball downfield. But when you really watch Will Howard, when you watch the game film, he's very slow moving his head off the primary target. He made a lot of dangerous passes, especially in the college football playoffs, that you're not going to be able to make on Sunday. And people like him because of Ohio State's run through the college football playoffs to the championship. Understandable. You watch the Michigan game. You watch some of the other games. He was not as impressive.
Talking to Tony Pauline, one of our favorite draft experts here, 6 days out from the NFL draft. On the defensive line conversation, that's another hot one for Steelers fans. Give me, from this list of defensive linemen, Harmon from Oregon, Grant from Michigan, Nolan from Ole Miss. How many of those guys do you think will still be on the board when the Steelers pick at 21?
I think at least 2 of them. I think you got to watch what San Francisco does at 11. They could go Walter Nolan. I think there's a chance that Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon could be available, but you've got teams like the Miami Dolphins, the Cincinnati Bengals, who also need defensive tackles. I think 1, maybe 2 could be available, and early on I had some of those players mocked to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think Nolan, I think Harmon, I even think Grant would be good fits for their system.
Which one do you think looks like the most Steelers-esque player to you, Tony?
I like Kenneth Grant because I think he could line up as in a 3-man front. He's incredibly athletic. He has a tremendous amount of upside. You know, Mason Graham was the more consistent force on that Michigan defensive line, but it was Kenneth Grant who was just explosive, made some wild plays, just played with a sense of suddenness.
From this group of potential Steelers first-round sleepers, dark horse picks, guys that came here on visits who are first-round players that they've done their homework on, Omarion Hampton, Matthew Golden, Shamar Stewart from A&M, the edge rusher, Nicky Manwari from South Carolina, the safety. Who do you think would be from that group the most likely to be the Steelers' pick?
I would say Omarion Hampton. Considering, you know, they lost Najee Harris in free agency, and Omarion Hampton is definitely the type of running back. His style is what the Steelers have had great success with. He fits the mold. Guy who grinds it on the inside. Smart back who can also catch the ball in the backfield.
Tony Pauline, everybody. Tony, thanks for coming back on with us, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Shedeur Sanders right now is a good bet to be the pick at 21. A good bet to be the pick at 21. Mike Tomlin is in favor of it. Man, Tomlin's just winning all kinds of fan choice awards today, huh? Love for Aaron Rodgers, love for Shedeur Sanders. Donnie, if you had to pick from 3 quarterbacks to be the Steelers' Week 1 starter, Sanders, Rodgers, or Mason Rudolph, who would you go with? Not who you're predicting to be, who your preference would be, your pick. You get the call.
Well, I've said all along here that I want to see them possibly have a down year.
So you would pick
and
Rudolph.
Work themselves into a better situation in 2026. So, yeah, to keep that consistent with what I've been saying, Rudolph would be my option.
I do have some big Steelers draft scuttlebutt we'll get to next. We'll react to that comment, too. One of the most plugged-in draft insiders, Shedeur Sanders is a good bet to be the Steelers' pick at 21. One insider disagrees with that. We'll play that audio, and we'll react to that, too. 412-928-9370 on this Easter weekend. Thanks for finding us. Mulsey's off. We'll be right back. It's the PM team. Right now, I'm going to tell you guys about the Wet Go Car Wash. Wet Go's all around town. 45-plus locations that you should check out. I've been to many of them. I love them all. It's like trying to pick who your favorite kid is or what your favorite thing to eat when you're watching football. Not easy. You pay right now $9.99 per month for 3 months, $9.99, and you can get your car washed as much as you want. There's no limit. You get your car washed one time in 30 days, and you get a good deal. You get your car washed twice in 30 days, you get an insane deal. So why would you not want to take Wet Go up on this offer? GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. And go with the Wet Go Car Wash today. Graphene ceramic wax. It is so good. The Wet Go Car Wash. Go unlimited today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code BAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a series with the Guardians tonight. Old friend Luis Ortiz on the mound for Cleveland. 6:40 on the Fan leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
People wonder about the New Orleans Saints and Shedeur. People think about the New York Giants. I've heard he will not be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I heard that meeting did not go well. And that wasn't from someone telling me that because this is always the assumption that it's because someone's trying to affect these boards. But somebody's picking a quarterback higher than expected.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. That's an NFL insider based in Houston named Aaron Wilson. Used to work for ESPN. We've had him on our show before. Donnie's done interviews with him. Can be extremely dry and a very difficult nut to crack in interviews. Abrupt answers, short answers. Would you agree with me, Donnie? I mean, you've done it.
Oh, yeah.
Could be a little bit of a trip to the dentist chair with our man Aaron. He's claiming that the Steelers won't draft Shedeur Sanders because Sanders bombed his meeting here. We've heard Todd McShay, and we just had Tony Pauline, who's one of these. Look, Tony doesn't work for ESPN or Fox. I've known Tony for 20 years. He's been as dialed into the draft. It's what he does. A lot of these, well, I guess not Kuiper and McShay. That's like all they do. But some of these guys, like Daniel Jeremiah, covers the NFL and does Chargers games during the season. All Pauline does is watch tape year-round on the NFL and talk to people about the draft. It's his life's work. So I've always trusted him. He's always given us great stuff. He thinks that the Steelers are not putting up a smokescreen, that they are a Shedeur Sanders possibility, and he actually thinks it'll be the pick. The scary thing is, I had a conversation today with someone who bets the NFL draft and makes thousands of dollars betting it. This is a place to make money for this person, professionally betting, a professional bettor who makes a lot of money betting the NFL draft, right? Guy actually got mad at me last year because I had Brian Baldinger on my First and Pod podcast, and I bleep you not, Baldy was talking about Penix to the Falcons and was the only guy doing it. And he was mad that I didn't give him that nugget because he could have gotten even more rich off of that. But anyways, talking to this person today about the draft, he's convinced Sanders is not going to the Saints at 9. So he thinks that the Browns will obviously take Travis Hunter. The Giants will pass on Sanders and take Abdul Carter from Penn State, which is the right move. Tremendous player. I love Abdul Carter. I think in 2 years, Abdul Carter will be better than T.J. Watt. I think he's going to be that type of player. And thinks that the Saints, everyone's talking about them at 9 to go with Sanders, but all of the people in New Orleans, like the Ed Bouchettes and Jerry Dulacs and Mark Caballi's down there, think it's not happening. Like, they've done nothing in their draft prep that makes the people who are around the team think they're going to take Sanders. It's like the outside world is wishing that on them. So he doesn't think that's going to happen, this professional bettor I was talking to. So he thinks he'll slide past 9. Other interesting thing on the quarterbacks is Jackson Dart is now not going to the draft. How about that, Donnie? He took back. He reneged on it. He told them, thanks but no thanks. we know how hyper vigilant his agent is. I think he's getting feedback, or he's getting a sense right now that he's not going to go in the first round. He doesn't want to sit around. I think that's actually a pretty big deal, that story. I think that's kind of among things that were on my docket to talk about today. I think that's actually kind of a big one. That here's someone that's on the Steelers' radar, but also has been talked about as a first-round pick, and he pulls out of going to the draft. What would make a guy do that? I mean, if there's a family situation or something, then without letting the details out, that might get reported. Why did someone bring a friggin', I hate these. Look at this thing. A peep. You ever have one of these? They're effing disgusting.
Why is there one just sitting out?
I don't know who just brought them. I'm throwing it in the garbage right now. Oh, I hate those. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Like,
at all.
Oh, God. Cadbury eggs and Peeps. Put them in.
Now, I like myself a Cadbury egg, but no Peeps.
What is the inside of a Cadbury egg? What are they going for?
Isn't it just like cream?
Cream. That's a disgusting thought. Just, what is in there? Just a bunch of cream. Just some sugar and heavy cream, and they mix it up. Yeah, no thank you. So Dart's not going to the draft. The same professional bettor told me he thinks Derek Harmon is going to be gone by the time the Steelers pick at 21. The team like the Bengals. Remember when the Steelers wanted William Jackson in the draft? And the Bengals scooped him up, and the Steelers had to draft Artie Burns instead. That the same thing could happen with Harmon, that the Bengals are very much a Derek Harmon team. If Harmon goes and is gone, and those defensive linemen go to teams like Cincinnati, Arizona, Miami, San Francisco, I mean, what if Harmon, Grant, and Nolan are all gone? That would increase the chances even more of Sanders being the pick. The Steelers got to turn around their draft. They're drafting in the first round. You want to know why we're in this endless run of mediocrity? I'll spell it out for you right now. 2015, Bud Dupree. 2016, Artie Burns. 2017, TJ Watt. All-time great pick. 2018, Terrell Edmonds. 2019, Devin Bush. 2020, no first-round pick. Najee Harris, 2021. 2022, Kenny Pickett. 2023, Broderick Jones. 2024, Troy Fautanu. That's 10 years of drafts. And one good pick. That's shooting 1 for 10. We had somebody call up in the 2 o'clock hour and say, the Steelers are turning into the Browns, which obviously I want to, revile at and flip out on because, the Browns are a 3 or 4 win outfit perpetually, and the Steelers have a winning record every year. But this is very Browns-like. This is what gets the Browns in the predicament they're in. When you draft like ass, 10 years of picks, one good one? Who wants to call in and fight me on that? Anybody? Put your boxing gloves on. I don't give a bleep. I'll spar. Name me another good pick in there. The jury's out on Fautanu, but he missed an entire year. Broderick Jones, I think, is 0 for 2. Pickett's in Cleveland. Najee's already gone. 2020, you can't argue 2020. They didn't pick anybody. Devin Bush, you traded up into the top 10, one of the all-time busts. Terrell Edmonds was a third-round pick masquerading around as a first-rounder. TJ Watt's a Hall of Famer. Artie Burns is somehow still in the NFL, and Bud Dupree had 2 good years and 6 here. This is like the 80s all over again. That's how you cease to be a contender. That's why Mike Tomlin's assertion that Aaron Rodgers is going to turn things around, no, he's not. Because the rest of the team isn't good enough because of stuff like this. I got this sheet of paper. Somebody just walked up to me in the hallway, said, get a load of this. This is what you should be talking about. That person was right. 10 years and one good pick. I mean, Donnie, you love the draft as much as anybody and love talking about it. You want to make an argument for any of the guys in there besides Watt being a good pick?
No.
Take a stab at any of them.
No. And a few days ago, we talked about how good they were at drafting in the 2000s and what helped build the championship teams that they had in 2005 and 2008. Because even if they didn't have a true hit, they didn't really have a miss. They didn't draft any truly bad players from 2000 until 2009. And then, yeah, they hit on their first few in the 2010s for sure. They had guys like Hayward, Pouncey, DeCastro in that group. Shazier, I still say he was a good pick. He just had a career-ending injury. But it's been brutal for the last decade.
This is like the last 11 years. So I went the last 10 years, or this printout did, going from Bud Dupree to Troy Fautanu. This is why the Steelers were not a Super Bowl contender in the 80s. Listen to their draft picks under Chuck Noll in the decade of the 80s, from 1980 to 1989. There's 11 picks in here because they had 2 first-round picks in 1989. Interesting fact, that's the last time the Steelers had 2 first-round picks in a draft. 1980 first-round pick, Mark Malone. 1981 first-round pick, Keith Gary from Oklahoma. 1982 first-round pick, Walter Abercrombie and Fitch from Baylor, a running back. 1983 senior sack, Gabe Rivera. 1984 first-round pick. This was a decent pick, a good pick actually in my opinion. Lewis Lips, very good pick actually. Don't want to sell Lewis short. 1985 20th pick overall, Darrell Sims, Wisconsin, defensive end. 1986, this is a guy who was an all-time Steelers bust. We don't talk about him enough because it happened 40 years ago. John Reinstra, guard, Temple. 1987, just like the T.J. Watt rose among thorns, Rod Woodson was the 10th pick from Purdue, Hall of Famer. 1988, 18th pick, Aaron Jones, defensive end, Eastern Kentucky. Donnie, you've followed the Steelers your entire life. Have you ever heard of Aaron Jones?
I know running back Aaron Jones.
Me too, from the Packers and Vikings. And then in 89, 2 busts. Tim Worley, running back Georgia with the 7th pick. 24th pick, they took Tom Ricketts from Pitt, an offensive lineman. So that's 11 picks in a 10-year span. They had 2 hits, Lewis Lips and Rod Woodson. And that's why people say the dark days of the 80s, the dark ages of the 80s, it's the same thing now. 1 out of your last 10 have hit. 412-928-9370. What do you want the Steelers to do in the draft? How would you react to Shedeur Sanders? I've been asking that question all week. It's like people don't want to talk about Shedeur. I don't get it. Is it because you weren't watching college football this year? Is it because, or watching college football to see quarterbacks that the Steelers might draft? I don't know. I'm just stunned by the very few people that are listeners. I mean, all of our hosts have big opinions on Sanders. I just feel like our listeners have been agnostic on him. They text in, they go to YouTube, they don't call in. They're afraid to talk about Sanders. 412-928-9370. We've got a debrief coming up. We also have Mark Cabali for an hour. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm giving the person on our YouTube channel the middle finger who brought this peep into studio for me. Just disgusting Easter treats. And you could take your Cadbury eggs and shove them up your rear end, too. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Guardians and Pirates start a 3-game set tonight at PNC Park. Luis Ortiz on the mound for Cleveland. 6:40 first pitch. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:45. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and let me tell you about Awaken 180 weight loss. You know my story, 35 pounds down, and 35 pounds that have stayed off for well over 2 years now. It only took me 6 weeks to lose them. That's how fast things can work with Awaken 180. But the part of the story I love to tell is for how long those pounds have stayed off. Over 2 years now, easily, in fact. And I do stress the word easily because the habits I developed, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss, have made keeping the weight off not like some sort of conscious effort, my lifestyle, my relationship with food, completely different and much healthier thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I'm talking eating way more in the way of fruits and vegetables. I'm cooking more. Awaken 180, by the way, on their app. They've got a recipe portal that you got to check out. I'm just living a much healthier life, and it's easy to keep doing so thanks to the free support for life you receive even after you reach your goal weight. If you've got stubborn weight you can't get rid of, make the change. If you've got stubborn weight you can't get rid of, do what I did. Schedule your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It is a never-ending, hard-to-win battle for attention for the NHL, but the league is doing something right, announcing this morning that it has set an attendance record for the third season in a row, and for the first time ever, more than 23 million fans attended games. NHL teams played to 97% capacity, led by the Canadiens, who sold out all 41 home games. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the inbound Parkway West, due to an earlier accident, traffic moving slowly from Green Tree all the way back to about Rosslyn Farms. You're going to see a lane restriction by Green Tree. Traffic moving through a single lane. Expect delays until as late as 4 p.m. due to this accident. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
2 Men in a Truck. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mark Cabali, who joins us in a half hour, said, if Derek Harmon and Shadur Sanders are both available, the Steelers will do the thing that most fans want and take Harmon, the defensive lineman from Oregon who led college football in pressures last year. But remember, Steelers fans don't care about pressures. They only care about sacks. Because when Myles Garrett won Defensive Player of the Year based on pressures, we all flipped out because sacks are what matter. And for the most part, I would agree with that. Yeah, pressures can sometimes lead to negative plays, but they don't always. Sacks always lead to negative plays because the quarterback was dropped way in the backfield for a loss. But what happens if Harmon is gone? And there's a lot of draft insiders, and spoke to a professional draft bettor this morning who thinks Harmon will be gone by the time the Steelers pick at 21. And think he could go as early as the 49ers at pick 11. Which that's a doomsday scenario because if that starts the run of defensive linemen after Mason Graham, the Michigan defensive lineman who's supposed to go in the top 5, if Harmon goes at 11, are Nolan and Grant going to make it to 21? And if both of those guys are gone by 21, then what the hell do you do? And that's when I think if Sanders doesn't get picked by the Saints and is still out there, then look out for Shadur Sanders to be the Steelers' first-round pick. And I would be fine with that, but I know a lot of Steelers fans who would not be okay with that. And then you have Aaron Wilson saying that the Sanders job interview here was so bad he's off the board. But he is the only person saying that. 412-928-9370. We also have my father thinking that a picture I tweeted out of Mason Rudolph was me. How should I react to that? This is someone who has known me for all 39 years of my life. And he texted me and he said, I love the pic on X of you in farmer bib overalls. And I go, that's not me. And he says, really? AI? And I'm like, no, Dad, that's Mason Rudolph. That'd be like if you if your dad, Donnie, looked at that picture you posted this morning of Jesus shaking the Rock's hand and was like, oh, Donnie, that was a great picture of you dressed up like Jesus saying hello to the Rock.
No, my dad wouldn't fall for something like that. My mom would, though. My mom usually just sees like any bigger guy that has facial hair, and that person then looks like me. My mom also at one point said, after Awaken 180, she sees a picture of Jelly Roll, not full body, but still, the guy has tattoos all over his face.
Yeah.
And said, Donald, that kind of looks like you. I said, oh, thanks, Mom. That guy's about 500 pounds.
This is post-Awaken 180, you said?
Yeah. Not to mention the tattoos all over his face, which I have none of.
Text rolling in. My friend Fred texting me to say that Dupree was a good pick.
Not until Watt got here.
He didn't get a second contract. He averaged 5 sacks a season for his first 4 years. He was great with Watt for 2 years. He left the Steelers and has done nothing post-Watt. And then Fred's mom texted me to say, IKF sucks. This is an older, very nice woman who's, I would say, old enough to be a grandmother. I'm not going to give away her age. That's not appropriate. Saying things like, IKF sucks. Does your mom sound off like that on, like, guys she doesn't like? Will she say, this guy sucks, this guy blows? Does she know player nicknames? Or she would know enough to abbreviate the Pirates shortstop as IKF?
She's probably not well-versed enough on the Pirates because there's so much turnover there year after year. Steelers, though, I would say.
Like, she would watch a game and be like, nah, she sucks.
Yeah. And she would just do, like, the typical, like, Yinzer mom thing. Like, they should get rid of all of them.
But she'll say that and your dad throws her out of the room because he just can't put up with it?
Yeah, he'll banish her to their bedroom.
And she just watches the game with the door closed there in solitude? That's pretty depressing, actually. I mean, right now, defensive line is still the favorite to be the position picked by the Steelers in the first round per the odds makers, but quarterback is second, and quarterback is gaining on defensive line. And Sanders is the name. And Dart is now skipping the draft, and Milroe is still staying at the draft. But I don't think the Steelers will pick him at 21. I know the scouts, not scouts is a catch-all phrase. I know there are scouts and multiple ones who liked his. I mean, the season at Alabama was not good, but liked him enough that they reported back after the season was over and said, this is a guy we need to really look at. Like, this is someone we have to do some serious digging on, and a couple of those reports had like very, very flattering things about like the guy's potential as a quarterback in the NFL and what he could be at the end of the day. Like, you know, this guy does have potential to be a franchise quarterback type stuff. But I don't think it would happen at 21, and the Steelers don't have that second round pick. And we have fake John and Robinson, who's a friend of the show, call in and say that DK Metcalf trade was a horrible move by the Steelers, which I disagree with. But if the quarterback thing doesn't get sorted out and doesn't get sorted out soon, and you traded a pick and you gave $150 million to someone, and there's not a good quarterback here, that is going to look like a wasted move and a waste of a lot of money. But given how the Steelers lacked wide receivers and weapons, I think the thinking there is similar to Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. Give this guy enough weapons, build the offense up around the quarterback, and then it'll be too big to fail. 412-928-9370. Here is one of our favorites, Daryl in Houston. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, Andrew, how you doing, man? Tough day for you if your dad can't recognize you on a picture. You need to get a little closer to that, man. But
and my dad's not like 90. My dad's in his 60s. He has good sight, and like, I don't know. I'm not saying that being compared to Mason Rudolph is an insult. He's younger than me and probably better looking than me. But come on, man.
True. I'm with you on both of those. But real quick, I agree with John, fake John, about Metcalf. I think that was a wasted.
Why?
Trade. And
sell me on that.
He's probably the 13th best receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And I can give you at least 10 right off the top of my head. He doesn't have any shakes. He's one-trick pony. And we're going to find that out. I just thought it was a waste.
But they weren't going to get the other 10 guys. The other 10 weren't available.
Well, no, you don't, but you might as well draft someone and not pay him $30 million and save some of that money for something else. Because but I'll say this, Andrew, it doesn't really matter what they do. And I've been on this hill for 2 years at least. I'm at the point of apathy, but that's a different story. It doesn't matter who they select. And it doesn't matter because you outlined both of the principles as to why it doesn't matter. The coach, in his thinking, thinks that Aaron Rodgers is going to get him over the hump.
Yep.
Is really, really concerning from just the rational thought process of that. And he believes that you have to be concerned as a Steelers fan as to what the leadership of that organization thinks from the perspective of building an organization and building a competitive team, if that's what he thinks. And the second one is you outline the 10 draft choices, which I did this week with some guys on our chat, that haven't done anything because they can't develop a Polaroid Instamatic than a football player. They just can't develop. So it doesn't matter if they pick a defensive lineman, if they pick a running back, if they pick Shedeur Sanders. It doesn't matter. This regime has no ability to build an organization. And one other thing, Andrew, I'll say, and this is something you can stand on whatever side of the fence you want to stand on, there's a chip on Mike Tomlin's shoulder that he's going to have to really deal with, and that's the chip that says you didn't win with your players. You won with Cowher's players. Now, if you believe it or not, that's your thing. But that has to be eating at him because now it's your show, and you're closer to Cleveland than you are to Philadelphia.
Not only that point, but also the fact that he inherited Ben. So you inherited Cowher's coaches, Arians and LeBeau. You inherited Ben. You won, to your credit. Can't take the championship away from you. But it is an exclusive club, and it isn't. When you're a one-time Super Bowl champion, Barry Switzer has a Super Bowl ring. Brian Billick has a Super Bowl ring. Gary Kubiak has a Super Bowl ring. It's the second one that becomes the separator. And Mike's going to go into the Hall of Fame with only one because he's never had a losing season and he's been employed by the Steelers for almost 20 years. So he's still going to get in. But the criticism about how things have gone post-Ben and how the second half of his career has been such a disappointment, it's inescapable. And it isn't just bad luck. When you shoot 1 of 10 on draft picks in the last 10 years, and I know the jury is still out on Fautanu, and the jury is still kind of out on Broderick Jones, but when only one of your last 10 picks is absolutely good, that's what, and the others are either not good or busts. Most teams, when that happens, would fire the people making the pick. And that didn't happen here. Colbert retired, and it just gave Tomlin more power. 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's football segment is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NBA play-in continues tonight. Miami and Atlanta tips at 7. Dallas and Memphis tips at 9:30. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Weather Seal has a roofing sale that's going on for the rest of the month. You should jump on that. If you've got an older home, or you know someone that has an older home and the roof has been there for decades and it's old and it's either showing signs of breaking down or things have already happened and it's already costing you something because you've had to make small repairs. You've had to fix other things that are related to that. Time for you to get in touch with Weather Seal today and get that new roof. Absolutely. No money down for 2 years. No interest for 2 years. Take advantage of that. 0% financing available. 0% interest. No money down. No money due until 2027. So take advantage. WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Boot Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-328-9696. 800-328-9696. 800-328-9696.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hour early because we make way for Caballe's Hour in a few minutes, and that is the sponsored Donnie football segment. Donnie taking the world by storm. Donnie also wearing the baseball cap on Saturdays with, what is it called? The Bucko Report?
What's Bucko
What's
Talk?
the set? Bucko, just Bucko Talk, okay. And he is brought to you by Saloni's Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. What is your big football story, topic, discussion for April 18th, Donnie?
The debrief, April 18, 2025. This one a bit of a funny one. Cam Ward was playing Fortnite, I guess last night or the night before, and he's chatting on there with other players, and somebody asked him to name his top 4 NFL wide receivers. And he sounds like a guy who knows he is going to be the Titans quarterback, because his top 4 receivers were as follows. Number 1, Calvin Ridley. Number 2, Jamar Chase. Number 3, Justin Jefferson. Number 4, Treylon Burks.
What's the other video game that people like, Minecraft?
Yeah, that one's a little bit older.
Have you played that before?
I never had it. I knew kids who had it in high school, and like they would download it on the school computers. I don't know how.
What is it?
You just kind of go around and build stuff.
And then what is Fortnite?
Fortnite is like the cartoony, survival mode game. I only ever played it a few times. I had a very funny strategy.
So what do you survive from?
Like, you'll be in a battle royale of sorts. Like, there's a map, they drop 100 people into it, and like you're playing online, you try to be the last person.
What kind of weapons do you have at your disposal?
I have no idea now. I mean, I guess pretty much anything. The last time I played the game, I was in college, so we're talking like spring.
So is it like a shooting game where you've got guns and stuff and you're trying to pick each other off with those?
I mean, I think you have guns. I think you could have like
grenades.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could have a plethora of different weapons in the game.
So Cam Ward was playing Fortnite online, and he just did Ask Me Anything game, and he started talking about Tennessee.
He named 2 of the best wide receivers in football, and then he put 2 Titan wide receivers.
You know, I'm happy that you brought up Jefferson with that, though, because it made me think about something from that draft. So that's the 2020 draft. That's the COVID draft. And that was when Goodell was in his fake basement that they tried to make it look like it was a normal guy's basement when it was a complete setup. Guy's basement definitely is much nicer than that. Jefferson went with what, the 22nd pick, I want to say. And the knock on him out of LSU was that 99.1% of his snaps were in the slot. That he was confined to the slot in the LSU offense. I bring that up because I've seen people as a critique say the same thing about Ibuka at Ohio State. He's only a slot receiver. I'm not saying Ibuka is Jefferson because that would be asking him or thinking that he's going to be the best wide receiver in the NFL. But I would not get bogged down, or I would not necessarily pigeonhole that guy into being just that kind of wide receiver. I've said this a couple times now. I'll say it a third time. If Sanders is gone before 21, that's who I want the Steelers to pick, Ibuka. I don't think they will. I think he'll still be there. I think that they'll take a defensive lineman, or who knows if Harmon's gone, what goes on, if Harmon and Sanders are both gone. But I feel very strongly and very good about the fact that Ibuka is going to be a top 20 to top 25 wide receiver. And I don't think he only has to play in the slot. Oh, Mark just walked in here. We know we're on the air right now, Mark. Eating Peeps.
He's actually chomping down on
this friggin' guy.
You're disgusting.
I know you, at the beginning of this, used to just like tweet out Ibuka pictures and video all the time. You stopped doing that. It's like you gave up. It's like you just got to the point where you're
I wouldn't say gave up. They acquired another wide receiver.
So you can't have more of a good thing.
You can. I mean, I still wouldn't be upset if that's who they picked, but it feels pretty bare on the defensive line. You got Hayward and you have Benton.
Yeah, it is bare on the defensive line.
I don't want Isaiah Loudermilk starting. I don't want the guy from New England who was a career backup.
I agree with you, but is that bad? That's drafting by need and not taking the better player, in my opinion. If you had to make a bet on who will have a better NFL career, even though one's a wide receiver and one's a defensive lineman, Ibuka or Harmon, who would you pick?
Probably Ibuka, just based on how Ohio State wide receivers that go early tend to do.
So if both of those guys are there, I wouldn't want them to just take Harmon because Isaiah Loudermilk stinks at his job.
I also don't think there's much separation. Like, I still think those top defensive tackles are going to be pretty good players. It's not like I wouldn't feel like they're reaching to just pick a defensive tackle.
Totally get it, Donnie. But my thing is, you've also said, and this is not to argue with you, this is more to kind of back up what you've said about things. If you're of the opinion that you're not really that concerned about the Steelers' record this year and what happens to them this year, who gives a rat's ass if they're bare on the defensive line? Just take the better player. Because it's the long run that matters. You know? And if you think Ibuka's better than Harmon, you just take Ibuka.
He's a player still on my short list.
What is the Donnie short list?
You want like 3 names?
I want you said he's on my short list. Now I'm interested in what is the Donnie Steelers draft short list?
Grant, Harmon, Ibuka.
Why not Nolan?
I feel like he's a player that, like, they bring up the red flags that he has.
What are those red flags for the record? Do you know?
I don't know, but he'll end up working out elsewhere. Like, he would go to Philly and become
a stud.
The next great defensive tackle in the game. He would come here and something would happen. But Mike Tomlin's going to fix him. Don't worry.
I don't really get that, though.
I'm not going to be upset if they pick him either.
So
he'd probably be 4 or 5.
So there's the short list of guys you want. There's the I would not be upset list. And then there is somewhere out there the I would be upset list. Who is on the Donnie I would be upset if the Steelers drafted this guy list?
Sanders, Dart.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess players that make like 0 sense.
How about Hampton?
Yeah, I don't want them to take a running back. And if the only running back I wouldn't be upset about would be the far and away best one. They're not going to get him. Genty.
So if Genty fell, you'd actually be okay with that?
I'd be okay with it.
Would you put him on the short list?
No, I'd put him in that second list.
How about Tyler Warren?
Oh, I would take him.
He's on the short list. Okay. Warren if he falls. What are draft night plans for you once you leave here?
I'm going to try to watch with a couple of buddies because the draft is something I don't want to have to make Sarah sit through and
Well, we
watch.
made the mistake of watching the draft that one year with Tony from the Wild Things, and he hated Broderick Jones so much that he just despised everything they did after that. Remember that whole draft nightmare?
Yeah, he hates every pick if it's not a receiver. So he should be all for Igbokwe.
That was the Donnie Football Debrief.
He doesn't even think you need any offensive or defensive linemen.
The second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place June 5th and 6th at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're looking for 25 fire departments that'll benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now, 937thefan.com, brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-OP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. Mark Cavalli's with us next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment, but first a message from Elsie.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. You really need to get out to Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, the place to go if you want to get the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market with even more savings. They've got it going on at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. My guy Tim Farrar, the general manager, Corey Davison, the general sales manager. They have great deals on the Mitsu that fits you. How about the 24 Outlander? Still got some in stock. They've got the best inventory around, by the way. They come with all-wheel drive, advanced safety features. You can get ones with a panoramic sunroof as well and room for 7 passengers. Right now, Mitsu by the Mall, they've got them with 4.99% financing for 60 months. Outlander plug-in hybrids, just $379 down and $379 a month. And Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months. Plus, you get that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You get 3 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. It's time. Your big spring deal is here at Mitsu by the Mall and online. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sunny and breezy and warm this evening with highs near 80 degrees. Tonight, increasing clouds with lows in the mid-60s. Rain and possible storms on Saturday with high temperatures in the upper 70s. Saturday night, showers likely with lows near 50 degrees and partly sunny for Easter Sunday with highs in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at MetzPlumbingandSewerlining.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Fade Rodon. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Yanks starter Carlos Rodon is off to an awful start with a 5.48 ERA and a high walk rate to boot. Rays pitcher Drew Rasmussen, quite the opposite. A sub-1 ERA and 15 punch-outs with only 2 walks. Take Tampa as a dog. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't. It was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law. That's the power of Banter.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Luna Azul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We're heading to the hardwood of the association where Miami makes the trip to Atlanta for a chance to continue in the postseason. The numbers are telling you it's going to be a close game, but we're going with the better coached team from South Beach. They're coming off a big win against Chicago, and they have been fantastic against the number late in the season. Just listen to this. Miami is 11-4 against the number in their last 15 games overall. They're also 13-6 straight up in their last 19 games in Atlanta. With a coaching edge and their recent success, take Miami on the money line tonight. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Out on the Parkway West, outbound side, traffic moving slowly
from the top of Green Tree Hill back through the Fort Pitt Tunnel to about Wood Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Guardians tonight at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch, leadoff show at 5:45. Ben Cherington expected to meet with reporters in about an hour. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I said it all straight. I have no problem. From the jump, it's, I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41 years old. I'm in a serious relationship. I have off the field stuff going on that requires my attention. I have personal commitments I made, not knowing what my future was going to look like after last year that are important to me. And I have, a couple of people in my inner circle who are really battling some difficult stuff. So I have a lot of things that are taking my attention and have beginning in really January away from football. That's been where I've been focusing most of my attention on. To make a commitment to the team is a big thing, whether you're a first-year player or a 20-year vet.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Aaron Rodgers, a lot going on in his life right now, isn't ready to commit to the Steelers, commit to football, period. Mark Cabali for the Pat McAfee Show in with us. That, of course, happened on the McAfee Show. When did you find out about that?
About 15 minutes before. When I was in the Sam's Club looking for some toilet paper, and I looked on my Twitter, and I saw somebody tweet it. I'm like, oh, I guess he's on the show today.
So they didn't give you a heads up as the Steelers insider?
As soon as I found out, I was like, yo, what's going on?
And what they said?
I don't think he just set some things straight.
Do you feel like he did that?
I mean, depends on your perspective.
Well, from your perspective,
My perspective, I thought he came off pretty genuinely. I thought he maybe had a bone to pick with the Jets. Maybe that was the reason why he really wanted to come on. But I really believed everything he said. I think it's tough because we don't know exactly what he's going through, if it's an illness, if it's whatever it could be. And I would much rather have a guy wait, especially he's out in front. He's out in front and told the guys, hey, this is going on. I'm not going to be able to commit to you right now. I want to be all in. He doesn't want to be all in. Then all of a sudden something happens and has to pull back. And I think that would make him look really, really bad. I came off of it thinking that this guy wants to play football. He wants to play for the Steelers. You don't talk to Mike Tomlin multiple times, right? You don't speak glowingly of Tom Arth. You don't say how great DK Metcalf of a person is, how you want to see Omar, unless he wants to play here. He pretty much dismissed the Giants. He pretty much dismissed the Vikings. Not much to say. Just totally ignored anything about the Saints. But I don't think he's 100% sure of what might happen in another week, 2 weeks, month or so down the road, where then he would have to go back on his own commitment. That's how I read it.
But when Pat followed up with him and asked him, all right, once you get the personal stuff sorted out, it sounds like the Steelers are the team you want to play for, he would not say yes or even come close to saying yes.
Yeah. He probably didn't want – a lot of times you don't want to be pigeonholed on the record there saying, okay, then what do? We play that sound clip for – say he says he doesn't want to do it.
Well, I think some guys
could be.
I think some guys wouldn't. I think some guys wouldn't want to say it because they would lose leverage. But there's no negotiation here, according to Aaron, because he said
leverage. Yeah.
He said he'd play for $10 million.
You throw that number out there, you better pretty much better be sticking to it now.
I had not heard that. I had not heard that he was willing play for basically, high-end backup quarterback
it
money.
was not very much money. I didn't think it was $10 million.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you say that because I thought you maybe I got you wrong here. Didn't somebody say they thought that the Rodgers money was holding back the Steelers from negotiating with Watt?
I think they want to see where it goes, but maybe hey, I don't know. I mean, as you can, snooping around, there's information's hard to come by, especially when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, when maybe only two people really know it, maybe only one person really knows what they're thinking. So maybe that number wasn't 30. Maybe that number wasn't 10. Maybe it was higher. Now it's all of a sudden okay, we can. But I was under the impression that they wanted to get this figured out first before they moved forward with Watt. But it doesn't really make sense because you can structure a contract any way you want.
What's that? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if you don't have enough money, so to speak,
you can move money around to give yourself enough money.
Or
you want to do it bad enough.
Yeah, you can do it bad. And I think they will. I just think it's really early in the process. It's April. Come talk to me in, August. And if there's an
Mark,
issue
you sound like you've been evangelized by the Steelers, and that the Steelers, I think, still feel like Rodgers is going to come here.
Yeah.
And the sense that I got just from the people I've talked to is that whereas media and fans came out of that McAfee interview and thought, man, he doesn't sound like a guy who wants to play football right now. His career might be over. The Steelers seem to think it's still going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's how you feel.
I think it's been like that for a while now. I think the Steelers felt very, very confident. When I say, the handshake deal, wink, wink, no, that's more of a figure of speech of the Steelers really having a good feel that what they're hearing from him, that he's going to eventually be here. And I don't think anything's changed. I mean, did you hear the same thing? I mean, it just seems like they really, truly believe in their hearts that he will be here.
But I also heard a guy who has put football so far on the back burner that I don't know when it's going to become it's going to become a pressing issue for him. Like he has to scratch that itch and get back out there and play. He said multiple people in his inner circle are dealing with personal stuff.
Yeah, I don't
when do those right? I mean, when do those problems get fixed?
I don't know. I mean, we don't even know the degree of those problems, right?
Do the Steelers? Was he upfront with them? Did he say, okay, this person is sick or this person is that, and this is the timetable on both of those things?
Totally.
You'd like to think so.
Totally guessing. I wouldn't think that he would say, hey, my best friend blah, blah, blah is dealing with blah, blah, blah. So it might be a while.
Wouldn't you want to know that if you're the Steelers? Because if it's someone that's dealing with a terminal disease or something and it's going to go on for a long time, well, then that would make me feel like he's not going to play this year. But if it's something that would seem like it could get fixed in the next few weeks or next month, then I would feel good about it.
I think that Aaron Rodgers would have to bring that up himself. I don't think the Steelers would be like, hey, what do you mean? What's going on? Because you see how, not taken back, but surprised that people figured out he was at the Southside facility. Last thing he needs to do is let people know that lets it leak out, and then all of a sudden so-and-so knows his inner workings of somebody.
I don't understand why they're still so in love with a guy whose mind and focus is so far away from football at 41 years old.
Well, that's a different question.
I know it is. That's why I'm bringing it up right now. And that this switch is going to get flipped, and he's going to be able to show up whenever that is and just, shift right into football and be the great football player that he was a number of years ago.
I don't think anybody believes this was the original plan. There was some other original plan out there to do a quarterback. If it was Justin Fields, and maybe they weren't anticipating him not wanting to come back and go to the Jets, then by the time that was figured out, there was nothing left. So you pretty much hit your horse to that wagon of Aaron Rodgers and say, okay, let's play. I don't think they go in the meeting, the free agency meeting of the roster building meeting at sometime January or February and say, okay, let's see if Aaron Rodgers might play, but he might not be ready until August. So we'll go with Mason Rudolph, and we might draft a guy. That's not a plan.
I understand that, but Omar and Mike did both say that they were going to have meetings where they went over all the quarterback scenarios, so they had to discuss the guys who were free agents and how they felt about them and how they ranked them compared to their own guys. If they didn't do that, well, then they didn't really do a good job of using that time to prepare themselves for the offseason.
Okay, imagine they just realized real early on in the process that Justin Fields wasn't signing.
Yep.
You didn't want Russell Wilson for whatever reason. Who would have been their option?
Well, they would have, I would think at that point, they would have discussed guys like Sam Darnold. They would have discussed guys like Aaron Rodgers. They would have brought up Daniel Jones. They would have thought about, okay, guys that are maybe available in a trade, Geno Smith, Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins. All those guys would have gotten talked about at that point, right? I mean, you'd think.
Yeah.
If you're covering all your bases and leaving no stone unturned.
Stafford was really never available, right? I don't think you want Geno Smith. You're right back at a lot of money for a 35-year-old guy. I mean, there's not a lot of options out there is what I'm getting at right now. If Aaron Rodgers is a fallback plan that can either fall through or work out in August, and you have to go with Mason Rudolph in the interim, I don't see that being a terrible thing, especially if you're only going to pay him $10 million. I mean,
but at this point, Mark, if you pay him $10 million or $30 million, what difference does it make? It's not like the savings is going to help you build a better football team this year. All the moves have already been made. The time to sign Aaron Rodgers for $10 million would have been the first week of free agency, because then you could have taken that money that you thought you were spending on Aaron Rodgers and you could have used it on other players. Yeah, but all those guys are gone.
It's definitely a risk, and I don't think this was the original plan. This was maybe plan B.
But let's go back to what I said. Okay, that's a different topic. The fact that they are still, though, interested in someone whose mind is so far away from football, and Mike being the ultimate, what you get in, what you put in is what you get out. That's what he liked so much about Kenny. He loves the hard, grinded out guys, first one in, last one out guys. And here's somebody who's like, I'd rather concentrate on this relationship with his girlfriend that he brought up and what's going on with his friends.
And Apollo.
Yeah. Is that the dog's name?
Apollo the dog.
But you know what I mean? And he's not coming off a good year. He went 5-12.
Yeah, you know what, though? What did he say about Antonio Brown back in the day? I treat everybody fairly, but I don't treat everybody the same.
Okay, but Antonio Brown was the best wide receiver in football. This is a guy who was, the 19th best quarterback in the NFL last year?
He is their best option right now. Well, maybe not best option, but he is an option. With their best free agency option. You're not going out and getting Teddy Bridgewater.
I know, Mark, but hold. I don't think that. So you're saying that at this point, like the Steelers and Tomlin are looking at, like, well, it's slim pickings out there. We're fighting over scraps and leftovers.
Yeah.
I honestly think that Mike believes in his head, because people have told me this, that he thinks he can win big with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, they thought they could win big with Russell Wilson. They thought they could win with Mitch Trubisky. They thought that's always the underlying theme of everything they do. They always think they're going to win. We sit there and we look at it and we break everything apart and say this team's far off from winning.
So why
they don't view it that way.
Why is the team the delusion? Usually the fans are delusional and the team is pragmatic. Why is it shifted here where the people that run the team hoodwink themselves or talk themselves into thinking this washed up bum is actually going to come here and play well for us?
I don't know. They don't think he's a washed up bum? They figure they add Metcalf, right? You could get something from Wilson. Maybe their running backs are better. Maybe they go out and sign one here after the draft, add defense. They still love their defense. Maybe they think that a veteran quarterback is all that's left. I mean, I can't get in their heads and tell you, but obviously that's the way they're going about the business.
Do you agree with that? Donnie phrased it this way earlier. He said the Steelers are acting like they're only a quarterback away. Do you believe that they are?
This is the NFL.
Yes,
it could go either way, man.
I mean, with it, Mark. We're talking about football right now.
What I'm saying is, we've had a number of different instances where a team that you didn't think was very good had a great year. So, if you're saying they could go 12-5 and win the division, I'd say, yeah, okay. If they can go 5-12, I'm like, yeah, they can. I think it's all hinges on the quarterback.
I think it's the NFL and it's the Steelers, and we know both teams. We know both parties pretty well.
I think the roster's not bad. I think the roster's much better than what it was last year. They just need somebody to put it together. And in their minds, Aaron Rodgers is that guy.
Yes, I know. We're getting inside the Steelers' head, and it's easy to figure out how they view it. I'm interested in how you view it. Do you actually think that has a chance of happening? Where they get Aaron Rodgers here and they go 12-5 and they host a playoff game for the first time since 2020. You actually think that's on the table?
I wouldn't dismiss it. I still like the way he throws the ball. I still like, the 20 years of experience and his 4 MVPs.
But you've also tweeted out things in the last 48 hours. Like, there's part of me that still thinks Mason can be the guy. There's a part of me that still wants Mason to get his shot.
Yeah, I just think Mason, that's going to be the big loser in all this.
I said yesterday, like, based on what Rodgers sounded like, I thought he might end up being the big winner because the longer Rodgers puts this off, the more time he gets to show them again that he can be their starting quarterback.
I've never seen somebody turn from, still a phrase from you, mediocre Mason, to everybody clamoring for, hey, we want Mason.
I agree.
This is an unbelievable turnaround.
Could call it a face turn, Mark.
It's more than, I don't know what that is. It's the opposite of seeing it. It's like your mouth. If you'd have told me this is what people thought about Mason Rudolph 3 years ago.
Mark, Twitter poll question from today. 1,500 respondents. Better player right now, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph? 46% say Rudolph. It's neck and neck. A guy that won 3 games here 2 years ago and got benched for Duck Hodges.
I got a mind that wanders right here to say how many people just don't like Aaron Rodgers. Not that what he can bring to the field, just don't like him, or what they heard of him, maybe how he comes across and how that influences it. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it is. I can tell you personally, I wanted Aaron Rodgers to come here to replace Ben, so it's not about what he said in his, on his soapbox. He brought up again yesterday with McAfee, like, hey, can people give me credit for being right about COVID? Like, he's going to go on those sidebar tangents. I don't care about that. I want him to win.
But I'm not.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. I absolutely think. I think it goes both ways. I think there are people that don't like Aaron Rodgers because of his, social or political agenda, and I think there are people that do want Aaron Rodgers to succeed for those reasons too. And I'm not exactly sure which number is bigger.
He really covered his rear end too of saying, I don't really care what they do in the draft either. So even if they do draft Shedeur Sanders, he'd be willing. I don't know if I believe that though.
Really?
Do you? That one would change his mind at all? I don't think it would.
I don't think it would either. No, because I think in his mind he thinks he's going to play. He's 41. He's going to get a. Mike gave Mitch Trubisky a shot over a first-round quarterback. Why wouldn't he give Aaron Rodgers the shot over a first-round guy?
I still think Rodgers has some arm talent. He was banged up a lot last year. What I hear that was more than just the Achilles.
I thought he sucked last year,
but I hear he was really banged up for the first. What I was told, he never left the training room.
That reminds me of after Ben's first year. Man, that second year removed from that elbow, you're going to see a new Ben, a different-looking Ben. He just needed to shake that rust off that first year.
I think Ben might have had the best fourth quarter in the history of fourth quarters that season. His final season? Take the reins off of, say, okay, Matt Canada, I don't care what you're saying. I'm going to do what I want. The guy was fabulous in the fourth quarter of games then, so maybe there was something to that.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get Kabali's take on the Shedeur Sanders rumors, the draft rumors, all that coming up. First, the Donnie Football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a 3-game weekend series against the Cleveland Guardians tonight at 6:40. Carmen Majinski on the mound for Pittsburgh. O'Neal Cruz will lead off and play center field. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. That starts at 5:45 right here on the Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie. Get in on the betting fun with BetParx and the BetParx app. Pro hockey season getting very close to the playoffs. They're here. Just a couple of days away. Pro basketball playoffs are here. You also have baseball every single day and night. Pick a game, pick multiple games, cross over, pick different sports, put a parlay together. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to. with BetParks. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games, bet on all of your favorite sports, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, online slots based on Rocky, Ted, The Goonies, your favorite TV shows like Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders. Download the app now, and there's a great offer for new users. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21. And in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee Show did the Pittsburgh Steelers a gigantic favor. He announced over and over and over again that he's difficult, that he's about him, that he has no interest in making life easy for the Steelers, and that if they bring him in and trust him, they're going to regret it. So Mike Tomlin, listen to Rodgers and move on. I'm Bill Ryder.
Cloudy with a possible shower overnight, the low 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
People wonder about the New Orleans Saints and Shedeur. People think about the New York Giants. I've heard he will not be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I heard that meeting did not go well. And that wasn't from someone telling me that because this is always the assumption that it's because someone's trying to affect these boards. But somebody's picking a quarterback higher than expected.
4:15, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. That's an NFL insider named Aaron Wilson who's been doing this a while. Used to work for ESPN, now works in Houston. Saying that Sanders just bombed his interview with the Steelers. Mark Cavalli from the McAfee Show is in with us. Mark, have you heard that?
No, but I know Aaron Wilson pretty well. And Aaron is very, very in tune with agents. So you could pretty much make the assumption that he heard this from an agent. Now it's probably one agent from the next agent to the next agent to the next agent.
Here's an interesting thing about Sanders: does not have an agent.
So obviously it's like second or third hand. Then, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what is considered a bombed?
Like just ill prepared for it. Like body language, answers were horrible.
I guess they could put him up on the board and
blew
say,
it with that
XX,
stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Here? But like, who would? Like, well, if he didn't have an agent, I didn't even realize that. Who's going to tell him? I mean, I always try to follow the paper trail. There is no paper trail.
Somebody from the Steelers would have to let an agent know who isn't Sanders' agent, and then that agent would have to tell Aaron Wilson.
There's a paper trail. Everybody else has said otherwise. That it was great.
McShay is saying that Tomlin has like this love affair with Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I mean, I would be very interested at 21 in Sanders, depending on who else is there at the time. I wouldn't take him over a D tackle, but I would definitely be intrigued.
Do you think that Derek Harmon is the guy they want to pick at 21?
I think it is, but I don't know if he'll be there. I mean, you have a couple teams ahead of him that could be at that spot. You might have to go up and get him.
I don't think
you really want to move up.
I don't think they're going to trade up because they don't have that second round pick.
I think that, honestly, my personal opinion, I think they'll somehow get back into the second by giving up maybe a third next year or something to get back late in the second. I think that will end up happening. I don't think they're going to go a draft without a second-round pick. I think.
So wait a minute. How would they do that? They would trade next year's third.
Well, first of all, they're going to get X amount of compensatory picks, but
I get that,
they can't trade them because they don't know what that is.
I know, but how is next year's third going to get them a second?
Well, it would have to be third and a third and a fifth, third and a this year, whatever. It's going to have to be multiple picks just to move up. Would you not take a third and a fifth next year to move up 6 spots or something? You know, I'm not saying where are they at. They'd have to move up a pretty much.
Man.
Yeah, maybe it's multiple, but I think they will somehow either move up in the second or in the really high third.
Dulac reported that it's not going to be with a Pickens trade.
No. I mean, that's been obvious since a month now.
What's made it obvious? That Pickens hasn't said peep and that the Steelers publicly have said nice things?
I mean, leaving West Palm Beach, you get a bunch of sense from stuff.
West Palm Beach is where the owners' meetings are for people that don't know.
And you pretty much got the sense that they weren't trading him. Unless, of course, he comes in and makes a stink and say he wants traded, but it doesn't look like the case right now. But does he hold out or hold in? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it matters. But I don't think they're interested in trading him at all, and I wouldn't trade him. I mean,
do you think that makes wide receiver in the first round highly unlikely?
Yeah. Yeah. Once again, it depends on who's left. If all the quarterbacks are gone and all your defensive tackles are gone, maybe.
Well, wait a minute. All the quarterbacks are gone, so you think there's more than just Sanders that they could take with that 21st pick?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm thinking that you're going Ward. I think Ward, Dart, and Sanders are gone top 12. I mean, somebody's going to jump in and grab somebody you're not expecting.
Dart just decided last second to not go to the draft now.
It could be a bunch of things. I haven't heard if it's because he thought he was going to fall out of it or, they want to have a party or something. I don't know.
That was my inference. But why would you say yes and then 2 days later it's like, you know what I'd rather do if people over to eat Doritos and drink beer? Like, if you committed originally, it's because you wanted to do that. And I would think unless there's some kind of, extenuating personal circumstance or you got bad, the draft intel you're getting has changed in a negative way that would make you not want to go through the embarrassment of having to sit around.
Don't you see Jackson Dart going the other way rather than down? Top 10?
Well, the only way he goes in the top 10 is if New Orleans takes him. And if New Orleans takes Dart, that means that Sanders will probably be there for the Steelers at 21, which would mean they take him unless Harmon is still there, right?
Yeah, maybe Nolan. I don't know. I don't think they would be running to the podium for Donnie's buddy Grant. I just don't. I think he's very one-dimensional rather than being a guy that could play nose and outside. I think Harmon and Nolan are more.
Well, so I brought this up to Fittipaldo yesterday, and he gave me kind of a little bit of a wishy-washy answer. I said, let's say they draft Grant from Michigan. Does that mean Benton plays end? Right? If you draft Harmon plays end, Hayward plays end, and Benton plays defensive tackle. If you take Grant, then Benton's going to have to change positions, right?
Well, I think
at least on first and second down.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I don't think you use a 21st overall pick on a guy who is a nose where you play 30% base defense, which works out to 18 snaps a game? That's just ridiculous. That's why I don't think he would be.
And you also think that's the Steelers' opinion on it, not just yours.
Yeah, I think that's just common sense. I mean, I think a couple of years ago, I forget who it was. A lot of people were clamoring for the Steelers to take a nose tackle.
Yeah, that was Jordan Davis from Georgia.
No.
No?
He could move out. It was somebody maybe 10 years ago. I forget who it was. The guy from, I don't know who it was. He turned into be a bum. So what I'm saying is because he was very specific, position-specific of nose tackle. If you want to get a first-round pick, you better hope he can play more than 18.
All right, here's a scenario. Let's say Harmon and Sanders are both gone by the time they're on the clock at 21. Who do you think becomes the pick then?
Is Genty gone?
Do you think the other running back would be the pick there if he's available? The North Carolina running back?
Hampton. I wouldn't cross it off the board. Right?
They've just looked into so many running backs, and
I
think
they 9 or 10. They brought
9,
in?
and I think they like enough of them where they really don't want to do that. Mark, I hope they don't want to do that, and I don't think they will.
I think there's a handful of guys still out there that have some tread on the tire that you can get for cheap come May 1st. If it's Chubb, if it's Edwards, if it's Dobbins.
Well, I was just going to say,
right?
So Jeff has said from the very beginning that he thinks the Steelers like Chubb. Do you back that up?
Oh, if they do, I mean, that's something you go after on the Monday after the draft because he doesn't count against the compensatory picks after that. Yeah, why not? I mean, that's where you dump Cordero Patterson at the time and then bring him on. I think they could go that route regardless if they draft one because you're going to have Gainwell, who's pretty position specific. Warren's been banged up from time to time.
Do you think they view Warren as a number one running back, or do you think when they have their depth chart? Okay.
I think that obviously that's what Gainwell is here to do. Now, they might have an overestimation on Gainwell like they did with Cordero Patterson last year.
Yep.
We'll see how that plays out. But I think their offensive line is getting a little bad rap. They got some guys that should get better. Frazier should get better.
Well, what do you mean it's getting a bad rap?
People are saying, you hear a lot of people saying, boy, their offensive line stinks.
Their offensive line is a work in progress. They have the players for it to make a big jump and for it to be a turnaround, but it's also you have to put if on it.
Yeah, but I think there's only one if, and we know
Broderick.
Yes.
Well,
I think the other four are solid as can be, I think Sayamalu will stay status quo, which is good enough. I think the other three will get better. I think Fatandu's going to come in and be maybe, I can't say rookie of the year because he was not a rookie, but he's going to play very well. You could just see the mentality and how they liked him last year and the little bit of stuff.
All right, so that being said, if you had to predict from their 5 offensive linemen where Fautanu would rank among their best linemen for next year.
Probably 2, because I put Frazier at 1.
So you think he'll be their second best lineman? Okay.
I'd say Fautanu 2. Sayamalu's good at 3. McCormick just has to. He had a good base. Now he has to build on that, but I think he has all the talent in the world. It's what Broderick does. I mean, he has to get it together.
And how do you feel about that right now?
It's a coin flip right now, man. I think he has all the athleticism, talent in the world, but I just don't think it connects. He needs somebody to get it from connect.
I want to believe that
to the head,
and I want to believe that going from right to the natural side will help him. But the thing that scares me is people that I know that are offensive linemen who have watched him do not say very nice things about his technique and don't think that just flipping sides is going to fix that. So, I don't know.
That's Malsey's guy too.
That is Malsey. He said that Jones would go down as the greatest offensive lineman or offensive tackle in Steelers history, not lineman, because we obviously have Dawson and Webster and Faneca.
See, people give you grief, and they don't give him much grief over that.
Oh,
they give you the Rice to Montana thing all the time, right?
Not only that, but I mean the Ayuk thing. It's like people remember my misses, but never remember my makes.
That's funny you should say that because every time I tweet something, somebody sends me a picture of me fake sleeping in front of Tomlin. That's my Ayuk of yours.
Now. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I get it.
What negative thing do people constantly bring up about you, Donnie? Anything?
I don't know if I've had that one big
faux pas
negative moment yet. Soon enough, I'm
Donnie
sure.
Tootball.
Yeah, that's AI's fault, though. That's not my fault. That AI action figure.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We'll ask Mark to make his official Steelers draft pick prediction when we come back. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins cap off their season by beating the Caps 5-2 last night. Brian Rust, a couple of goals. Sidney Crosby, a goal and an assist. The Penguins finish with 80 points on the season, missing the playoffs for the 3rd consecutive year. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar, if you're heading to any of the games this weekend, I know I'll be there Saturday before the bobblehead game, and I'll be over at Mike's Beer Bar for some quick dinner, steak on a stone, have a couple of beers there from the 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer, including our fan beer of the month. And then I'll walk over to the game and take it all in. You should do the same thing if you're going tonight. Tomorrow, Sunday also, all the hockey playoff action will be airing at Mike's. You never have to beg and plead with people to get the games on. Who knows? Maybe they'll even have some wrestling on at Mike's this weekend. Meet me at Mike's right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Pirate season is off and running. Our Pirates are here. Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show in studio. Donnie Football with us. Mulsey's in Nashville. Donnie's long been a ham guy on Easter. Would you say you're a ham guy too, Mark?
Absolutely. Good ham sandwich. You put mayo on the ham, Donnie. But, you know,
like on Easter, or if I make a sandwich out of it after?
Well, you know.
I'll do it after on a sandwich. I won't just, like, lather the...
But we're not talking about cold-cut ham. We're talking about the ham off the bone. Leftover ham, right?
Yeah,
Mark, is that what you were asking about?
A little cheese, a little dab of mayo, maybe a pickle.
Because I like eating chipped ham that way. I don't really make ham.
You eat chipped ham?
Yeah. Why does that surprise you?
Yeah, it does.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
No, you don't look like a chipped ham guy.
I don't look like a chipped ham guy?
Does he look like a chipped ham guy, Donnie?
It's a blue-collar food.
My dad thought I was Mason Rudolph. He thought the picture I posted of Rudolph in his overalls was me. He's losing it if he thinks I look like Mason Rudolph.
So, Pony, like after a holiday, either Christmas or Easter, when you have like the leftover ham, you're not tossing that on like a
I've said this
piece
before.
Of bread?
I'm not a ham. I don't like Easter and Christmas ham.
Oh, I love it.
I like leftover turkey from Thanksgiving, turning that into sandwiches. I actually like the leftover turkey meal more than I like the original Thanksgiving turkey meal.
So you don't like ham, you don't like Peeps, you don't like Cadbury eggs.
No.
You're an alien.
You like Long John Silver, which is not exactly a feather in your cap.
Once a year, but I'm not even going to get into that or I'll get in trouble.
Why?
Apparently I got dumped, no pun intended. Starkey, Austin Bechtel dumped me for saying something about Long John Silver's.
Was it derogatory or negative, I guess?
What do you always say when you or Mulsey are out?
Oh, explosive diarrhea? So you brought that up and he dumped it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
No pun intended, right?
Oh, okay.
I guess there was a pun. No, I'm a big Long John Silver's guy, but only about once a year.
Oh, yeah, you're such a huge fan. You go 1 out of 365 days.
It takes a while to build up your immunity after that.
No, I like prime rib more on...
I hate prime rib.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Oh.
Especially I don't think anybody in my family on either side has ever made it for a holiday.
Because they don't like it or because you just don't think to do it?
I guess the latter.
That's not
I know that people have had it, but it's never been an option.
I think it blows ham right out of the ballpark. I don't even think it's close. Why don't you like prime rib, Mark?
Sucker's still moving.
So you don't. So if you went to this big steak dinner that Donnie, Bechtold, and Joe had, you would not get a steak on the rarer side of things?
Oh, get it rare, but the prime rib's just too much gristle and fat. Now
that's different than it's still
Starkey,
moving. The moving thing implies that it's still bleeding and that it's
I
raw.
like that. I'm a good, rare type of guy. I know Starkey, you got the filet, right? You might as well just be eating a hamburger then. What is that, a kid's meal? Was that a kid's meal?
Yeah, he did get the filet.
Did he get a small one?
He did get a small one.
I had to bring it home.
He didn't even eat the whole thing?
Yeah. I didn't want to make fun of him because he's the guy that paid for the meal, and I didn't want to.
But now you are because you did think it was a weak move.
Well, I also had to wonder, okay, maybe he's not feeling well or something.
Did you see how much he tipped him?
I did not.
Oh, I would have definitely got up and
No, but
pretended
that was one of the takeaways from Donnie's meal with those guys. He was surprised by how much Bechtold ate. He thought Austin, for a little guy, actually threw down pretty hard that night.
Well,
which
he was probably felt the pressure that he couldn't go in there and.
Well, yeah, we said he was going to sit down with a box of crayons and get the chicken tenders off the kids menu.
Yeah, he got through his New York strip.
When he was at what's that wing place? Buffalo Wild Wings when we were there a couple months ago. He did get the chicken, boneless chicken. I made fun of him for eating.
Well, you
chicken
also
nuggets.
made fun of me for getting a salad there, Mark.
Apparently he does that.
True.
Apparently he's like a boneless wings only guy.
That's awful.
You know Jim Palmer, the old Orioles pitcher, claims he's never had a chicken wing in his entire life.
He needs to go to Archie's then. Archie will hook you up.
That's right. Start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Mark, we went through it the last 10 years. The Steelers have hit on one draft pick in the first round. How is that possible? And who do you blame for that? Bud Dupree, Artie Burns, T.J. Watt, Terrell Edmonds, Devin Bush, no pick in 2020. Najee, Kenny, Broderick Jones, Fautanu. Now, Fautanu, the jury is still out on. You think he's going to be great. He did just miss a year. Broderick early returns not good. Kenny's in Cleveland. Najee's in L.A. Devin Bush was an all-time bust. Edmonds was never anything more than just an okay player. Burns has played forever but stunk here. And Dupree had 2 great years with Watt, and that's it. And never got a second contract.
I think Dupree's still in the league, right?
He was in L.A. with the Chargers last year.
That's my buddy.
Yeah, he hates both of us.
Yeah. That's tough. You know, the problem is I don't think that it's a little different than maybe this happening 10 years ago. They can overcome that to a degree because they've had more money to spend on free agency. If you miss on the first round pick, that just means you have to supplement it with a free agent, right?
But that was
and
always
they never
the
had
thing.
that
They also hated doing that.
Yeah, but they didn't have any money the 10 years prior to that, so they had to live with it.
Because they were signing all their good draft picks to second contracts.
That's what I'm saying. So it's sort of now. What can you do with that money if these guys hit? Yeah, I mean they have to. I mean, talking to Colbert, and that's one of the first things he would ever say is you can't miss on your first round pick. You cannot miss on your. You'll set you back years, and you just named a good. 7 of them.
I'll go through these guys. You tell me why each one wasn't better here. Why wasn't Bud Dupree better? Because he would argue with us on social media?
Yeah, he called me a fat boy on social media, so it serves him right. He was good for a year, the money year, right?
Yeah, and then the franchise tag year.
That was it.
So 2 years.
Well, he wasn't. I mean, Harrison, he had beef with Harrison, too. You remember that? When Harrison ended up getting cut, he was the happiest guy I've ever seen in my life in that locker room running around. So those didn't get along. But, yeah, he coming out of Kentucky, I don't know. I just think he was average. He wasn't great. But
he wasn't a bust. He just wasn't a good player here. How about Artie Burns? Why didn't he work?
They didn't necessarily want him. But, well, I mean, they wanted William Jackson before that.
What a thing to say about the first round pick. They didn't really want him.
They wanted William Jackson the time before, the pick before that.
And got caught with their pants down.
Yeah, and Artie, once again, he had a decent year, but he had some talent early on. It just never materialized. Maybe it's something to do with developing guys, too, because they look good early, like, okay, put him on Antonio in camp and see what he can do. Then it just, petered out.
Edmonds.
I thought Edmonds was solid, but he wasn't a first-round pick.
So they just reached on him.
He was taking a pee when they drafted him.
Wait, what?
You never heard that story? He was there because his buddy Tremaine was...
His brother.
Yeah, his brother Tremaine was getting drafted in the top 10 picks, and he was going to relieve himself.
So he never thought he was going to get drafted in the first round.
Yeah, and they're like, where's Terrell at? He's taking the lead.
Donnie, have you heard that story? I've never heard that in my entire life.
But it adds up because how often have we said that Terrell Edmonds was as surprised as any of us that he got his name called that night?
I think he's a solid player,
why
but
did
not
they
a first
reach on
rounder.
him?
No, I agree. I agree with Mark. Like, I've never blamed him for not being a first
like he
talent.
didn't have the work ethic or didn't put in the time. It was just
he had no business being picked there. That's the Steelers'
Why did
fault.
they think he was a first-round pick?
I never really got any answer for that. I don't know. I mean, he was a specimen of a person, and they needed a safety at the time. I would have to go back and look and see who else was available.
Lamar Jackson, a couple picks later.
Wow, you're not going to pick that. Then Big Ben was not going to be happy.
Yeah, but then you picked Mason Rudolph a couple rounds after that, and still made Ben unhappy. Devin Bush.
Wow, they were desperate. They thought, and how that trade ended up working out is they gave up a bunch of picks, but nothing that materialized for Denver either. With the picks they gave out, I think Noah Fant was one of them, maybe.
And then he got flipped to Seattle in the Russell trade.
I think the problem they fell in love with was the Devin and Devin show. They thought they could find somebody to replace Shazier. It just turned out the guy was way too small. That's what it was, instantly. I don't know how you missed that or how you think he overcomes that. It was just a miss.
Also not a great attitude. How about Najee? Why was Najee just solid and durable here and nothing more than that?
Well, the offensive line was rebuilt a couple times. The coordinator wasn't good. But he just never had that explosiveness that you need in the league right now.
But again, that's a misevaluation. Like, you saw that on tape with him at Alabama.
I don't know if they thought that would matter. I think
not having an explosive running back and sinking a first-round pick into him doesn't mean anything.
What they got out of him is what I think they thought they were going to get out of him, and that's what they wanted. They didn't. Okay, he's not going to bust a 70-yarder. We want the ground and pound of 40 carries a game off our offensive line or our offense, and we'll win that way. I think he ended up doing exactly what they thought he would do, but it just wasn't spectacular.
But Mark, I mean, even though he did not have the durability of Najee, but they got that kind of running back with Connor in the third round, which means you can find running backs like that later in the draft.
You can find them, but the James Connors in the third round, how many do you miss before you hit them?
No, you've said that before.
I mean, it's true. I mean, it's a pet peeve of mine saying, you get one late in the draft. Yes, you can. But there's about 30 of them that are bust, too, before you can find that guy. And at that point of their scouting department, did you think they were going to find that guy? I think they might have gave up on Connor a little bit too early, but he had a bunch of injuries, too.
Yeah, I had no problem with them letting him leave. All right, your prediction on who the 21st pick is going to be, because we're not going to talk again until after the draft.
Ooh, I'm going to say Derek Harmon.
So he's somehow still there.
I think he'll somehow fall. I think all three quarterbacks will be gone by 12, 13. I agree with Aaron Wilson. The surprise will come up and grab one. They're interested in the Michael Penix route, whoever that may be. And I think they move back into the second round at some point.
Tomlin and Omar Khan will talk on Tuesday, but apparently you're not allowed to ask him about Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know. I did not hear that. It's a draft, leading up to the draft press conference. So I haven't heard any rules yet. So I probably won't prevent it from being asked, but you'll probably hear a voice in the background saying we're only talking about the draft.
Who do you think is the most likely Steelers insider to go rogue there and ask a question about Aaron Rodgers when it's supposed to be about the draft?
Well, Dulek's always the first one off the board.
Why is that? It's like he is at
seniority.
So when he retires, who gets the first question from now on? You?
See, how the media room's set up, if you're in the middle to the back, it's very difficult to get that first question in. It's all seating arrangements.
Yeah.
Depends on where they seat you at. And there was an issue last year with a seating arrangements in that place.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I got moved around a couple places unbeknownst to me. And
do you remember in Indy after the Colts game where I tried to get the first question in just to piss Jerry off? And then he cut me off and gave me a dirty look? Yeah. Just because I think that's a silly, unwritten rule. And I think Jerry's fine. I don't have any personal gripe with him at all. I just think it's kind of ridiculous that one person always has to ask the first question.
He's been around 30 years. We respect our elders, right, Jer?
Mark, best match this weekend.
Wow. What do you have to look forward to is John Cena being 17-time champ. Although, I keep an eye on this, Donnie. Paul Heyman's going to do something that you might think he might go with Seth Rollins. I think it's going to be something where you're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't see this one coming. I don't know what it is. Paul Heyman's going to have one of those huge WrestleMania moments where you're like, wow.
He just calls Brock Lesnar from out in the back.
Something. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't think
so you guys know I don't watch this anymore. I'm familiar with some of this, though. So Cena came back, but this is supposed to be the end for him, right?
This will be his final WrestleMania.
Oh, so it doesn't mean it's his final match.
No. He's doing the whole year. He's doing the tour.
He is wrestling
He's doing the
Dusty's
Derek
son.
Jeter thing.
Never
right?
mind. I got it.
The Derek Jeter.
All right, Mark, we'll have fun with WrestleMania then.
All right.
And he'll be back on Friday, Mark Cabali, to react to and do his favorite thing, which is to grade the Steelers draft pick the next day without the guy having played a single down for the Steelers. Coming up next, it's Open Phone Friday. Every Friday, we give you a segment where you get to call in and we get to talk about whatever you want. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Rodgers, Sanders, Steelers, Buccos, Bucco Bricks, Bucco pitchers, Bucco batters, Bucco's batting lineup, Penguins, locker cleanout, season over, NIL, players transferring in college football, Easter, ham, wrestling. I don't care. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a little commercial-free segment, but first a message from Malsey.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller. I want to tell you right now about Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. The Mitsubishi Outlander is an awesome vehicle. I drive one, 7-passenger capable, and right now, the best time to get a great deal on an Outlander or any of the other great Mitsubishi offerings is right this second, springtime, the best time, because they've got great deals at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Now, 2024 Outlander still in stock. They come with all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, a panoramic sunroof, room for 7 passengers. Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months. For Outlander hybrids, the plug-in hybrid, how about $379 down and $379 a month? Eclipse Cross, low 0.99% financing for 36 months. And you're also getting that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Your big spring deal, it's here right now. Take advantage. Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, online, jimshorkeymitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412 431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway East, traffic moving slowly from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel back to the Bend at Bates. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Guardians start a series tonight in Pittsburgh. First pitch on the Fan is at 6:40. The leadoff show comes your way with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Luis Ortiz on the mound for Cleveland. The ex-Bucco has an ERA over 6 for them so far this year. Pirates lineup: O'Neill Cruz, Brian Reynolds, Andrew McCutchen. Emmanuel Valdez hits cleanup. Joey Bart, Jack Sawinski, Jared Triolo, Adam Frazier, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Yeah.